probably feel better when I do it myself. I'm just being honest.
Wait, Pepe, couple things. I don't even want to listen. This is not even my fault to you. So, okay, you're strictly into women, right?
I'm what?
You're strictly into women.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not a fag.
Okay, you're strictly into women. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, I mean,
you have to understand, I'm a disgusting
friends that are serious about women that don't want to deal with the same, like you did, right?
Yeah.
Now you're past that. You're like, I'd rather stay at home than go out and do that same old bullshit, meet people, go to the club or whatever, and go to the same.
I haven't been to a club since I was in my 20s. I know I'm in my 40s.
Exactly. It's circle bullshit. Circle jerk bullshit. So you want someone that matches your worth, matches your value set, matches your energy, matches what you want. There's nothing wrong with that. That makes you a high value guy.
No, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm just being honest. Like most women, I think it's just like, so how do I enjoy a woman's company? It's like maybe her vagina.
No.
And I can have well, hold on. No, I'm being dead serious here. It's like her vagina, and then like it's fun fucking her, but you know, I am one of those people who fell in love, and it's like I was one of those like I think most young boys, they're like, oh, I'm gonna find my soulmate and I'm gonna be happily ever after. But then like you quickly become jaded, and then you know it's like once you have those feelings for somebody and it doesn't work out. You know, it's just like, okay, like those feelings are so goddamn fake and gay. Yeah. Like it's not, it doesn't predict anything. But what I would say is like, I'm somebody like on this app. There is no woman who's gonna come and say like, oh, he was in my back channel. He's trying to meet me. He's trying to fuck. Because the reality is, I actually prefer talking to like other men. Like they're just like a lot more. We share a lot more in common.
Oh
my God!
Now you're saying
no, we're straight. But what I'm saying is that like women in real life, in my opinion, they're fucking boring. Like they're like I do not like legitimately. I found that when it got, you know, I grew up. My dad raised me for most of my life. I have two brothers. I'm one of the three. I've never found women to be fun to hang out with. Like, I've always thought they were just, like, boring.
Okay.
Realistically. They're just, like, they so happen to be the like, who I'm sexually attracted to.
But there's a couple of things, though. Here's a couple things. All right. Maybe when you were pursuing women of a certain age bracket. You were in a certain mind state. You were pursuing those chicks that were in that mind state. And boom, that could have been futile and uninteresting and not okay. Now as an adult at your age, you have to revisit it and reimagine your approach, and you know it could yield a different result.
I mean, quite frankly, like I've like literally. I was disgusting. Like I slept with like literally hundreds.
Yeah, because you were being a
like a women. Yes, but the problem is
you wanted to sleep with fucking Einstein.
Sure, hold on a second. So it was kind of the opposite of the insult problem when I was younger. Is that men would lead women on and they would like promise them shit and that would like, oh yeah, I'll call you again, yeah. Amazing. And then like we'd fuck them and then we wouldn't like literally ghost them, you know, before ghosting was a term. And
by the way, Einsteins are fucking boring as fuck too, by the way.
But I would just say this, like I'm somebody who I guess you could say be vulnerable at points in time in my life where like I would fall for a woman. And then it's just like all of these feelings that like from maybe my childhood, like, oh, this is what real love is going to feel like. And then here's like I guess like the biggest red pill. It's not something that people had. I think the red pill community is trash online.
Okay.
But I'm just talking about for me personally.
Pepe, quit doing the word salad thing and just tell them what you want. Like
sure, yeah,
like,
I'm trying to get to it. Yeah,
He's getting to it.
yeah, but that's what I'm trying to get to. The red pill for me is that, like, imagine you find somebody, she's like perfect. You think that you're with each other for at least a couple of years. You can completely trust this person.
Yeah.
You have these strong feelings for this person that you've never had for anybody else.
Yeah.
But then shit happens, and then
Fucks you over.
and then you realize these strong feelings that you had for this individual were basically it's like a neurochemical reaction that made you feel this way, and then this neurochemical reaction does not paint a reality. It paints what you want to see.
That part of it, but here's the other part. Okay, it's not fucking rocket science that we know that when a guy gets hurt, the first time a guy gets his heart broke, he's like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm done. And women, because the way we're wired, it's like, no, you know what? I'll try again, and I'll get back up, and I'll keep trying to change this motherfucker, and this and this. So women are on the opposite side. They're illogical. And then men, like, are on the way opposite side where they get super logical, and they're like, nope, I tried, and it didn't work, so fuck it. I'm never going to try again.
But you're admitting the one thing that I was pointing out. Women are illogical and we're logical.
No, but what I'm saying is that when the first time men get hurt, they were.
That's not the first time. It's like the second time.
Okay, I got a question for you. Did you ever go through your whore?
Like a whole phase?
Yeah, like a whole phase. Yeah.
No, because okay, hold on.
Okay.
Totally honesty. I'm like a 90s baby. So when I grew up, it wasn't cool being a hoe.
Are you in your 40s?
Not like today. Yeah,
I'm in my 40s. That's
30s. Late 30s. Okay. It wasn't cool being a hoe. Like, you wanted to be, I was a tomboy, and so I wanted the approval of guys around me. And
Where did you hang out? Where did you hang out? Like what kinds of people did you hang out with? Like you go to a bar and you're around bar lizards all the time.
Yeah, okay. 20s and early. Okay, I worked in bars and stuff like that, but I always. Here's the thing. Like, I can't speak for everyone, and I'm not trying to. That's detrimental. Because now you're going to let guys, you're going to go and you're going to search for your dad's love in the world. I don't care what any woman wants to tell you, feminist or non-feminist. I've been all of that, and I'm going to tell you what it is. If they don't get it from their dad, then they're searching outside the home to get it from every other guy, okay?
Yeah. I just want to say this. To the people in the chat, like, was it me and Mon? I think you guys, I literally said, like, I was in an 8-year relationship that ended right when COVID hit. We were living in different states at that point. She was still in Alaska. I just moved back from Alaska. It wasn't mine.
By the way, here's what they're even saying in the chat.
Well, no, I would just say this. Like, when it comes to, okay, so like I meet this like woman. We work together. She was a crazy bitch, and there was red flags where I was just like, oh no, I mean, you have to look past it. But I was just like, no, but I love her, and I'm gonna look past it. And then like all of my friends, including like female friends, at the time, and they weren't female friends; they were like female co-workers that I was kind of friends with. They were basically saying like, dude, like this bitch is crazy. Like this is gonna continue. They were right. I would just say, like, I had my rose-tinted glasses on while I was with her, and, she was a crazy bitch. But it happens, there's
we all do this.
To dwell in the past. But I would say, the red pill for me is not what other men tell me. It's just that, like, my judgment, it's literally my experience, my judgment. These women that you so happen to, quote unquote, fall in love with, they're not good for you, or for me, I should say.
Well, not all of them.
And so, okay, but that's been my experience. So when I feel like, quote unquote, in love with a woman and dedicated to her, obviously, like, my barometer is off, and so can I say that, like, I can even trust myself to, like, fall in love with the right woman? Not really. And so, I'm used to being alone at this point. Honestly, if I had cats,
Pause.
if I had a cat that ate my face after I died, that is better than being with some stupid bitch the rest of my life. Like, I honestly have zero desire to be with any woman.
Pause. You just were like, can I trust myself to be with women? Here's the thing, and it's not unique to men or women. We are all gonna cycle through the same bullshit. We don't attract what we want, by the way. We attract what we are. So, and that sounds cliche, but it's real. So, the more work we do on ourselves, then you're gonna attract someone that's in line.
I'm in my. That sounds nice and cute.
No, it does. It does.
No, but hold on a second. I'm in my 40s. Hold on a second. I'm in my 40s. Okay. The whole idea of,
you're in the prime of your fucking life, by the way.
Okay, sure. But the whole idea of growing up, meeting the perfect woman, having white picket fence, and getting
it doesn't happen that way.
Having kids. Hold on. Amazing. But I'm talking about the idea that men and women have. Okay, first of all, that idea. I'm approaching my mid-40s. That idea is kind of out of the fucking window. I mean, if I was to meet let's say I met a woman tomorrow. If I was 40, let's just say I was hypothetically, I won't give my age, but, we were to meet, it's going to take a couple of years.
Okay.
I was taking a couple of years, and let's say I was going to be 45.
Okay.
And then we're going to try to have kids then. So I would find some young woman that there's going to be somewhat of a generational gap with. It's just like,
holy shit.
Like, I don't really, like, at the end of the day,
not even
I don't see how
doesn't exist, because you're a man. So you can plant your seed. You can get a woman in 15
I know I can get a woman pregnant. That's not the fucking problem.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, typically, you being 45, 47. You know how old my dad was when I was born? He was 52 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
that's fine.
I'm not putting that on you. What I'm saying is, you don't want to be the chick that's 45 and 47 and trying to put a baby in her because she probably already had babies and
yeah, she's 45 or 47. First of all, I don't date single mothers. Like, if I would,
you don't have to. You're a 45 year old.
Sure, but if you haven't had a pregnancy yet, right, and you're close to my age, the chance of you being able to have your first child is next to zero. Now,
what I'm assuming is you're going to date younger. That's my assumption.
I don't really have a desire to date these fucking sluts that are like younger, and quite frankly, I don't have much connection with the younger women. I mean, these are the women that are more used to like the online dating and.
Are you still into your old grandmas? Jesus Christ, come on, dude.
No, he's got to figure out though. You want to have kids. You want to have kids, right, Pepe?
At this point, not really.
Okay, then don't worry about it. Then age doesn't matter. The only reason age would matter if you want to have kids. Okay, then you got to get with the younger bitch. And they're not all stupid. They're not all stupid.
Well, the women that I thought I was gonna. No, I would rather be.
It didn't work out with this one girl, so I just
Sure, okay, but if I'm not gonna have kids, so I'll be with this one bitch that maybe grows old with me, that maybe I spent 20 years with, and that bitch will fucking run off and do whatever the fuck.
No, you gotta.
You know, I would rather. Here's the thing. I would rather jerk off and be alone than be with fucking. I'm just being dead serious. Like, it gets to a point to where it's just like, okay, I have this animalistic, literally, all animals have this strong urge, this drive. Of course, a lot of you are going to make it religious and say, "Oh,
No, we get it. It's a broken.
No, okay, but well, yeah, yes. And so, like, you know, all of us have this animalistic urge to procreate, you know, which, I mean, in other words, it means fuck.
Yeah.
This, you know, animals obviously can't put two and two together. It just happens.
Fuck yourself.
But it's just like with me, like, personally, I would rather just, like, die alone and not give a fuck. Like, I really do not fucking care.
Well,
That's
so
impressive.
here's
What if you want to go on a vacation? You just go
I
by
don't
yourself?
even care. Yeah, dude, imagine having some nagging bitch heads with you who, like, you cannot satisfy or make like, I would rather be by my fucking self. Yes, I would rather just, like, fucking jump off a bridge and die than be
Pepe.
with another
Number
nagging
one.
bitch
You
again.
just try it
Here's the
out.
first
If
thing.
it's not going
You
right,
cannot even
just
worry about
super
having a
cheap, take it
nagging
out,
bitch.
Try a different one.
You
Don't
cannot
gotta
even
just
worry
get
about
one.
having a nagging bitch if you're
You
doing
can-
all the nagging.
you can
And
always
that's
throw
not
her
an
off the
insult.
fucker out.
It's
I'm
an
not
insult.
nagging. I don't got. You see, here we got into a relationship talk, right? But anybody who knows me on here knows that I do not care about the manosphere bullshit. I do not care about, like, the relationship talks. We're talking about it now because it was brought up.
Yeah,
But I'm
that's
somebody.
okay. That's totally
Yeah,
fine.
but I'm
We're all
somebody.
vulnerable.
This is how invested I am in finding a relationship. Zero. That's why I don't even have conversations about this shit. And, like, it came up in this room, but I literally don't give a fuck. I like, there is okay, you can have a moist pussy that you can give me, and then I have to somehow I don't know.
Wait a
like,
minute, stop that. You're too
we
smart
have to
for all that shit.
find a reason. We have to
Pepe.
find a way to tolerate each other.
No, Pepe.
Okay,
you're
but
too
I
smart.
would rather not have to bargain to tolerate somebody
You're
and
too
just fucking
smart.
jerk off. That is so much fucking better.
Why are you
And it costs nothing. And it costs zero
Okay.
fucking effort.
Is that what
No,
you think in a
you're
relationship?
too good for that. Go ahead, Kasana.
Have you ever been in a relationship? I mean, it's not just.
Yes, motherfucker, you just came in. You just came in here, motherfucker.
You just kidding.
No, I've been listening.
I was literally in a relationship for 8 years. I was in a relationship. The whole thing.
It's rhetorical.
Okay, 8 years.
Just
Okay, no,
about that.
motherfucker. I was in a relationship for 8 fucking years. That ended right when the pandemic started.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, so you know, but you asked the goddamn question. You obviously
It was
didn't know the fucking answer.
rhetorical.
What do you mean it was rhetorical?
All right,
Dude,
Kasana,
Because you think
just
that's
finish
all it
with that
is.
point.
It's
Finish.
only about sex.
It wasn't about sex with these women. It wasn't
No,
about
you know
sex
that.
with those
You know
women.
You.
It wasn't about sex with those women. You fucking idiot.
Yes, no,
That was the whole goddamn point.
You're saying if you get in another relationship, you'd rather just
No, you
jerk
fucking
off.
retard. I literally said that it wasn't about sex with these fucking women.
Hey, you gotta calm down a little bit.
I know, but he's asking these questions as if I was
Rhetorical,
not
I get it.
Why did you
Yeah, but they're
say you'd
rhetorical.
rather jerk off?
Now, as opposed to my past experience, that wasn't my past experience, but
I'm not saying that.
Because now-
you didn't get it. That's what.
no, I get it. You said why. He said why. Okay,
Just really
because
get
I was
about
with
what are you
women.
gonna get out of it.
Yeah, sure.
You'd rather just jerk off.
Okay, just shut the fuck up. You want to? I don't know if you're some, like, Christ cuck or, like, why you're
First of all,
asking these questions.
I'm a
but-
Christian, and we don't have to say Christ God. Here's the thing.
oh no! Well, hold on. I want to answer his question. I want to answer his question. So, I developed deep feelings for a woman, right? And then they can, like, end up doing things that you didn't think they would ever do.
Fuck you
and-
over, like guys fuck women.
Yes, and then it's just like, of course, that shatters your whole worldview. That shatters the intuition that you would have had about this person. You think like, oh my God, we are like, there's nothing that could break us apart. We have such a unique bond. We are somehow special. And then you realize, no, like actually you're not special. You fucking retard. In fact, let's look at like how many people get divorced and why people get divorced and so forth. It's something that people experience. Now, what I'm saying, I question, is my intuition. I fell in love with women that were not my soulmate. There was nothing special about them. Okay, this was literally my I guess chemically in my brain, I thought there was something special about it. About our relationship where it did not exist. There's nothing special. I'm literally a fucking statistic.
Well, most
at this point,
like no shit.
Yes. And so my point is that
your point is that you can't fucking read people. That's the fucking
No.
point.
You're not letting me finish.
That's not true at all.
So my point is though is that
Let Pepe talk. What is wrong with you guys?
Oh my gosh.
So my point is that I went off on my feelings and quote unquote falling in love, and my those feelings and me like unguarding myself led to disasters. And so I would say I cannot trust myself in my judgment because I'm a bad judgment of character. I'm a bad judgment of what love is. I'm somebody who, and I mean this truly, it's not like me being depressed or anything like this. It's like I would literally rather die alone than put up with that shit ever fucking again. It's not worth the effort. It's not worth anything to me. It's actually something I would pay to fucking avoid. And so I'm super happy being single by my fucking self. Like I actually like it. I feel better than I did in a fucking relationship.
That's what I said. That's what I said before I got married. Jesus.
It's just like anything, you go through, sometimes it's hard. You get rid of that one, you find another one. You got to get back on the horse, man.
That's true.
If you get hurt, you got to just keep on going. The right one, you'll meet the right one eventually.
Nah, fuck that shit. Like the right one. What is the right one?
That sounds
one
like
that you can tolerate and raise a family with.
Tolerate. I don't want to have to tolerate
that
anybody.
Will be the most meaningful thing you'll ever do.
Okay, I don't want to be with anybody that has to tolerate me, and I don't want to have to be anyone that I have to tolerate. And quite frankly, it's just like you can say this is a very juvenile. Hold on a second, because I know you faggots keep on unmuting to say this shit, but like. You could say it's a very juvenile concept, which I think it is. And I think it's something that's not based in science or anything like that.
And have kids, so maybe
Sure. No,
listen to me.
Sure. So when it comes to like being with like my whole thing is like if I fell for somebody, they're like the person I couldn't live without, and then I would kind of want it to be reciprocated. Now that might be like a very like Disney movie level of understanding of a bond.
Stop dismissing any of that, because you have a whole film industry based off of that concept. You have a whole music industry based off the concept of love. All of these industries would not exist if your experience did not exist, right? So it's real.
No, but it's like, when you're a kid and you think you're going to be an astronaut or something great, and it doesn't work out.
Well, I'm in my 40s, and
just give up.
Well, sure, I'm in my 40s and I give up. I'm going to die alone. Like I'm serious. Like, and I'm somebody who grew
Don't
up
make
more
that confession over yourself. I would.
Well, no. Like I actually this is something I accepted a couple of years ago.
Why?
Like. I give up. But no, well, because I don't need a woman to like in my life.
You don't, but
yes, but I'm happier.
Get someone that was like-minded, that you
fuck that shit. It never works out.
No, hold on. Here's the thing. Like I was trying to say in the beginning, when men get hurt, and I don't want to turn this into a woman versus men thing, but when men get hurt, it's like they never get over this shit. I swear to God, they don't. They remember the first woman that broke their heart, and it's like, boom, I'm never going to let anyone get that close to me again, because I'm never going to let no one fucking make me feel that way again. Women, I don't know, we're dumb, we're missing brain cells, we fucking let it happen over and over and over and over and over.
Well,
right?
No, yeah, I get there's a difference between men and women, but if you look at the percentage of women that are the ones that like initiate the divorces and all of this shit, I don't really care to play a part. I don't want to be a part of it. Like, here's the thing, though, is like, it's somehow like for whatever reason, people think that they need to on here save me. Like, is like, oh, you're doing harm to yourself. I don't, which is starting to really fucking aggravate me because I don't think you guys understand. I am happier not being with a woman. I am happier not having to do anything with women. I literally, just me.
That's true, Junior.
It's being by my fucking self. I'm perfectly fucking happy. I do not give a shit about making a woman happy. I don't really, if I was to meet a woman and think that, and you can say this is because of my bad experiences, it's not reflective of all relationships, obviously, but when it comes to my experience, maybe there's something wrong with me where I attract the wrong kinds of women.
No.
And where I have the wrong kinds of feelings about these women.
No.
And I misjudge them. And so, like, quite frankly, I literally do not want, I have zero desire to take a woman on a date. I have zero desire to fucking cuddle with the woman anymore. I have zero desire to do anything with women anymore. Like, yeah, fuck them. I mean, sure. But, like, I don't care about a relationship with them.
Pepe, go take your meds. You know, it's past the hour.
Well, wait a second. Let's not dogpile this cat. It's not that. Listen,
real life shit, and he's actually showing a lot of like. Listen, that's a lot of vulnerability and bravery saying that.
I know, and then why I think you need to take your medication.
I think you
what?
Fuck up.
I'm married. Jesus Christ.
And why don't you just shut the fuck up then?
No, she's talking to me. Anyways, fuck them, Pepe. Keep on.
I'm talking to white man. I'm telling him to shut the fuck up.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
No, because he told Pepe to take his meds. I agree with you.
And I'm sorry. It's ridiculous.
No, I wasn't talking to you, Kate.
Sarah, I was trolling his ass. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but the one time he's not trolling, why would you want to troll him?
Because it's fun, that's why.
I don't think he gets
No, it's not
trolling or
fun
not.
making fun of other people's pain, dude. That's not fun.
It's not, look, I went through pain at one point in my life.
You're not the only one, by the way. Everyone in this fucking
yes, I know. People who live long enough are going to experience people that they love dearly die. There's people that thought they had the love of their life and they have children and they've been together for 20 years and their wife or husband runs away. Like, there's nothing unique about my situation. Like, I'm not saying I'm a victim by any stretch of the imagination.
Thinking that.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, me personally, I actually have more peace. Like, literally, myself, I have more peace knowing that, like, I don't need a woman. I don't want to be with a woman. I've had zero value in my life from women. I'm somebody who, like, literally just wants to be left the fuck alone. And like, look, as much, like, even when I was like a headliner on this app and it was like a fucking Clubhouse celebrity, the one thing you don't like hear about is that Oh, he was going into my back channel. He was trying to fuck. Like, I don't care about any of that shit. That is something I do not care about. I literally just, you know, I rebel in my own ways. It's not necessarily against women. I don't think women are the fault. I think that men are. I think of both.
Yeah.
When it comes to men and women, we both have our faults. And so, you know, it's not, I don't bash women. I think, like I said, I think like the red pill manosphere, which, you know, I listened to him a little bit, but I don't buy into this shit.
Pepe, do you think for one minute that you're a little bit insecure about maybe your past relationships with women, or is that my way off? I
wouldn't say it's not insecure. It's more like there's a I feel more like vulnerable because it's like if you were to like open yourself up, or if I was to open myself up again, I could have to face like the same like hurt. And so I personally, I'm going to be honest with you, when I was not in relationships, I was in like a 3-year relationship, then a few years later an 8-year relationship. I've like legitimately been the happiest when I was not in a relationship. And it is something where like I would rather just this existence for me is actually so much more comfortable, and I like it so much more than being in a relationship that I personally just would rather literally be alone.
Well,
it's not. I know some of you might think that's like me being like I don't know, like somehow like I'm closing myself off to be like live a miserable existence, but I think I actually am putting myself in a position to be that, like, feel the best.
Yes, but that's because you're elevating yourself to a point where you feel like you're above vulnerability, so nothing and no one can ever touch you again the way it did, to make you feel the way it did, right? Because that made you feel vulnerable, weak, subject to someone else's bullshit. You're like, no, I'm straight. I never want to feel like that ever again in my life.
Sometimes the best feeling is when you're laughing off. Yeah.
Look, solitary can be a good thing because, I mean, listen, you know, the relationship dynamics in America are trash by far. And they've been degenerated and degraded over the last, I don't know how many decades, right? Going back to the 60s was when it started, but then it even degraded on to the 70s, and then you saw the 80s, right? Because a lot of the propaganda and programming on TV, right? And then, of course, 90s, 2000s, I mean, you still had a little sense, similitude of what it used to be. But then that's where it really started to mutate into the shit that we see today, which is beyond trash, right? Beyond, you know, like what people may have experienced like 20 years ago. You're dealing with people that don't know how to interact with each other. And, you know, part of it could be, you know, we're spending more time on the internet than ever before. Also to the programming, also to these weird, strange foreign ideologies that are not behooving to men and women dealing with each other. And, you know, of course, the generations, you know, like, I guess you could say millennials or whatever, and Gen Z, which is even worse. You know, these dynamics are just not the same, right? But you can have, I will say this, I mean, I've seen friends, cousins, family members, you know, from different walks of life, from different, you know, whether they're doing great, you know, well off, or doing horrible. You know, I've seen almost every last one of them have to change relationship. You know what I'm saying? and they range from like the 80s babies all the way to the 90s babies. And I'm like, or around my age. So I'm looking at it like, man, like, look, I may have had a relationship here and there. I'm glad it didn't go that far, because heartbreak, I mean, you'll get the heartbreaks. But when you're assimilated to marriage, that's when it becomes a problem. Because then there's so much time and so much energy and monetary funds that you put into it, to the point where, damn, you don't want to be there. So I can understand Pepe's his perspective, being a man in his 40s. I mean, I'm in my early to mid 30s, but
I'll just say this: I'm not trying to blame like women even necessarily. Like I actually think it could be personally, and I think this is more the case. Like I'm somebody who probably doesn't belong in like a serious relationship, and it's just not something for me, and that's why I've had the experience I've had, and so I personally like I just don't I don't know, like I get it. When I was younger, I had a strong desire to be in a relationship. Like as I've gotten older, I just really just like I don't give a fuck about it. I really can give two shits, and
Yeah, but it's
like I'm perfectly happy with like maintaining like just being fucking single and not in a relationship. Like I just don't. I don't care.
But
like,
that's
at all.
great. Actually, that's what puts you in the prime position to actually meet someone, is when you're not looking, and then you don't have a certain specific criteria, and so you're just going to only like entertain someone that you vibe with, and that's a friend, and there's no like quid pro quo, like all of that bullshit is off the table, and it's just like, okay, let's like, because you're at a point where it's like, fuck with me, like love me or leave me alone, I could care less, and that's what puts you in prime position to have a genuine
I don't
relationship.
even want like
kids, Pepe?
No, I
like
don't.
the pretense are gone.
Well, here's the thing: it's like I don't want a fucking woman to love me. Like I probably have like 100 matches on Tinder when I join. I joined just kind of like see like, okay, like what can I still like get women if I wanted to, but then like it is kind of fucked up in me is like I don't like message them back and shit, and they'll unfollow me or unmatch me. But like I literally don't even have enough of a desire to even meet a woman. Like if
well, there's a couple problems in there too. Like if you're watching porn ambitiously, you're not going to, because you already have a spiritual spouse, right? So you wouldn't even.
It's not. I don't watch porn. It's just like I like literally. I don't have the motivation to meet women. Period. Like it's really weird because like I felt like probably the most fun I had as somebody like in my teens and 20s was, I guess you could say like the hunt for women.
Yeah, but you're in your 40s now, and you're life. That's okay.
Yeah, and I would just say like now I don't even like I'm like not willing to I'm just not willing to meet women. I really don't give a fuck, and that was a weird thing. So like I remember like after the breakup, right when the pandemic started, I remember seeing like this woman that like I thought she was cute, and like I almost wanted to cry because like I could just imagine like her and I like cuddling on the couch or some shit. She was like hugging me. I was being a total pussy.
No, you're not being a pussy.
But I didn't like. It's just like after like during the pandemic, just like being alone, I just kind of like that's like my new thing. Like I don't.
You see what the pandemic effectively achieved? That was one of these fucking checkpoints.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I don't know.
Did you ever want kids, Pepe?
Huh?
Did you ever want kids? Do you like kids?
I always looked at like having kids as being like secondary to being like in a marriage.
That's great.
No, that's not at all. It's life changing.
No.
It's crazy. if you want kids,
No, I believe
if
you,
you
but
don't
it's just
want
like I would have
kids,
to
then
find the woman I
totally
would
agree
marry.
with what you're doing, and it's fine.
I mean, if I found the woman I wanted to marry, or that we got married, you know, I was in a relationship with this stupid bitch for like 8 years, and we didn't get married. Like it was fucking retarded.
Pepe, how long ago
Like,
you
that's my
guys
own
broke up?
retarded judgment.
Pepe, how long ago you guys broke up?
Like 6 years ago, 5 years
Get
ago.
over it. It's like it was 8 years.
Oh no, I'm over it. I've been over
You
it.
literally repeated it like 10 times tonight. I don't think you're over it though.
No, I've been over it. But I'm just saying, like, the trajectory was just like okay,
You
like
were
it happened
expecting
before the
certain things
pandemic.
to
I got
happen.
used to being alone, but it was just like the thing I'm not over is that my judgment.
Yeah, that's the mind fuck. That's the mind fuck.
I think that comes
Like, if
with
you feel
age.
like somebody-
I think, Pepe, I think that's very normal, and as we get older, it comes with the age. I'm in the same boat. You know, I was with my ex for like 4 or 5 years, and then we broke up like 3.5, 4 years ago, and I haven't been on a single date, you know, and I think I'm just tired of myself. That's exactly what you said. I'm just tired of having another ex. You know, it's simple as that. It's like, I'm over it. I don't want to be in a relationship, whatever, you know, and sometimes I do, but I don't care. I think it's just with the age thing, you know, and whenever we're ready, we'll be ready. Like, I don't know, sometimes recently, it's like maybe 4 or 5 months that I've like met a couple guys here and there where I'm like, you know, like I feel like, okay, I have some motivation again into dating, but I did not want to date anyone. And I think that's completely normal. But I understand what you're saying. Because I went through that. And I think if you talk like that, if you just tell people how you feel, you're going to see more people feel the same way as you. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's not just about you. I think it's the aging, and you know, like as we get older, it's just like kind of, it gets tiring. It's like, okay, like I don't know, it's disappointing, but I get how you feel. But I just want you to know it's not just you though.
Yeah, I get it. I don't like the idea. It just seems like giving up, you know, and throwing the towel in and saying, fuck it.
But it's not, it's just, he took it out.
Well,
He did.
I mean, I did the same thing that Pepe did just before I got married. Just in fact, it was right when I moved down to Mexico. You know, I lost a fiance a few years before, and I'd been to prison and all that stuff, and so and I was down and out, didn't know, you know, was gonna, I'm gonna die alone and everything. Saying exactly the same shit that Pepe was saying. So, and then I met this woman, and holy shit, fucking, my life changed. You know, literally, it was an overnight type of thing, and it made me realize that, oh my gosh, you know, I was in such sorrow and in my own shit that I didn't even realize, you know. So,
One thing that I kept hearing him say, and I understand.
Where did Pepe go?
He left.
Did we make him cry?
I hope not.
I'm gonna assume that his father or something.
No. Where did he go? I need to know.
He left.
What is Bruce saying? Listen to Bruce. Nobody knows you, Sarah. Your old ass.
Drunk
Oh my God, you're like, you have no. It's okay, man.
Okay, shut up, Sarah.
No idea, Bruce. Like seriously, you have no fucking idea.
How many cigarettes you smoke a day?
Listen.
No, listen, Sarah. How many
I am
cigarettes you smoke?
so fun. I am so natural.
Sarah.
Listen.
Listen. How many cigarettes you smoke a day?
Cigarettes? I don't smoke.
Yeah. You sound like it. You sound like you smoke like 4 packs a day.
I literally told you I don't smoke.
And you struggling to damn talk.
I literally told you I don't smoke. It's funny
Sarah,
coming from you because your voice is actually not.
Just shut up.
Okay, listen what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to move you down to the audience. Okay? Because I can. So that's for now. Just go whine and bitch in the chat. It's so funny. Like, if you had like a nice voice and then you complain about my voice, I'll get it. It's like, who's that other guy was like mocking someone else's voice the other day, and he's like, oh, have you guys heard her voice? It's like, dude, we can't even hear your voice.
That was funny, Sarah.
I just sent him to the audience because actually his voice wasn't even fun.
I mean, but what's wrong with your voice?
I don't know. Guys tell me it's sexy.
Yeah, I don't hear anything weird about your voice.
Like, but his voice isn't that good either. That's the whole funny thing, you know?
It is fucking sexy.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, I get people say stuff like him, but I get more guys tell me my voice is sexy than telling me that my voice is fucked up.
What did this guy just say?
You know? Huh?
I was looking for Pepe. What did this guy just say? About your voice?
I don't know. He was saying my voice is like fucked up or so. Oh, that I smoke? How many cigarettes a day I smoke?
You don't, please. You don't sound raspy.
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, I do have a little bit of a scratchy voice.
No.
I already know that, but it doesn't matter. Like, I mean...
No, not really.
No, but what I mean is, like, when someone says I don't smoke, it means I don't fucking smoke. He doesn't pay my bills. I'm not scared of him. I got no fucking reason. Like, if I smoke, I own it. You know what I mean? I embrace everything I do.
Sarah, Bruce was just shooting a shot at you.
He had no chance anyways, so. He did call me old, though. Did he leave the room? Or is he sitting down there quietly listening?
I don't see him.
Johnny's like, Bruce is actually thirsty. I mean, it's 4th of July. Everybody's fucked up.
Yeah, that part too. But there is a lot of EQ going on, like the emotional quotient in the room. White and Gaston, like, you guys got a lot of, you're offering a lot of great advice.
Who? Oh, Gaston and White?
Yeah, they're like, don't.
I want to know why Pepe disappeared.
When you live life, it happens.
No, I'm gonna guess
when you don't live life and you just sit around and say, fuck it, I'm not gonna date anybody, you don't learn much.
Well, Gaston, sometimes people actually do need time. Like, I just, when Pepe was, keep saying, you heard me talk about it too, like, I kind of went through the same boat as him, but I don't regret it. Like, when you don't feel like you want to date anyone, you shouldn't date anyone. There's nothing wrong with once in a while taking the time to reconnect with yourself, like to make sure, like if something bothers you and you're having a repetitive cycle, like if you have the same thing going on one relationship after another and you feel tired of that, it's actually a very mature adult thing to pause and try to figure out what's going on. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all. But I think he's like 5 years out or something. I mean, it's been a minute for him. Sounds like.
I'm almost at 4 years, so I understand where he's coming from.
Well, let's ready to get back on the horse.
Working through trauma is one thing, but coming to an absolute decree that no, I'm good, I don't want this, I don't want that, and I made up my mind. And this is like human reaction. All of us want to incubate ourselves so we don't get hurt by anything. Like, this is a natural human reaction. To resort to that in like a permanent way, which is what it sounds like he was leaning towards, is, you know, it's like taking it out of balance of like, I need time for myself. Let me recalibrate and get my perspective in order. No, it's just like, there's nothing these people can offer me, and this, and like close itself off. And you're going to have the experience that you already set your mind to have.
I honestly think it's normal, you know, because I did feel exactly the way he felt, like, you know, and I feel a little bit differently now. And then whatever time people need to take, they need to take. And he said it. He said he was tired of having the same pattern, which means he doesn't want another ex. So if you're looking for the one person, then it's okay to take 5 years, 6 years, even 10 years off, because that will help you figure out who you are, and then you find the right person. He literally said that. I think there's nothing wrong with that. But Matt, do you want to reset the room? What do you want to do? The boss is here.
Yeah. I mean, it's 4th of July. I think the fireworks are done. Everybody is trying to sober up, I'm sure, by now. But yeah. I'm just fixing some things around my house here, but I don't know. What kind of conversation do we all want? Our entertainment left. Our Pepe, our little Pepe, our little Pippi.
He is entertainment, isn't
Someone called him Pepe. I haven't heard anyone call him Pepe. It's either Pepe or Pipi. Today someone called him Pepe.
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 Maybe they were French.
I don't know.
Who's on?
Oh, I know who that guy was. That guy was the other Middle Eastern guy that was here. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Which guy?
I think his name was Ferenz or something like that, or whatever.
Are you talking about the guy who called me old and bad voice?
No.
Oh, you're talking about Frederick.
No, not Frederick. He was another Middle Eastern guy. Earlier in the evening. No, not him. That guy's a jackass. Man, I can't remember the guy's name. This was like 3 or 4 hours ago. Jeez.
Well, what about him?
He was the one that was calling Pepe.
Pepe?
Yeah.
My dog's had a really tough night.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Jeez, how are the fireworks? Yeah,
it's still going on.
Oh shit.
I think they've, because I first heard they're gonna cancel. Zoe, stop. I first heard they're gonna cancel the firework this year, but then I couldn't see it at my place anymore. So I guess they moved it a little bit. I could hear it, but I didn't see anything, which was kind of annoying.
So there were some fireworks. Is what you're saying?
There was the fireworks. So in Marina del Rey, every year there is a fireworks show.
Yeah.
So we heard they're gonna cancel all LA County fireworks this year.
Oh,
but
wow.
Marina del Rey did have its firework, but I think they moved it. It wasn't in the same place as always. It was behind some buildings. I couldn't see it.
I wonder what the 300 feet video is going to be like this year. Whether it's going to be like every other year or it's going to be less fireworks or whatever. Yeah.
What? 300?
Yeah, there's a video. There's a video that comes out every year, and what they do is they video all the fireworks going off, all at the same time, and it's just to show how many fireworks are going on at the same time. Like it's a crazy view. It's like a bird's eye view of Los Angeles.
I'm pretty sure the amount of firework is as always. They only canceled the what's it called, legal firework. So it doesn't really matter. Those who did illegal, they're gonna continue doing. But before the sun goes down, there was so much smoke. Like I could see it.
Oh, I wonder if they had fireworks at Dodger Stadium. Do you know? Did you see anything or?
I don't know. At Dodger Stadium, I don't see that. I don't know. Just Google it. I thought they said everything's going to be canceled.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
But then Marina Del Rey was open, and then I think I'm seeing some stuff toward LAX because I see LAX from here too.
There was a Dodger game tonight, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was fireworks at Dodger Stadium.
Isn't that like on the other side? I'm by the water. I don't know about that.
That's in Elysi, over by Echo Park.
Yeah, I don't know about that
Yeah.
part. I'm close to the water.
Yeah, you're south, pretty much.
Not south, west.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're at the beach, yeah.
There's still traffic here. I don't know what are people doing.
I remember I had a friend that used to work at, there was a printing place right next to a Starbucks over there in one of the malls, one of the strip malls there in Marina Del Rey, a long time ago.
Strip malls?
Yeah, it was, I think it was at Kinko's Copies.
No. I don't know where the Kinko's is here. Shit. I have a printer and everything at home.
I watched a lot of the fireworks at the Redondo fireworks a lot. I don't know if you've ever seen those.
Yeah, I know which one.
The barge ship. I don't know if they used to do that. They do that anymore, but
You can see all of those from the roof of my building. I just
Yeah.
didn't go to the roof this year.
I
I
think
wasn't feeling it. But from my balcony, I'm supposed to see the one in Marina, but I didn't see that one. I'm seeing the one by LAX. I don't know if it's a legal one or illegal, but I'm seeing some activities toward LAX. You know, oh no, I'm seeing this one here, Marina Del Rey one. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I used to live in Long Beach and Huntington Beach and
Huntington
West
Beach
LA
is fun.
for. Yeah, Huntington Beach is a fun place, and I used to live in West LA for a number of years. I lived in Laguna Beach and Aliso Viejo, and yeah, I've lived pretty much everywhere in Los Angeles, Orange County. So I loved it up there, by the way. Yeah, good place, good people.
This is disgusting here. What are you talking about?
Well, maybe now,
No,
but
this is disgusting. It's like gross.
maybe now it is. But I remember back in a little after 2000, it was when 9/11 hit. That's when I. Maybe a couple months before I moved up there, but it was a great place back then. I don't know what it's like now, but I can just imagine it being as bad as San Diego. San Diego's fucking bad too. So.
Are you guys ready? Wait, did he leave?
you leave for Bruce, right?
I know. Did you remove his other account?
No, I didn't touch him. No.
Am I the one by mistake when I'm moving people down, they're getting removed? Because why would he come in with a second? It was his account, right? The fake one? It was called Bruce, but I didn't remove him though. Let me see.
You have to hit the three little dots to be able to, remove. So it's not like it's right
No. So when you say move to audience, yeah, okay. No, I did. No.
Oh, last night I accidentally hit dismiss button, which I didn't realize it. That means that you remove the person from the fucking room.
That'd be the other night. Removed the wrong person. That was pretty funny.
That was my fault. I was like, Pepe, remove this guy.
Yeah.
He's like,
Oh shit!
this guy was like threatening my life in the chat, and he was writing in Farsi. Usually I ignore people. If I think they're connected to IRGC, I do ask the mods to remove or whatever. So I came on the stage and I'm like, hey, Pepe, can you remove this guy? He's like, well, I can't read that, but I trust what you say. And then he's like, okay, I removed him. I'm like, he's still in the chat. He's like, oh shit, I removed the wrong guy. It was bad.
Yeah, that guy got astray for real. But
It's still, it's still fuck Trump.
that was nice. Never fuck Trump. Unless you want to fuck him. I don't know.
No, I don't know. He's old. I don't want to fuck him.
Why not? You
I mean,
you want
you
that
know,
old,
I
that
like
old
women
wrinkly
too.
feet.
I like women too, so
Oh my gosh, well, you could fuck his wife then.
Yeah, Melania's hotter. Melania's
Fuck yeah.
listen, guys, please. Holy.
Oh, shit.
Listen,
Listen what? Say what you gotta say, honey.
Trump, it's fuck Trump. We are in a dictatorship.
Hey, maybe you need a dictatorship at this point, little lady.
I do. You
I
want to do
knew it. You like to be spanked, and like Daddy Trump is here.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm really submissive.
I know. I heard you and Pepe. He was making you get on your knees, like, oh, gee.
Yeah, it's who disappeared? Someone disappeared from the stage. Somebody disappeared from the stage.
Somebody's like, I'm out of here. This is not for me.
That was Marshall, by the way.
Oh shit, Marshall was like, dude, that was yeah, his little innocent ears can't hear that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, did you vote for Kamala or who did you vote for? Nomi.
Kamala.
Oh my god.
You did vote for Kamala?
Yeah.
Dick.
You know you spend a lot of time on Clubhouse. I think you can get a job.
Bitch,
Oh my gosh.
I'm off today. God damn.
Wait, you're supposed to be working.
Yeah, fucking work.
No, if you're in school, you should be working 7 days a
Can I get
week.
a fucking break?
No,
Girl, can I get a fucking break?
I just
Why
said
not?
no.
No break for you.
Hey, Naomi, who do you
Because I
like?
told you no.
What do you do?
You're,
Like, what do you do for your job?
Aren't you a professor and you talk like this? You know, what's
I
your,
absolutely
what's
talk
your
like
name?
this. Oh, listen, and know me. I absolutely talk like this. Do you believe that I work in LA, like one of the most radical cities in America, and I have not had a single student ever complain about me? They'll complain about me being difficult and stuff like that, but I've never had a student complain about the stuff that I say. Not a single student. And I am brutal. The first day of class, if I'm teaching, let's say, anatomy, right? If I'm teaching human anatomy, the first day of class, I tell them, I'm like, hey, I identify as a male alligator, but we're going to leave that outside this door. When we say men, we're talking about someone with a penis hanging. When we say female, we're talking about someone with vagina. Like, I speak like that with my students, like, and I make a lot of inappropriate jokes. I mean, you have freedom of, what's it called? You have freedom of speech in teaching. In public schools, they actually cannot. They cannot tell you how to teach. You can actually say inappropriate things and stuff, as long as it's related to your class, to the material. Does that make sense?
Yes, but what's your rate my professor?
It's very low.
It's very low.
I teach very difficult classes. No, I'm not giving you my name. And I retired. You can't cancel me. This was my last semester.
Okay.
I retired this semester. Yes, this was my last semester.
Oh my god.
Did you say good? Did you say good?
You did those kids a big
Schools, listen, Naomi, schools are begging me. Any college in Southern California that I want to teach, if I make a call, I have a class for phone. That's how good I am. Only because you don't like that I tell you go get a job. It doesn't mean like I'm a bad professor.
Bro, it's a holiday. Can I get a fucking break? Like, damn, you guys want to work all the fucking time. But that's why there's a lady worked, I saw the news,
a lady works 7 days a week, and then she decides to take some days off. The bitch died. She ended up dying in her motherfucking sleep.
You would never have to worry about that.
Shut up. You cannot work too
It
much.
would never be you.
Too much.
You can work that much. You can work yourself to death. I would not be that person. I'm damn sure I would not be that person. Even though right now I might.
Do you know how many boosters she's had?
What?
How many she's had? How do you know she died because she worked too much? Maybe she had like 5 boosters.
Idiot. She was a chef. She was.
You're gonna die from working your brain this much.
Yeah, you're not gonna die from working. You
No,
might die
like,
from taking too many vaccines.
It's okay, people. They were only upset because they voted for Kamala.
Look at her
They
face.
voted for Kamala Harris.
No, I'm trying to
Somebody
tell
about
you.
80, ADHD, man.
You can
She's
get
gonna die from working her
like
brain.
how you retired. You got a break
Everybody
up.
shut
You got a
up.
break up. You retired now.
Okay, stop. We're gonna mute
It's okay.
here.
She's my favorite cat person. I love her.
Okay, everybody mute up. Let's see what LA is gonna tell us. Trump is.
Oh, that's my favorite. She's one of my supporters. It's okay. She's been a long-time supporter. First and second term.
Shut up, you Trump wannabe bitch. Fuck
You
Trump.
bring it up.
He wants
I love all of my. I love the crazy.
You and fuck
You've got to
Trump.
take the good, bad, and ugly. You've got to take the good.
President Trump. I know he wants you.
What?
She wants to fuck you.
Oh, she wants me in office another term.
She likes
That's what she
girls.
wants.
She likes
No,
girls.
fuck Trump.
She wants
You want
Melania
it
too.
too. We can do that too. That's what you want.
Trump, is
My
Melania
shit on her
available?
dead. I mean, dead ass.
I think she wants to scissor Melania. Is she available, Trump?
That's it. We can orchestrate this. This thing can definitely take place today in the Oval Office if you're willing. We can.
But the thing is, though, you guys need to stop it. You guys are following a dictator. I don't give a fuck what.
They usually tell me don't stop.
I have a question for you. How is he a dictator? Can you tell me
He's a dictator.
No,
Marco, you're racist.
just let me finish the end of the question. Give me 3 things that he's done that make you think he's a dictator.
He has parades. The parades. He wanted a for his birthday, No King's Day. He wanted a parade, and now he wants to have a championship fight in 2026 at the White House. This is all. Shut up, big. Shut up, Pete. Shut your ass up, ugly ass bitch. Shut your ugly ass white ass up.
Doesn't your LGBTQIA?
It's okay. She lost a cat. That's why she.
LGBTQIABCD.
Yeah, I'm not
lost the cat. That's what she described.
What are you talking about, parades? That's you and your crew.
No, y'all was having your daddy was having military parades. What are you talking about, bitch?
My daddy.
She lost her marbles as well. That's what she
What was
lost.
the last thing on your list to make
Trump,
it?
you had that military parade, right?
You know me.
Of course I did.
The No Kings is an anti-Trump movement. You know that, right?
I know. I said on No King's Day. That's what I'm calling it because I went to protest, dumb bitch.
You know me. You do know that the day
Shut
of No
your
King's
white
Day
ass
was
up.
the
You can't see me.
You wasted your time going to
I will
protest. You
smack
wasted
your
your time.
ugly ass off these trees.
I'll do it, bitch. I'll give you my fucking address right now, ho.
Give it to me.
That's very smart of you. Drop
And
your
I'll
line.
drop the
Drop
address
your
right now.
location.
Drop it, ho.
I'll drop the address right now, bitch.
And I'll drop kick you in your fucking jaw, bitch.
Yeah, just come up the jaw, bitch. I might like it, bitch.
Loud
I
mouth,
might
bitch.
like it, bitch. I might like it, bitch.
You did that.
I'm sorry to cut it to you, Inami. We're cutting all the government funding, so you're no longer going to get that check.
That
No
section
government
extra.
Here's the motion.
You're not going to get the check for your marbles. You're not going to
I
find
get
the
fucking
marbles.
federal rent from school.
No more food stamps, bitch.
No marbles for you. No food, no marbles.
I don't sit on my ass, Trump. I don't sit
I
on
need
my
to
ass
know.
all day.
I need to know how having the military's the Army's 250th birthday makes him a dictator. Presidents are allowed to do that.
No, he won it on his birthday. His birthday.
His birthday is on the same day. His birthday is on the same day.
Just so happened to be.
Yeah,
Marshall,
it's on the same day. It was.
No, it's on the same day. They're on the same day. Yes, Trump wanted a military parade. You're missing the point. He doesn't have to have dictatorial power to have a parade. So that's out the door. That doesn't make him a dictator. Do I like the fact that it was on his birthday? I don't really care. The point was the U.S. Army's 250th birthday was that day.
And it was also Flag Day.
That's what they were celebrating.
Let's
so
keep going.
Can you give me another reason why he's a dictator? What plenary power does he exercise that is exercised the exact same way as a dictator? Can you explain?
I just said it, you dumb bitch. I just fucking said it.
No, you
Listen,
said it.
someone
but-
needs to
If you
cut
were
off.
my student, I would make you write like a 15-page
She's
paper.
ADHD.
I would make you write a 15-page paper for having such a.
papers all the fucking time,
I would beat you. I would whoop your ass for having such
Yes.
a bad mouth.
Yes, good.
You wouldn't whoop shit. You can't do that. You're gonna get arrested.
I will hold you down while
You're
she
gonna
hits you
get
with the
arrested.
ruler.
You can't do that in a public school setting, ho. I mean,
Yeah, I wouldn't like literally whoop your ass, but I would give you homeworks that would be equivalent to whooping your ass. Why do you seriously like critical thinking? How can you become an engineer? How can you become an
Bring on
engineer?
your fucking Mexican ass, yo, Mexican ass. I'm glad you're tired, bitch. You probably treat your black kids like shit, bitch.
I work in black community too, though.
You're a loser.
You probably treat them like shit. I know you do.
Who's
Yeah,
the loser,
just like
Kay,
you
me
do.
or her?
Yo,
What are you doing to better the black community? Answer
Hey,
me
why
one answer.
Shut up, bitch. You sound like a white.
What are you doing to better the black community?
Shut
Yeah,
your white ass up.
nothing.
Kiss me, bitch.
Nothing.
Give me a
Go
kiss.
read a book.
Give me a
Go
kiss.
read a book. Go
Come
read a
give
book.
me a kiss, bitch.
No,
Come give me a kiss,
go
bitch.
keep having kids, bitch.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring you back on the stage. You know me, but you don't fucking listen. The fact that someone serves lower or minority communities, you should be happy. The fact that you just like screaming and yelling and saying that you're happy that I'm retired, that only means you're gonna have one less passionate, good professor helping communities that need the help. My dog's freaked out from the firework.
Sarah,
But
she doesn't care. You have to.
I'll bring her back to the stage, but the
She
fact,
doesn't
like,
care.
what I'm trying to, like, seriously, like, a lot of tonight was joke. This whole room was like a joking room for most part, but I just want her to know, like, I hope she goes and think about this. You know, only because I tell you get a job, it doesn't mean I abuse my students. Like, that's crazy for you to say.
So I feel that, but I also the idea that,
Marshall?
I was going to say, at least in response to what she and I were talking about, the idea that the president has a parade, that's not a definition of dictator. It just isn't.
It is.
Like, and I mean, you're inclined to your own point of view, but it's your opinion. The fact is that you're wrong. Throwing a parade does not make one a dictator.
You know.
If
You know what?
if he was a dictator, he could outlaw all political dissent, for example.
Marshall, you know what
Okay,
I bet you guys
listen.
try to think of something that would make me think that Trump is a dictator while you guys battle it out here. Because I can come up with probably some better ones, to be quite honest at this point.
Yeah,
So
no,
you guys think-
if there are good reasons, say 'em. Just talking about a parade is not.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Not germane to what she's talking about.
So you think? Okay, listen. So you think Trump? You don't think Trump has like a little bit of dictatorship in him? Like, it's a little bit like a dictator, like a little
He's
bit.
a narcissist. I mean, I don't think anybody here will deny that. I think all dictators have been they're narcissists, you know? So, I mean, make it what you will, but I don't think he's going to do anything harmful. If that's what you're asking, you know?
Well, the big shitty bill passed and it was signed today, so it's gonna impact what's it called, Medicaid or Medicaid? Yeah, Medicaid.
Yeah, Medicaid, Social Security.
And I'm not gonna listen. I'm piss me off. Like, I won't be able to get to therapy.
Why can't you get private insurance?
We need therapy
Because-
right now, mentally.
Because
we
she
know
doesn't
what?
make shit.
Like, I get, like, that shit helps me. I actually use that shit. Y'all think, oh, fraud, everything is fraud. But there's people out there that actually use it. You know what I mean?
So why won't you be able to keep it?
That's not what I think. What I think is the largest line item in the U.S. budget is Social Security, disability insurance, and Medicare. It costs around like $2 trillion a year. Under that is the interest we pay on the $38 trillion in debt we have. After that's the U.S. military budget. After that's everything else. I don't necessarily like the rewriting of like throwing people off, but they're trying to slow the growth so it doesn't eat up so much of the U.S. GDP in debt, which we're like, again, we're $38 trillion in debt and the interest is just enormous. I'll give you one place where they did do something good. Do you remember what happened with the air traffic controller systems, how we found out that they were running on floppy disks? Well, in the Commerce Committee, which is their job, they were able to, oh shit, I just had it. Oh man.
By
Not what I was gonna say.
By the way,
Can you remind me?
By the way, I upgraded the post office from Windows 7 to Windows. I think it was Windows 10. I think so.
Nice. Oh, I remember. Updating the software. Oh, Lord. That's what it was. For air traffic controller software, since it was so old, they appropriated $15 billion, which is enough to bring all major American air traffic control systems up to the 21st century. The other thing they did was appropriate $10 billion to NASA, because we're planning on going back to the moon in a mission called Artemis. And that was funded, like I said, to the tune of about $10 million. The air traffic control was $15 million, and then the Coast Guard, which had been hollowed out for about a decade and a half, gets $25 billion to rebuild. That section, since it's a 10-part bill, that section saved $43 billion over 10 years. And the way the budget works in the United States, in particular since they were using a special parliamentary maneuver, it's 10 years long is the way they approach it. So hopefully that's helpful.
A little bit. Anomi, I guess what I'd say to you is this. What's up, everybody? You called him a dictator, but then the very next thing you're like, well, he just had to get the big, what'd you call it, the big bad, whatever. But he had to go get it passed. If he's a dictator, he would just fucking do it. He wouldn't try to send it to a vote, so he's clearly not a dictator. And then Anomi, you said you're not going to be able to get your therapy sessions or whatever. Well, why not? He's not getting rid of it. If you can qualify for it, you can still have it. If you're saying you're not going to be, you're saying you're going to get kicked off, that means you shouldn't be on it in the first place.
I know, like, isn't it supposed to be work requirements or something now?
Work requirements for 20 hours a week are voluntary, and instead of being pegged to the inflation rate in your county, it's pegged to the national inflation rate.
You know what? I'm still not convinced that this bill
Work required.
No. I didn't.
Shut the fuck up, little girl. Work requirements and pay stamps. Yeah, it is. A minimum amount or volunteer work. Read the paperwork. Read the paperwork. Who do you think that she's so loud? Listen, little girl. Listen, little girl. Okay, listen, little girl. You are the quintessential embodiment, the poster child for why the right would vote for such a bill to throw off You, bitch, you sound drunk. Go to bed. No, go to bed. You sound drunk, bitch.
I sound drunk. Okay.
Yeah, go to bed.
All
Go
right.
to bed.
You go to bed.
Huh? You tell me to go to bed, bitch. I'm a grown woman, bitch.
Listen, I'm not even a pro-Trumper, but let me tell you something. If it cuts bitches like you off, I'll go vote for him 17
What am I getting cut off of? What am I getting cut off of?
You're
Nothing.
cut
bitch.
off of sex
Nothing.
education,
So there's
food stamps, Medicaid,
What's the
and all the
bullshit?
other
What's
bullshit.
under this
That's
bill,
what you're
bitch?
cut off
If
of,
you
baby.
know everything, what's the new food test requirements, bitch?
The work requirements is to work 20 hours a week, and they move the age from 51 to 65. Like, that's not a big deal.
20 hours a week. I work that. Matter of fact, if I worked more
Yes,
than that.
they're only requiring 20 hours. It's their line.
God damn. Yeah, I work 20 hours
Per week.
per week. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
So go call your worker. Don't nurture us. Go call your worker.
Hold on,
Bitch, go call your baby daddy, bitch.
And
I
I
don't have babies out of wedlock. Oh, that's your profile.
Bitch,
Not mine.
no, baby daddy.
That's not my
Why do you
profile.
speak
That's
like
yours.
hood
I don't
rat?
have children out of wedlock.
You had a, yeah, kids were like that.
Why do you
I don't
speak
have-
like a hood
You gotta
rat?
stay in character, Naomi.
Why do you, a hood rat? I'm not even from the hood. I'm
Why do
not.
you speak like one?
Because,
You know what it's called? Intergenerational welfare.
Shut up,
Intergenerational welfare.
Hey, bitch ass up, whore.
No,
Anybody?
your mother's a whore, obviously. Do
Technically,
you and your sisters have the same father or no?
Oh, you
Like
mad
same
because your
daddy
baby
and
daddy
sister?
left you, bitch. Your baby daddy left you, bitch.
You can answer the question. Do you and your siblings have the same father or no?
Yes, we do, bitch.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Oh, cause I'm black. I have like fucking half siblings cause I'm black. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I guess you being so stereotypical over here, stupid bitch.
No, you're being stereotypical, and I'm playing off your bullshit. So
Bitch, you got a black.
you got some black.
Tell you got a black husband, bitch. You like doing race play, bitch. You like doing race play, bitch.
I don't know what race play is. You leftist
Good,
fucking
bitch.
wacko.
You dumb whore, cause you're a dumb whore. That's what you are.
Right.
Dumb
What
whore.
state are you in? What state are you in?
I'm in Alaska, bitch. What you talking
Yeah, right.
I'm in Alaska,
Let Trump
dumb
cut you off. Listen, I hope Trump cuts you off from the fucking head to the knees to the toes, bitch.
You sound so mad.
By the way, she's in Oregon.
Yeah.
She doesn't sound mad.
Right.
She sounds
She's in the West where they give them the rigs to shoot the dope, and then they give them welfare and Section 8, and the veterans who served this country can't even get what these fucking hoes get.
What? I'm like a literally college student. You guys gotta get all these fucking government benefits. I don't.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. Go and listen.
Yo, you're funny.
No, you're funny.
Deadass, you think I get every single fucking government benefit out
No
there?
one
I
cares.
don't.
No one
Then shut
cares.
up then, bitch. You ugly whore.
Okay. You know,
Your therapy
to be the first to be sacrificed to a foreign country, dumb bitches like you.
Good. I want to get.
You know me. What are you gonna do if they accidentally deport you?
Shit. Probably stay there.
Die. They'll kill this bitch for her mouth. Are you kidding?
You know what? Give me a kiss. You know what, Key? I think we need a kiss. Let's. Mwah, bitch.
This bitch can't survive in another nation. They'll knock her off.
Give me a kiss,
5
bitch.
seconds
Give me
flat.
a kiss. Give me a kiss. I think you racist. Are you racist, girl?
That's a no shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Key, I
Oh,
think you're
shit.
racist.
So fucking ignorant.
You must be racist. Are you?
I gotta be racist to call out someone that's an ignoramus.
Bitch, because you are. Bitch, you racist.
Where I Right, for the project of everyone getting an award.
I'm not
For
in
the
no project.
Hold on. You are the product of them taking away a first, second, and third place. Everyone gets an award. And you know what happens? Everyone turns into a fucking retard like you.
Award? What are you talking about?
agree with that.
Downright bitch.
We're dealing
What
with the
award?
everyone gets we're dealing with the timeout generation. We're from the get your ass whooped generation, and we're having to deal with y'all motherfuckers, the timeout generation.
I'm not getting no award. I get an award for. I wish I got an award. It's hard. I think it's more hard out here for my generation than y'all.
Oh,
Y'all
just
generation.
while you getting free fucking counseling, while getting free healthcare, you got it hard.
So basically, you guys want me to pay for my insurance and then.
Oh, Lord, you want me to pay for my insurance?
Wow.
You guys want me to do that? That's what you want me to do, huh? That's what you want me to do.
Yeah.
Need to buy private insurance. You probably
Private insurance costs $100 a month, maybe more.
Wait, hold on. Basically, you want me to pay for my insurance.
And you believe that just came out of her mouth? Wow.
Yes,
What
I
I pay for?
What's next? So you guys want me to like work and stuff?
If I qualify, and I do qualify, because it's hard out here, and the minimum wage is not fucking high, so it's hard, bitch. What are you talking about?
So don't.
You're not even trying to find a job.
1 second.
Well,
I am
what's the
fucking trying to
minimum
talk, you
wage?
dumb bitch. You stupid fucking
Hold on, let me prove a point. What's the minimum wage? What's the minimum wage in Oregon?
Black poor.
What is the minimum wage in Oregon? Tell me.
It's like
You don't know because you haven't applied for it.
I'm about to say it. I'm about to say it. You just interrupted me, you dumb whore. No,
Google it.
It's by county. Mine is $14. $14.70.
All right, okay.
I'm in the small town.
You hear this shot? You hear this shit?
Shut up, bro.
No,
Shut the
little
fuck up.
bitches like you would rather sell your pussy on the street.
I don't want to sell my pussy, bitch. You probably did that shit. You probably did that shit, bitch. You probably did that shit.
So she don't know what the minimum wage is because she ain't looking for a job.
Never
Guys,
did that shit, bitch.
Hey,
I would
Nomi,
never
can
do
I ask
that
you a
shit.
question? Nomi, can I ask you another
What?
question?
Yes.
If you said you minimum wage, whatever, and you want government health insurance, if you could have a job that would pay you $25 an hour, but you had to pay for your own insurance, would you take that job? Or would you rather stay with the $14 an hour and get government insurance?
I want money. Yes, I'm gonna take $25 an hour.
But you have to pay for your own insurance.
Nice.
Yeah, that's fine. If I have to, I mean, I know government benefits is not like a lifetime thing. That's to like help you out, get you on your feet. I know that, but you guys think I just want to stay on this shit. No, I don't. It's fucking terrible because they treat you different anyways. I noticed.
So then what's the problem? What's the issue?
I just want to cuss her out. I don't know what's the problem.
Yeah. The problem is you're lying, and you're a product of intergenerational welfare. That's your.
What are you talking about? Did you just hear what I just said, you dumb bitch?
Not banging on something because
Did you no? Because
you're
you're
low
stupid.
capacity.
Did you just hear what I just said? I said government benefits are not supposed to be a lifetime thing any fucking way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's a nice talking point for someone who's got it for their whole life.
Bitch. Oh my fuck. Oh my God. What you gonna do? Stupid.
So you wouldn't have that energy in my face. Guarantee that.
Fucking stupid. You fucking stupid. Bitch, where you live at? Where you live at? I mean, what's the
Detroit, Michigan. Detroit, Michigan. Michigan.
Oh yeah, they're stupid over there.
You wanna pull up? You wanna
I don't
pull
want
up?
to pull up, bitch. I'm just saying
Pull
what's
up
stupid.
in your
You're
ass,
fucking stupid. You fucking stupid in the Midwest. You fucking stupid bitch.
And you're in Crackhead Central. Don't you know that they rig them up on the streets where they live on the fucking North Pacific and on the West Coast?
I don't give a fuck.
Incentivize them to be dope fiends. Ray, you're here. You know that. I come from from California. There's other people from California that know that. They rig them. They give them clean needles. They give them everything they need to shoot up and be dope fiends on the side of the street and have tents and all that shit. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. They do that.
Yeah, they have like safe injection sites.
Up in Oregon, there was a thing, bro. Please, there was a thing that they were giving out tents and needles and oil at one point. So you're not wrong about that.
Thing. We don't need your approval, little girl.
Shut up, bitch! I was just, oh my god, can I fucking agree with you, dumb bitch?
Go find your mother on the stroll, bitch.
That's a fucking problem, you dumb bitch.
Go find your mom on the stroll.
God
I went to rehab.
I didn't say it was a good thing, bitch.
I went to rehab 20 years ago for crack addiction, so I know exactly what that's like.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
People that want to get better, not enabling people's addiction, right?
Yeah.
Did I say it was a good thing? I just said that. I was like, you're all right about that.
Is someone talking to you
like that?
No one's talking to you, crack baby.
You fucking bitch! I'm not a fucking crack baby. You fucking
definitely a crack baby.
Okay, we don't judge.
Stupid fucking white bitch. I swear to God, bro.
I'm like, listen, I'm not white, but you're definitely a crack baby.
Yo, bitch ass, bitch.
And Naomi, you need your meds. I think you missed your meds.
I don't take medicine. I don't believe in that.
Wow, you don't believe in that shit. Jesus Christ. You're like the fucking poster child for fucking ADHD medication. Jesus Christ.
I don't really do
The world we're living in, and these motherfuckers are going to be making the law, bro.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah.
They think that up is down and down is up and male is female, female's male. Males can get pregnant, females can fucking sperm out their fake dick. This is what we're dealing with.
Bitch, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about, whore. Like,
so, Enoma, what job do you do? Like, what is your job?
Doesn't work. You didn't pick up on
do
that.
work. How you gonna tell me I don't work? I know myself more than you do, but we just met today, whore. But anyways, would you say I work at
Yeah, what do you do? Just curiosity.
Yes, Amazon.
I mean, you know, I work those like low end jobs. Fucking cost.
Okay.
What do you work?
I'm here, bitch. Sit your ass down, bitch.
I worked at you don't work. That's what
I do work. Can I fucking speak? You fucking stupid bitch.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Low end jobs.
Fuck.
Just tell us which corner it is between what cross the
I don't work on no fucking corner. I work in retail. I work in retail.
Okay.
Yeah, selling ass on the corner. What corner?
I'm a cashier, bitch. What are you talking about?
What store? What store?
Bitch, I'm not on no fucking corner, bitch. You probably was back in the day. Back in your days, you probably was no fucking corner, bitch. You probably was on a fucking corner, you fucking ugly ass bitch.
You don't work.
Yo, what the fuck kind of shit are you doing?
She can't. She don't work. That's why she can't. I would have named Ross, TJ Maxx, fucking Kroger. She didn't name not one name because she don't work.
Where I work at.
Is it full time? Is it part time? I mean, what's the?
I work.
No. I'm
You
being
work
serious.
as a full-time bullshitter.
There's
I'm
something wrong with this ride, man. I'm not gonna fucking front, man.
So,
God,
and you're saying that you're on Medicaid, like your health insurance and all that stuff.
Yeah, you don't have to work. You get it better if you don't work.
What?
I think she knows that.
Dumb bitch, I do work.
How many
just
kids
said I
you
work.
got? How many kids do you have?
Oh, I don't got no. I'm a college student. Oh my god.
Oh, good. So then just say you're a student. You don't work. That's plausible.
Oh my god. I take 16 credits an hour. I mean, not 16 credits. Fuck, I'm saying all wrong. Got me all confused.
Semester. That means you're full
You got me
time.
all confused, bitch. I take 16 credits per semester.
You're full time. You don't need to work. That's fine. So your occupation. Let me school you, YG. Your occupation is student.
I work. I go to school full time and I work part time. I'm gonna find another part time job, so I'm gonna be doing basically 2 part-time jobs and school. What part do you understand? What part?
This is
How
so.
am I
This is
lying,
so dumb.
double word? How am I lying?
By the way,
16 fucking credit hours. You're not
Matt,
ready
this
to
is
do
so
that.
dumb.
All right, stop beating your table. Oh, God.
Yeah, she's beating your Section 8 property.
Control your woman on this thing.
you know what? I'm more concerned for that table than I am her. Jesus, fuck.
I don't even know what that sound was earlier. It sounded like something dying. But where are we going with this? Hey, Liz, how you doing? Welcome to your
We're going
welcome to Jerry
nowhere.
Jerry Springer's happening.
Thank you for welcoming me to your charming.
Hello, Miss Liz.
Hey,
You're always
she's
welcome
black.
here.
You can tell.
Black
she's
or
big
not
black.
black, it doesn't matter. You work or you don't
Shut up,
work.
P.
Your ass is in school full time or you're not. And you're not.
Fucking noise complaint. You want to make me get
Wait, how old is this person, man,
This bitch is
speaking?
a kid.
I'm 21, bitch.
Oh, you're a fucking
Sounds
child.
like a fucking moron.
Oh, you're just so mad. We 55.
Yo, we wasn't
bitch.
stupid like
You
that
must
when we
be
was
55
21.
years old.
Yeah,
What
we
are you
were
going to
just
college
dumb at
for?
21.
What are you going to college for?
I'm going to college for computer science.
For what?
Computer science.
What?
Computer science.
Computer science. Can you hear me?
Oh.
That's not good.
So you met all. So you already have your associates. You met all your prerequisites. So
Yeah.
name the one computer science class you started in your degree.
Well, I just got done with the. Bro, can you stop doing that? I just got done with the intro to computer science 2. So I'm now moving on to another data structures. All right,
I'm not
structures.
gonna even knock you for that. Good.
How do you
Keep
talk
that shit
this
up.
bad if you're in college? You
That
sound
shit up.
illiterate.
I don't talk. Bro, I'm working
Listen,
on it.
hold on. Let me tell you something.
I'm working on it.
What's your name? Hold on. Calm down. Pursue your degree.
How many books have you read?
And they don't
None.
read books. Right.
Not this
They don't.
year.
Oh, you don't read books?
They don't
I'm
read books.
trying to read. I have a low attention span. Okay.
No wonder you're talking so bad because your grammar's bad. You know,
No,
like
but don't
you
knock
pronouncing
her.
words
If
bad.
you're going to school for computer science,
I mean,
good for you. Keep it up. Do
you
your
should-
thing.
yeah.
And keep it. You'll do it. I'm not even gonna knock you. I'm not your enemy. Do your thing.
By the way, data sets, you're going to learn about data sets and you're going to learn about artificial intelligence. You're going to learn about augmented intelligence and what the difference is and everything else. It's all fun shit. It's what I do.
Yeah. But yeah, so
And no,
I don't know where
tell
you
you something. No, because I remember you from 3 hours ago. You don't have to come on the scene trolling. If you just come regular, people will support you. It's not like there's a world out to get you. There's a world out to want to support young people that are pursuing a better life for themselves.
Genuine
So
people.
just spend your fucking energy, and everyone in here will turn from talking shit to you and you having to talk shit to them to supporting you.
Well, yes, that's true. But when you say fuck July 4th, when it's July 4th and everything else, and fuck Donald Trump and blah, 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 you know, people don't particularly like that. So, you know what I mean?
Okay, well, I don't give a fuck about Trump or the 4th. I could break that down into several things, and I could get on the stage and be tactful. That's fine, right?
right.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
But okay, so
She's a younger person. She's 21. A lot of people in the stage have children her age. So the number one inclination would be encourage her in the way that she's going to do what she's doing. She's not going to get the truth in one download in one place. She's going to get it little by little by little. But it's not going to come from a place that talks shit to her and rejects her. It's going to come from a place that's like, go ahead, keep doing your thing, encourage her, and then maybe she'll be inclined to listen to what everyone else has to say. But that doesn't negate you, Anami, because you came in with some hot energy, and you could do that in your fucking TikTok streets. You don't have to do that with mature people. They'll support you. And that's what you should reach it. That's what you should want. There's people on this app you're talking to from all over the world that are versed in what you're doing, and they can mentor you. Don't make an enemy off top. Like when you can make relationships that will build you up.
Well, and here's the truth. Like, I'm 55. There's other people that are 40, 45, 50, even 60, 65, 65 years old. People that have gone through the same shit that you've gone through and everything else, and going to school and all the bullshit that you're going through right now. We've already done it. So, this is not, we're not 25. We're not kids. We're not, like, we've been through the whole fucking gamut. So, so whatever child's play that you think you're playing, you think you're better than everybody else, fuck, we totally get it, dude. Totally.
Well, and I hope you noticed, like, all this, everyone's going crazy and all shit. And then I asked you what you're going to college for, and you're like, computer science. And I hope you noticed immediately the whole mood of the room changed. Kay was like, oh, cool, you're going to you're doing for computer science. White was like, yeah, it's what I do for a living. You're going to learn all this kind of stuff. You're going to learn all this stuff. Immediately, the room changed because you weren't being all crazy about, Trump's a dictator. I'm going to lose my fucking therapy. And blah, blah, blah. It's like, yo, just relax. The world's not coming to an end. We're not. You guys, by the way, you're 21. You got some great fucking years ahead of you. I'd give anything to 21 again.
Right. Say that again, bro. Say it again.
Okay, dude.
The world might end very soon. You never know.
Yeah, but 21, off of the world ending shit, 21 to do it again.
But the next 5 to 6 years of her life are gonna be fucking awesome.
Yeah. Or
fucking
it can
robots,
be hell.
I don't know, man.
It can be good. Right, but she's a kid. She's a kid. Right?
Mutants, monsters. I don't know, Mike. A lot of
I think it's weird to me. Why can't we just unplug it? I don't understand.
Well, so
and what robotics is true. She got the best years of her life ahead of her. You got to get off this race shit. Whatever programmed you to be like this white person, that white person. Let me tell you something that's going to humble you. What's going to humble you is when, and this is how God will work or whatever you believe in. When a white person comes alongside you to lift you up and put you on top of your game. So let go of that trap of white, black, this, that, all that bullshit. Like he just said, when you said you're in computer science, you had people from around the world, all different ages, coming along to try to encourage you. You don't have to play the ignorant role. You don't have to do that shit.
Okay, yeah, I mean, her point. Yeah, it is a problem. Like, I see black or white thinking, whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Hey, at least she admitted it. You know what I mean? I mean, at least she admits it. Fuck, they got to give her at least some credit, right?
I think we just heard her phrase.
Nah, dude, I have crash outs like this every fucking day. They are so valid. Every fucking day. They are, seriously, if I'm not doing it on here, I'm doing it by myself, talking in the mirror, like, man, fuck it. Man, what the fuck? Like, I look at my check and I'm like, oh my God, they're taking everything. Like, so I understand, like, cause my check, I'll give an example, right? My check, bro, was like $5,600, right? That was gonna be my, that wasn't going to be my take home. My take home was $3,200, bro. That they took out because I do commission and salary. So I'm in sales. So I do have an hourly, but my commission is taxed like a motherfucker. So I understand, the frustration, man. Like the taxes right now are just, I'm getting taxed out the ass, bro.
Pockets. Aren't you supposed to take a percentage if you're doing sales?
Well, yeah. But the commission is taxed at a high rate. It depends what state you're in. But I think local commission is taxed at like 30, 40%. I think. Don't quote me on that. But with commission, yeah, the government takes it.
But I just want to say, this is, you guys, to be honest, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna try to my best to not.
Go ahead.
Know.
We got a grace for you now. We know you're 21 and you're trying to reach a goal. Go ahead.
Do my like when I talk, does it sound weird?
Yeah. Well, you're fucked up right now. But I hope you don't sound like this normal.
You're fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, just say if you're drunk, girl, you sound fine. To be.
No, I'm not drunk at all. I'm not drunk at all.
Are you stoned?
No.
Under any substances at all? None?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you then. The words sound a little mumbled at times. Like certain words will sound mumbled. But I think I'm neurodivergent. I got ADHD. It's really hard to catch my points sometimes. I'll lose it like mid-sentence. So I think it's just, you gotta, relax a little bit, trust in your words and yourself. Just articulate a little bit. Because it does sound like you're a little...
You get a little Jasmine Crockett-ish every once in a while.
Okay. Because I noticed
bang your head off something.
All right, go ahead. Because you noticed what?
I noticed that it's like when I talk, it's like some people can't understand me.
Okay.
You know what? You know what? What I want you to do is I want you to, like you're on your phone, right? So what I want you to do is do a voice record or a voice memo or whatever, and record it. And so you can understand and you can see what you're saying and you can listen to whatever you're saying, and then you can listen for yourself. That way, you can make the changes that you want to make.
No, you're gonna hate it though. I hate hearing myself.
Oh, I know, yeah.
I definitely humbled myself while hearing myself. I tried sending like a sexy voice note to some guy one time. I was like, oh my God, you sound like her. Like, I just...
It's a lot deeper than most people think. Like, when you talk to a lot of recording artists, it takes them years and years to master their voice. Most people don't even like hearing their own voice, like you guys said. It's cringe.
Hey, we know what I'll say this, right? I used to be on this podcast back in 2020, well, let's say 2020, 2011. Retired sports broadcaster, Cabman, allowed me to come on. And I didn't know how to fucking speak that well on that kind of platform with thousands of listeners, but and some cats roasted me on that. But, as months went on, figured out how to speak fluently on that shit. And, man, motherfuckers liked me at that time. So, yeah, I mean, the public speaking can definitely be, increase. It can, like, through trial and error, and also too, I think taking good classes on how to speak publicly is a good thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you get the new chart. You
got every time that you speak. This is just symptomatic of, mind you, guys, she's a baby. She's 21. So, I know I was questioning myself and everything, like the way I sounded and all that at that age. Like, so it's a trial and error thing, baby, and you're just gonna grow into it, and that's it. But again, look at the paradigm shift that just happened when you went from what you thought your generation or you was supposed to be doing by attacking and insulting everyone, and then you chilled out and look, and everyone is like, they want to put you under their wing, they want to help you, you can be open and honest. You don't have to conform to what the rest of the people in their generation are doing.
I remember when I was 21, I was looking for snatch. Fuck yeah.
But you know what? They did to us what they did to them. They're purging this new generation, they're what they're doing to Gen Z, and what they have done to Gen Z is they're charging them politically on every front, whether it's from the gender front, from the political front, from the sexuality front, and that's what they're like hyper basing them off of.
Well, and let me just tell you that the reason why this generation's so fucked is that they end up believing whatever they're reading or whatever they're listening to, and it all depends on the source that they're listening to and all this stuff, and and so there's a little bit of brainwashing and all that shit that comes into play, and
a bit.
In the quick satisfaction of it, gratification of it, it's immediate satisfaction. Fuck Trump. You're like, yeah. And then you start being like, why fuck Trump? It's like, well,
I mean, I got less reasons.
He's a dictator. Yeah. Why is he?
I remember on Jesse Waters, they were, everybody was saying fascist and fascist and fascist this and fascist that. Well, they were asking him, well, do you know what fascist even means? And they're like, and so that's really the level of, stupidity that this new generation is, and it's just like, what the fuck,
I agree with you, Wyatt. And I mean, I'd like someone to hear. I mean, do you know the difference between a Marxist and a communist?
No.
A lot of people get labeled that all the time.
What's a Marxist?
I'm just asking.
I'm asking too. I have no idea.
This is the room that should know.
The room that should. Here's another issue. I don't know.
No one's gonna tell me what the fuck a Marxist is.
Right. I don't know if you just said that. The room that should know, but you should know. What you probably. So what is the difference in your opinion between?
I'm asking.
Right. So here's the problem.
And a socialist.
No one wants
to be thrown around all the time.
Okay.
I think Jack wants to answer it. Jack, do you want to answer it?
Yeah, sure. Too late. Someone would have already Googled it.
Hold on.
To run that shit on my
Hold on. Go ahead, Jack. You want to go?
Yeah, well, I mean, Marx was just an author of, an ideology which is implemented in different countries. So communism is like, there's communism in China, there's communism in Vietnam and Russia. And then Marx just wrote about, one way of running it, which is evidently not what they did in Russia or whatever, because he was like Christian and stuff, and that was a very not Christian.
Come on, man.
Marx. They weren't Christian in Russia, so that's why I'm pointing out the differences. Is like, the movement in Russia was started by the Bolsheviks, which were like largely Jewish, and then in China, they're Maoist. So they're supported by, ideologies which were not necessarily Marx, but were more so like Lenin, Trotsky. These people sort of came after and implemented different ideas. But I mean, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but like, there's, a lot of people who died throughout, based on these different ideas. But one thing to note is that, none of them were inherently Christian, even though Marx was. But
Marxism is pretty much the same as communism, right? It's just a slower transition into it.
Well, someone brought up Jesse Waters, and they want to call different things Marxist, or is it socialist, or communist.
The goal of Marxism, listen, the end goal of them is communism. They just do it slowly. So it goes through transitions.
Yeah, I'm not.
It sounds interchangeably on some of these channels.
Well, I mean, socialism.
Like people like to throw that out there. I mean, if.
But Gringo, let me ask a question. Does it not compel you to do your own research when someone is saying these things as it pertains, I'm assuming you're an American that lives in the United States. So as it pertains to threatening the republic, or what you would call a democracy, does it not compel you to do your own research, or you just got to room to listen to what they have to say?
I'm just listening to what people have to say.
Okay.
Because it really doesn't matter. It really matters about what. It really matters, actually, existentially, in political thought, what people think that those terms. I'm not in some ivory white tower at some university that wants to get into the academic bullshit. Okay.
These terms have real manifestations and ramifications for a republic, right? So they're very dangerous, right? They're not just words, right?
Yeah, here's one just thing is like just the, I guess, etymology of communism. It's coined by French philosopher Etienne Cadet in 1840, popularized by Karl Marx. So Karl Marx didn't invent it. It was a French guy in 1840, and it's a utopian society based on collective ownership, no private property. So it's inherently utopian. It cannot exist. Property cannot be eliminated. It is always implemented as socialism. Socialism is the implementation of communism. And then socialism is coined by French philosopher Pierre Leroux in 1832, popularized by Karl Marx. Collective ownership.
All right. We get it.
No,
and
they
already understood that. But when Jesse Waters or someone from OAN or one of those channels goes around
from the
diner in Des Moines, Iowa, and does some man on the street interviews, and what do you not like about whatever party? Well, they're Marxist. What do you not like about Biden? Well, I'm waiting for someone to say Stalinist on this administration, but things around these different terms around, and it's.
I mean, it's like an actual communist if they think Stalin did correct things. Most will never defend Stalin, even though he was actually the only one that actually tried it.
Do you think he was shittier than Hitler?
You're laughing, but here's where you would have to start.
Do you think he's shittier than Hitler?
Hold on.
Than Hillary?
Hold on. Your talking points.
No, Hillary.
Your talking points are dumb.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you would have to start with reading the Constitution and reading the foundational documents that created our republic, right? Start there, and then begin to listen to anything that is obtuse to that. So you're starting from a place of zero knowledge. You're just being programmed with whatever they've told you, and you're in a patronizing way, like you're laughing at, oh, this person is saying this is Marxist and this is communist. Well, you don't even understand the scope or the context of why those terms are even being used, because you don't even understand the premise of the original document.
I mean, I'd love to go back to
No, you don't have to love to shit. It's people like you that are going to make God-fearing people of the Republic of the United States like us get lined up for concentration camps, right? And guess what? I'm going to be pushing you forward.
Yeah, like crabs in a bucket type stuff, but like...
No, it's not crabs in a bucket. You guys don't give a fuck about preserving the Republic. Read about your founding fathers and what they said about preserving a democracy.
Yeah, if you...
Yeah, you have no idea.
You have a republic if you could keep it, that type of stuff.
Well, you're guilty of Jack. Are you a socialist or something? What's going on?
Well, I'm not a socialist. I don't know, but I would say that there's probably. I'm like extremely libertarian, but whatever. That doesn't seem to matter.
All right, libertarian. So like classical libertarian, or are we talking like right-leaning libertarian, like Ron Paul libertarian, or what?
Yeah, you're closer to Ron Paul libertarian, but if you're gonna like actually represent my views, I would say like abolish taxes.
Okay. So, Key, what do you think libertarianism, like Ron Paul libertarianism, isn't?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even know. I just know that there's a globalist agenda, and then in this country, we're supposed to be a constitutional republic. So for anyone to question a communist manifesto when all we have to do is read through it and we understand that they've already achieved a lot of it, breaking up the nuclear family, getting your children into a public funded education system and outside of the house so they can indoctrinate them, right? I mean, we could check mark all of the points. We could go through whatever her name is that wrote the charter. Alice Bailey. We could do all of this shit.
Well, I mean,
let's not act like it doesn't exist.
That started during the Cold War. I mean, like they literally.
I when it started. Let's not act like it doesn't exist.
Well, this is important. Like, I mean, in the Cold War, they literally said that we have to accept a totalitarian state at home in order to defeat the totalitarian state abroad, and that just never changed once we defeated the USSR.
Wars. What do you believe about that? Right?
What?
Who funded both sides of the wars?
I don't know,
was
banks.
It not the same bank?
Banks, probably. I mean,
same
there
bank.
was what?
Same bank.
Sorry, I missed that.
The same bank.
The same bank. I mean, I think there's probably multiple banks, but the one thing you might not know, for example, is like the Russians, for example, they actually, I think it was this. I don't know if this was under the Tsar. Yeah, I guess it was in 1850. They actually sent, during the U.S. Civil War, a ship over to defend the port of Los Angeles, or maybe it was San Francisco, because they were worried that the British at that time were going to, possibly take advantage of the U.S.'s position then in order to take over a portion of it. Because at the time, the Russians were not very friendly with the British because the British made a whole lot of deals in order to reduce. Anyway, they didn't like the British, but that was I guess the reason was because it escapes me, but it's something to do with trade and anyway.
So where did you and Key disagree?
Oh well, I don't know. I think she thought I was a socialist, but
Ringo. Did you get that impression, Jack?
Probably we got mixed up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you were talking Ringo, and now Jack, you got mixed up with him, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I could still defend, I guess, a socialist position in certain states.
Fundamentally, I disagree with you guys. Period. But I don't think we had an overt disagreement.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually, you know what? That was good. That was good because I didn't know the difference between Marxist and communism. So that's good. I actually looked it up. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat helpful, I guess. But I think mostly in the U.S., it's probably not really. It doesn't translate very well because it's fundamentally requires this sort of top-down form of government, which is why I guess that's why I brought up the Cold War, because the closest the U.S. has gotten to becoming communist is, being that level of authoritarian. And
you always say this as socialist flavors around here, though, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, each state, New York has more socialism than.
Yeah. See New York right now with the new mayor guy, right? I mean, that's It doesn't get much closer to that.
How do they have everyone fooled like this when the book The Creature of Jekyll Island, which literally, it basically deposes, it shows you what the Federal Reserve is built off of and who's running this country based on who's running the Fed and the central bank. And literally, we're having these conversations that was 15, 18, and we're having these conversations a century later, and we still are not able to pinpoint the culprit. This is insanity.
Well, I mean, it kind of, just the internal politics of the U.S. change every, 75 years. So, the problem probably started during Andrew Jackson, and then, that
Jackson
turned
tried
into...
to put it back on the gold standard. They
Yeah,
kicked it
but
off
failed.
right after he got out of office, right?
Yeah, and you know, I don't think it's as simple as just saying, you know, because obviously, you know, in the Constitution, the U.S. shouldn't even have, you know, currency. They can, you know, like coin, gold, and silver. But obviously, this isn't the way it turned out, and that's for a number of reasons. You know, mostly just the lack of any real governance from individuals to do things. I mean, like, you know, the Constitution and all that wasn't written in order to be a democracy. It doesn't even matter. You know, I mean, like, what it ends up being now is just that there's states, and those states, like, if you look at individually, like, what state governments do, like, they're all their legislatures are primarily Republican, but it doesn't matter. Even though the governors of some states are Republican and the majority of their legislature are Republican, they can't really do anything. Like, you know, Pennsylvania, they control the exports of, like, raw milk into separate states, you know, just randomly, where there's just such a disconnect between the laws that, for example, you can have at a federal level, and then how that interacts with, you know, one state talking with another state, where you have, like, oh, Pennsylvania says raw milk is illegal. They're, you know, the state next to them says it's not. And then so is it illegal to, like, transfer it over the state line. People just ended up giving up because they said it was too complicated and they just followed federal regulations. But the point I'm making is that if anything were to change, it would require the state legislatures to actually be anything other than just a joke, which is basically what they are now.
So I'm curious, White, if you could you share with us, like, the differences that you found between Marxism and communism? Because I'm not really sure I'd be able to identify it myself.
Yeah,
Marxism.
Let me hang on. I got ChatGPT. Hang on a second. Let me pull it up real quick. It's really a short. Okay, so
I posted
Marxist.
Oh, you want to read it? I posted a link in the chat. I'll repost the link. Let's go ahead, White.
So Marxist says follows the theories of Karl Marx, especially regarding class struggle, capitalism, and historical materialism. Not all Marxists believe in or advocate for a communist society right now. They may support socialism or gradual reform. Communists believe in the abolition of private property and the eventual establishment of a classless, stateless society. All communists are influenced by Marx, but not all Marxists are communists. So basically the summary is Marxist is the follower of the Marxist theory, and communist is believer in a classless, stateless society, often based upon Marxist ideas. Very, very simple to the point.
So is it I'm still struggling. So
okay.
So Marxism, I thought, like, when you read, like, the manifesto, it talks about, so all Marxists are communists, or no? Because that's what it seemed interesting, because what I thought, I remember that, like, when I was reading it, the manifesto, there's, like, all of these different stages on what's going to happen before the final state of communism.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I mean, communism is just like, it's like a utopian vision. So it's basically any ism that is related to communism is just how you get to communism. So Marxism is how he imagines you get to communism.
Oh shit!
And there's
so Marxist is like a violent theory, right? Because this is the only difference. Because I remember what he just said. He's like a classless, stateless. So if it's stateless, I would assume there's no centralized authority. So then you'd assume that everybody was doing this. It's like a voluntary understanding of how people are living, and they're doing it just a peaceful coexistence.
Yeah, right? That's the utopian idea. And then Marx is like how he wrote about the way in which it would actually occur are some of the writings that people read the least, because it's all just like math formulas that people like don't really care about and ignore, and like kind of aren't really relevant to anything you do. Is just like writing down math for like how many hot dogs they produce and like how that would feed people and stuff like that, and it just nobody cares. So then they, so in general, like people, it's just not even.
Yeah, I remember it was violent. It sounded like it was all admitted in the minutes. I was like, holy shit! People read this and they think that this is like, want to go through with this. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, the only distinction really worth making is that there's socialism, there's communism. Socialism is the practical way in which communism
socialism
runs. Political army, yeah, sure, yeah, in the sense that like communism is like, utopian, so it can't be achieved, and then it ends up just at socialism.
But to make any of this work, you have to have dynamic leaders, right?
Thank you, Matt.
To be able to push it forward, I think, because anybody can come up with any kind of weird idea and see what they could do with it, but it takes someone to actually know it, to actually push it out there with their charisma or whatever it might be. Would you agree with that, Jack, or no?
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody. None of these ideas exist in a vacuum. People have to champion them. I mean, and the history of like who was supporting Marx and all that. There's like a lot of people who are like writing about how he was sort of this failed industrialist. He was just an academic. He was supported by all these other like kind of like rich tycoons at the time, and all their idea, like all of their incentives for why they were funding him differ, but typically they they're just, it gets into the weeds, but it ends up being the case that almost nobody who promotes socialism or communism they usually want something else, but then they just say communism and socialism. Like the Nazis, they didn't really care about socialism, but they still called themselves socialists because it's a way in which you can kind of just say that anything you do is headed in the direction of like communism or at least some like utopian vision.
Yeah, like group think of sorts, yeah.
So yeah, it's just a way to like do that. I mean, in America though, what communism is a very different thing than, so this is like it's very helpful to know the history, I guess, of communism in America, because it was not always viewed as a bad thing, up until we went to, World War II and such. And even after that, all the previous Trotskyites and these communists in the U.S., they just changed and they were renamed the neoconservatives. So neoconservative is just a label put on about 100 or so people in the 1950s or so who changed parties essentially from like Democrats to Republicans at the time, and they kind of aligned with the war machine as opposed to the banks and sort of these more like blue blood people, because those people didn't want anything to do with these sort of like former communists. So then they kind of like formed a party that were allied with the defense contractors at the time, and so then they were kind of like they became think tanks, and they kind of rationalized all the future wars that the U.S. would be entering into and funding. And there's an interview, I guess, just recently with Tucker Carlson on he was interviewing Scott Gordon, and they were talking about the history of Iran and Israel, but they went into it, into some of the history of communism, and it's a long podcast, so I get people to watch it, but they do talk about how there's this new neoconservative party who formed, and how a lot of the foreign policy that was created after were as a result of these people who their main goal was, in order to justify the defense contractors getting paid, and then at the same time to essentially benefit countries other than the U.S. So like they all kind of had their own weird, because they were all former communists, so they still wanted to, have this sort of like communist.
Yeah, those moments.
Yeah.
Real quick, Abby, are you there?
Yes, I just got back in the room.
Oh, great. I had a question. And this is going to be like probably a really dumb question, but I don't even know what kind of form of government Israel is. Like, is it?
It's a democracy.
Is it? So at the end of the day, it's a democracy, right?
It's a proportional representation.
There we go. Okay.
Theocratic also.
So
yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like, I don't even know what that was.
So it's proportional representation, the same kind of party system that you have in like France and, multi-parties.
Yeah, they make the distinction
It's
if you're Jewish.
democracy. But if you hold on. But it's two branches of government because the prime minister comes from the legislature as opposed to the three branches. And the country's made up in the multi-party system. Obviously, there's left wing, right wing. There's the Arab party, the Druze. The different minorities that live there have parties, and then the different Sephardic Jews, religious, secular. It was when it was the Labor government, so that changed, and it was Labor from 1948 to 1977. 77, the minority party, which was Menachem Begin's party, took over. That's Likud, it was Chevut, but now we know it as Likud, which is Netanyahu's party. But when the Labor Party was in, it's interesting you're talking about communism because Labor is a very socialist. So all of what we know as the kibbutzes really developed during that time, like heavily developed, and they are a form of socialism, a kibbutz. It's like if you break down the definition of socialism, that would be the lifestyle in the kibbutz. But that's not the party in power now. It was originally. Hope that answers.
Duh.
I should have known that.
How are my favorite people on Clubhouse?
Oh,
Hey,
Ann Hero. Hello, Ann.
Hey, man.
I just pinged Joe. I don't know if he's out there, but he would appreciate this conversation.
I can message him.
This conversation has made me more capitalist.
So it's also interesting the remnants of when you have a labor government or you have a socialist government, and then you switch over and trying to get rid of some of the infrastructure that they built has been a struggle, a big struggle within that country. And when you see this stuff about the court reform, things like that, a lot of it comes out of this machine that was built during the time when it was a more socialist. And just to dismantle it. But as the country changed and it became, obviously the tech and the businesses took over, and the GDP was affected so much by these great developments that they have. The socialist model didn't fit, and it doesn't fit for the country. But they have like big labor unions, things like that, socialized medicine, and that all happened under the old regime. Something to think about in a country when you switch over from left to right and just dismantling what systems are put in place. That makes any sense.
Yeah, sure does. Appreciate that breakdown. I didn't expect all that. Thank you, Abby. Jack, be sure to cash in your pink ticket I see you have there, if you don't mind. You'd be a good addition to this house.
What did I miss? I went to see fireworks at the casino.
Well, we had the usual, chaos that we always do for about 3 hours. And then we transition into these kind of wonderful discussions.
What kind of transition?
Let's just say Pepe was giving a certain lady, commands. Let's put it that way. I'll put it like that. It was quite interesting and quite repulsive, actually.
Really? Even for Pepe?
Yeah, even for me. I have a tolerance. Yeah, come on now.
No, I know we do have standard boundaries.
I know, I got boundaries, right, Sarah? Come on.
And I wasn't on the app. I was in the room, but I wasn't on my phone. And then I come and pick up my phone, and I'm like, what do I do right now? Like, I didn't know if I should interrupt them. Everybody's laughing. I'm like, it was pretty bad though. But I had like beef from people messaging me that why did I not stop it? Whatever.
Wait, was he yelling at the girl?
Well, he was like just being Pepe with a lot of stuff, but people were laughing. Like nobody, like when he does that little trolling thing.
Yes.
So he was like saying things, and then there were a couple guys. They were talking back, and I thought it was funny though, and they were laughing. Like, him and some black guys are laughing and saying things, and I'm like, why should I get involved? Whatever, I wasn't there.
I actually have. Sorry.
But I got criticized in back channel, so.
Yeah, we got in trouble for that. But Beam, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, happy 4th of July, and I'm assuming you have a submission you want to make.
Happy 4th. Yeah, do you know what? Only if Abby permits. Abby, could I harass you quickly on a particular question about law?
Oh boy.
I'll give you the question, and you could decline if you don't want to. It's the idea of innocent until proven guilty. If somebody receives a not guilty verdict or is acquitted on not guilty, does this mean that they're innocent, or does it just mean that they're not guilty?
I would take the position that means that they're innocent. We had that with OJ, even though the whole country thought he was guilty, but he left an innocent man, and that's our presumption, that if you don't meet the burden of proof in a courtroom, and someone is acquitted and found not guilty, then in fact they're innocent, and the taint of guilt should not follow them. I don't see how you would make the distinction. We're all then not guilty of lots of crimes. I just, once you're acquitted, and you can't be tried again, by the way. We have that rule in the United States of double jeopardy. So you're barred from, once you're found not guilty, to be charged again. So that would be my interpretation. I don't know if you have another lawyer on here that would think differently, but it's our presumption of innocence. Do you feel it's different? Wait, Ben is a lawyer. I don't know if he wants me to chime.
I thought it was an interesting question. Actually, I never thought of it that way.
Did you ever think of it like how?
No.
Do you see it differently than?
Yeah, that's why I came up. I was enjoying the discussion, but let me try to offer a sort of a different angle to see if that makes sense, just to add hopefully interesting angle in this July 4th time. I think legally, because the prosecutor has the burden to prove, and the initial position, the defendant would be innocent until proven guilty. So it takes some proactive action on the part of the prosecutor to show guilt, to prove guilty beyond reasonable doubt in a criminal case. So I would say if somebody is acquitted of the crime, then legally, yes, it's not guilty, which is equivalent to innocent. But I think logically, for a layperson, you can think of this as not guilty, but not innocent. The reason being because the law does not allow the prosecutor to try it another time, the double jeopardy thing. But in reality, if somehow the law changed or something, another prosecutor could use different set of evidence. In fact, maybe another jury could actually give a different verdict with the same facts, if you will. But again, obviously, that's just logic. That's not reality, right? Because the law does not allow us to, the law and prosecutor to do that. But I think to think about this in a layman's perspective, it's probably, for me, it's more accurate that it's not guilty but not innocent. Again, meaning this person may not be innocent. He may have committed.
How do you argue
Thanks
that?
for clearing that up, Ben.
Yeah, geez, Ben. I mean, I just there's no legal logic, because if someone didn't meet their burden, then someone is not guilty. I mean, that's just the answer. They're still innocent.
That's why there's always a big talk about what they're getting charged for, because they don't want to overcharge them that they can't prove. Then they have to charge them rights to prove. Yeah, it's. I think the OJ example was perfect, Abby.
Yeah, but the OJ, and it's irony for me, because my girlfriend was the judge that put him away here in Nevada for a crazy crime, stealing his own memorabilia. But as much as the perception was that he had guilt, and that, if someone gets off on a technicality, or, that one was the gloves or whatever, the doubt was there, and there was enough doubt that he got acquitted. But we have to treat him as innocent, as same as any other person that didn't get he's not convicted.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's how you have to look at it.
Juries, don't convict guilty people all the time. Like, it's just a part of the system of, you have to make it such that nobody has what are you doing, Jack? Yeah. Sorry. What was it?
That's right.
Don't interrupt, Jack. Go ahead, Jack. Gillis, you can get it after Jack. You want to finish, Jack?
Finish, yeah, sure. Just saying that, having a judge or a court being determined by a jury is a very different sort of way of coming to the truth than, I suppose, just making your own sort of analysis of it.
But our Fifth Amendment gives us protection against double jeopardy. I mean, this is not just something, buried somewhere in the law. It's in the Fifth Amendment. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that, people commit
innocence.
I mean, I think most of the time it just ends up being, what do DAs want to actually prosecute? Because there's too many laws that people break all the time that anybody could be convicted of basically anything at any time. I mean, there's some precedents as to, why they wouldn't want to actively pursue people that, because the jury might not convict them, and oftentimes will just view them as trying to convict them of some, ridiculous crime that they'll immediately sort of nullify. But yeah, I guess in terms of double jeopardy, I don't really even view that as being, enforced all that much if you can just sort of convict them on a bunch of other crimes that are sort of like tangential. They just call it wire fraud just because they crossed the state line, and just like, there's a lot of grab bags and stuff. And not to say that it's like totally useless or anything, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like double jeopardy and stuff like that were more so important back when sort of there were a lot less law.
Well, I don't agree with you on that.
Yeah, you're being so liberal right now.
Yeah, I think it's used, as well as collateral estoppel comes into play. I mean, I'm not going to get technical because we could go down a legal rabbit hole, but I absolutely believe it's used, and it's used when prosecutors try to sometimes come in with a related crime and claiming that it's not the same one, but it is used as a defense.
Sure. It's I mean, a lot of things get used as a defense that are sort of like last-ditch efforts.
I would call it that.
Maybe not. I'm not an expert on this. I'm just.
Good night. May I participate?
What's up, my niggas?
May I participate?
Yeah. I just wanted to say.
Pedro was your first vote for Pedro.
Just hold up 1 second, Gilda. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, he just beat you a little bit there. Pedro, go ahead, and then Gilda.
No, and then I'll go after Pedro. Then
Well, you don't make that decision.
Yeah, you'll just be quiet down there for a little bit. Thanks, buddy. Go ahead, man.
Sorry, my nigga.
Good. Thank you very much. First, I'm going to apologize because my English is not very well. First, I'm going to explain what is the meanings of communism. Why I'm going to explain, because I live in Caracas, Venezuela, so all the people know. So we live with a dictatorship. Nicolas Maduro, he's agreed with the many presidents, communists, for example, the president of Iran, the president of Russia, Putin, and president of China, and Cuba too. We have a very difficult, a very bad position in this moment. We have hyperinflation and devaluation every day. We have the money, the official money is the Bolivar coin, but we have to pay all we have to pay in dollars. If you want to buy a hot dog, you have to pay $1.50 or $2, for example. We have a big reserve of oil, but we don't have gas. Imagine, we don't have gas. If you want to go to the gas station, you have to sleep inside in your car 1 day to put gas in your car. Imagine, you see the old people inside the car waiting 24 hours to put oil. Gas in the car. You see the children in the street eating in the garbage. You see the children working it's very sad. So the children go alone in the street, and they don't go at the school. We have more than 20 years with this dictatorship, and we don't have American Marines intervention here. We need an intervention here in Venezuela. We have my mother worked at the hospital, like psychology, clinic psychology. So she got a shift degree, the most great. She can't buy the insulin at the pharmacy because she doesn't have enough money to buy the insulin. Because she's diabetic. Imagine the situation we have. We are living in my country. If somebody are here in this room and can denunciate me, and I can go to the jail right now. Imagine. So because the radio and the TV Josh, I'm waiting your answer.
Yeah, there are sanctions on Venezuela, right? Just like Cuba.
Y'all got hot dogs?
Yes, I'm sure they do. But my understanding is that the sanctions being put on Venezuela are fairly difficult to deal with because just like Cuba has pretty strong sanctions on it, which prevent them from getting, like bottled water and stuff like that for drinking and things like that. So I've heard people being, pretty against placing sanctions on these countries for humanitarian reasons, because I think that if you remove them, they probably have a much higher standard of living after the fact. And then, because I basically view any intervention as being sort of like off the table. I mean, like doing anything in the Americas has sort of already been done, like, in Iran-Contra and stuff like that. And it just, it sort of makes things worse, usually. I think that, South American politics are very seemingly like internal between their countries. I don't know. Yeah.
Thanks, Jack. Pedro, thank you for that submission.
Hey Pedro,
Go ahead, White. Yeah.
one thing real quick. How much is insulin in Venezuela?
The issue is, sorry, I don't understand the word.
How much does it cost?
The cost of?
Insulin.
And that comes to your
for diabetes.
$30.
Wow, $30.
I know, it seems like nothing. It's like,
No,
that's
but
what we all
it's
have for lunch.
expensive for them though.
I know.
Like $30 in Iran's money. $30 is like
A lot of money.
Yeah, it's like 1 month of a higher than average income of someone for a whole month.
Crazy. Gildas, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just a really quick comment. I was on the app earlier today, and then I cooked for the family and took a long nap and woke up. This may be more of a lighthearted approach to things, and I'm very interested in what you guys are speaking about now. But I just wanted to say, and I wanted to ask you, Matt, does it seem like the 4th of July festivities seem to be a bit more subdued this year? Like, usually the sky is lit up. And, at this time, like, this is when everybody goes off. I hear a few out in Adelanto, but, man, it seems like everybody's kind of staying home with the fireworks.
I think you're onto something just real quick, because I actually just happened to be along a webcam just checking out some of the strands on the beaches, around LA, and they look like they were empty to me. Maybe there's someone here that was literally there, but I think you're onto something. I think it was a lot less subdued. My fireworks were short, quick. That's really rare. Like the grand finale was the whole thing. That was it.
Yeah. I heard that it had something to do with. I'm in Southern California in San Bernardino County.
Because I spoke to the water. It's very loud, and they're still going.
Okay.
I sent you a video, Matt. You saw how much traffic it was.
No, I know. But
even here, even last year, it was going up. Like, the sky was lighting up. I bring my dogs a little closer just so they know what's going on. They're cool with it now, but they were puppies last year and the year before. But I mean, dude, I don't see any like Disneyland fireworks on the horizon like I always do. And I heard
they made it illegal from this year.
It's always kind of been illegal, but I think the sheriff of San Bernardino County was like, "Yo, it's a $500 reward if you report on people." So I'm waiting up to get my $500.
You were busy tonight, were you, Gildas?
Yeah, I'm like, yo, if I see one, because we live in fire country. And I'm like, yo, if you light my yard on fire, yeah, I'm calling in.
For real. For real.
I've done my fire mitigation, man. My lawn is clean, so don't play with me. But yeah, man, it seems a lot more subdued this year. I'm sorry, go ahead, Abby.
Gildas, I was saying earlier, I asked everyone if they felt comfortable going to the parade or going to the events because there's so many warnings that have come out. And because of incidents with people gathering, I was at one at a casino here, and usually it's a lot more people out on the streets when they have it, and it was definitely less. Definitely less. I mean, for me, and I had fears just in being in a big gathering. I mean, I was in a big gathering in a place where there's a lot of security, so I felt like I was in a safe place. But I think around the country, people had some anxiety about going out.
Okay, so that was the question I was trying to get at. Is this because of Iran, or is this because of like the ice raids?
I think it's Iran. I mean, there's a lot of warnings that were coming out about lone actors, lone wolves coming, and that was the FBI warnings and DHS warnings. I don't think I mean, I don't know. It matters what part of the country you are if they're going to worry about ICE. But
I thought it was ICE out here in Southern California because I know these gangsters out here are not afraid of no Iranians. But okay, I just saw something on the horizon here, but it's definitely a lot more subdued either way it goes. I don't know if it's ICE or Iran, but it's subdued this year.
Yeah, it's definitely ICE has had a major impact. So Latinos in general are hesitant to go out to public events. ICE is not just going to go start raiding gas stations because it's a waste of their time, right? Like they have to be budget efficient. They want to go after places where they can catch like 10 or 15 people at one time. They're not going to have to. So public gatherings are ideal for that. Soccer matches, we've seen like the soccer matches, attendances have been down significantly over the summer.
Wow. Yeah.
And it's like the recent Club World Cup that's going on right now, saying like more than 1 million tickets unsold. Regardless of what people say, like white Americans, Black Americans, they're not going out to soccer or to stadiums to watch soccer matches. They're not paying money for it. It's mainly the Latinos, and we're seeing like millions of empty seats in these recent tournaments. Just recently, Mexico played a game in Texas where it was about 30-something thousand people showed up to the game, but it was like the lowest attendance for a Mexico game in the last 20 years in the U.S., right? More than 20 years. So yeah, it's definitely having an impact. But I was just wondering, like, so they have hiked the budget for ICE massively. It's like up to $170 billion over the next 4 years. I don't know if that's all exclusively for ICE. I think it's overall like Department of Homeland and Immigration. But as far as I know, at least $45 billion is going towards ICE. Like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? What?
Well, the one thing that I always, I guess I ask people is sort of, if you're not for open borders, then is it better to catch people right away or wait until they like start a family and sort of like have roots there? And I don't have an answer. I mean, it's not obvious at all. It certainly seems like the government has sort of incentivized people to sort of stay in that like weird middle ground of like you're kind of here legally and seeking asylum, but then also like they could just like deport you for any reason. So like that's definitely not a great idea and just sort of kicking the can down the road. So
I think you are right. Defunded a lot during the Biden administration, that some of this is catch up. What might seem like a lot might also be that the budget was pretty slim before.
I think it's always been relatively slim. It's been relatively slim. Like I think regardless, even before pre-Biden, generally speaking. So I do see like Mexicans are I didn't really appreciate the whole LA riot situation, like what went down over there. But yeah, for anyone who's grown up in America knows Mexicans contribute a lot to American society. They're very hardworking people, unlike certain other communities who prefer not to name. But Mexicans very hardworking.
Don't point me out, Jack, please.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not interested. No. I'm not gonna name call anyone, but the point is like Mexicans, like they are an important backbone of the economy. Like the way they work in restaurants, service, and agriculture. Like they do so much. They work so hard, and many of them, I'm not saying all, but like many of them, they're very honest people, right? Very genuine. And I have nothing against Mexicans. I would say like Muslims have no place in American society. Like maybe if ICE focus on like
bullshit.
No, violence tonight.
Yeah, let's not bullshit.
Well, radicalism, terrorism, child rape, these sort of things, they have no place in American society. And so if ICE was to devote more resources like Trump originally promised, he promised the Muslim ban, he enacted a partial Muslim ban. But, if he gave ICE the power. Exactly. So if he gave ICE the powers to really just focus on making America Muslim free, we don't need like more.
So why are you crying about it? What exactly is happening? Like, why are you crying about it?
No, just making a simple point.
Yeah, no, I would say that, there's, I guess, economic, immigration arguments, and there's like cultural immigration arguments. And I guess the cultural ones are sort of like not as simple, and there's more.
What argument? No green card, no stay. Is that an argument?
But no, I think he's just saying who you give a green card to.
Michael.
And the sort of, the policy.
Anybody who has a rightful, the right to be here, that goes through the port of entry. So like, what am I missing?
Well, I guess the thing that
shout out to the birthday of America. Right? We do things legally, right? We do things legally.
I wouldn't say that Americans do things legally.
And Jack, let me give you some numbers. I do want to talk about some numbers because, to be honest with you, I never looked up these numbers, and I recently did, and I'm like, of course, our government lies to us. Let's talk about California. I live in LA, okay? So in California, illegal immigrants, they have paid about $3 million in income tax. Okay, now illegal immigrants,
trillion.
They have spent. No. I'm talking about California in 1 year.
Right.
Please stop it, please. So they have paid close to $3 billion in taxes, and then the cost of the Medi-Cal for the illegals in California was about billion. So they had paid $3 billion in income tax, but then we've spent $9 billion on their Medi-Cal. Now they have paid $9 billion in tax, but a big portion of that is the sales tax. So if we invite tourists, to come to America, that's going to cover sales tax that comes from them. So what I'm trying to say is, like, the number of illegals in California, because we don't know the exact number, but from the numbers, about 50 to 70% of the illegals in California, they were on Medi-Cal. And to be qualified for Medi-Cal, your income has to be lower than $11,000 a year, which is nothing for here. That means they work 10 hours a week. So I have a big problem because math is math. Numbers are there. When people say they participate in the economy, then I want to know, how is it that 75% of them are working 10 hours a week? I know they're working more, but they're only paying tax for 10 hours a week. So they're not really participating in the economy. that's the part people have to understand. Is it going to be is our economy going to be like paralyzed if all of them leave at the same time? Of course it would, but we cannot like remove all illegals at the same time. So I don't know what is this argument that people are, having. And you know what? Frankly, since I've been looking at these numbers, it kind of makes sense to me why most of them didn't try to fix their paperwork. Everybody says, "Oh, attorney is expensive. This, that." My gardener owns 3. The gardener in my old place, he owned 3 houses in East LA. He owned 3 houses, and he was here illegally. You know what? Fixing the paperwork would have not be beneficial for them, because then they would have had to pay tax the way I pay tax and other people pay tax. So, I mean, these are the facts. You can't change the fact that 75% of illegals in California, they're on Medi-Cal. So only 25% are paying tax.
I mean, the economic, I guess, arguments for immigration are a lot more simplistic than I suppose the cultural ones. I mean, the economic arguments of Thomas Sowell's ideas on immigration were essentially that, just take nationalities and just, see how much they, basic stats like, how much, are they paying in taxes? How much are they taking in benefits? And then, you can evaluate each country separately. Like Japanese people, for instance, contribute a lot in taxes, don't take very many benefits. Okay, then have more immigration from Japan. Like Haitians, they take more in benefits than they pay in, on average, take more in benefits than they pay in taxes. So have less immigration from Haiti. But, what that ends up looking like is you have a lot of, immigration from just Mexico, and then not much from, Belize or something like that. It's just a very spotty type of thing, which is fine. The issue I think is just what do you do with people who are kind of already here illegally? Because there's a lot of people like that. Not any, too many to where the U.S. cannot deport them all, because in a very easy way at all, there's just too many people. So, it's kind of you have to, play where the puck is going, not necessarily where it is. And,
John, what is it with the Haitian, the Haiti thing? Because I'm curious. I was going over the text of the bill today, and there's one section, the alien Medicaid eligibility, where all the states will no longer, before this bill, the federal government paid states, and then for Medicaid services, and they could give them to immigrants, right? Illegal, undocumented, right? And so after the bill, now you have to, there's a strict set of criteria. So no longer no citizens. However, the people that are eligible, specifically, it says U.S. citizens, green card holders, Asian entrants, and certain Pacific Island migrants will qualify for the Medicaid that use it. So what is it with this Haiti thing?
Well, that particular provision is probably just because Haiti is in a sort of situation where people can probably very easily claim asylum from there. So they probably just want to make the distinction that if you're from Haiti, then you probably are assumed to be a legitimate asylum seeker, whereas 70% of most asylum cases or more are typically bogus. So
okay.
I would just guess.
So I guess now undocumented immigrants, DACA, the DACA recipients, asylum applicants, temporary protected status, students and workers on temporary visas, and even children of immigrants, they all will no longer be able to have access to Medicaid. So it shuts off federal Medicaid and CHIP for anyone who isn't a U.S. citizen other than what I've listed.
I will say that I actually don't think that will do a whole lot, because I view the primary issue as just being people going into hospitals and giving fake names. But, I don't know how you solve that. That's kind of a big issue.
I don't think it's through the hospitals though. The Medicaid is through Medicaid though. Like
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
I just think most of the costs. I mean, that like probably the Medicaid thing will help. Like I guess people from maybe not getting like consistent like prescription drugs or something like that. But a lot of the costs are typically just people going into like emergent, like IC, like emergency in the hospital because they just like have a cold or something like that, and so they just use it like because they don't have insurance or whatever, and so they just like go to the hospital, give a fake name, and then that's just a big issue.
Apply for Medicaid? I'm not sure if that works that way.
They don't apply for Medicaid. They just give a fake like that. They just go into the hospital.
Listen, so like if they gave a fake name, right? So let's say they gave a fake name to the hospital, and they, in some cases, the hospital like let you apply for Medicaid if you don't have insurance. So say apply for Medicaid, so you can apply for it to cover your bill, but it's not guaranteed. The Medicaid offering still has to go through the Medicaid office, but if the bill isn't. What?
My point is just it has nothing to do with Medicaid. Any like illegal immigrant can just go into any hospital.
You're saying that, okay, so what you're saying is the hospitals that take in and treat undocumented immigrants, those hospital bills are covered by Medicaid funds?
Yeah, I believe federal funds, but every hospital is under the same obligation to admit people who, like are presented to them with some sort of illness, under the auspices that it's like an emergency, which is almost, even if it's not, they still have to pretend it as if it is. So like you could go in with a cold or something like that, and then they have to evaluate you. And
no, yeah, I get all that. I'm just wondering what the money
yeah,
is.
federal funds, or state funds.
Federal funds, but what federal funds from Medicaid, or isn't that the problem why so many hospitals have been closing down, because they can't afford to cover the fees because they're covered, but they're covered. They're paid up front, but then later don't ever get paid, and then the business models are just collapsing because they can't fund them.
So I think I have different, like Medicaid I feel like is a separate thing, like because I feel like that is sort of like has a lot of issues apart from this, but I think the main issue ends up being that the hospitals are, from my understanding, funded through the states, and then if the states sort of need the money, the federal government gives them money, and that money which the federal government gives to a state.
Okay, so perfect. So if we go with that logic, then that's how this will be. That's how that's going to be played out. So if we go with what you're just saying, right? So now if you're you go into the hospital, you walk into the hospital, the only type of funds that are going to be covered for the hospital bills are going to be the ones where you're a U.S. citizen, period. So that's easy. So that works out, right? So if they're going through the bills, and if what you're saying is correct and your presumptions, right? Like, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure this is how it works, yeah.
Well, also the CHIP, which is the Children's Health Insurance Program, those are for the children. Well, not just for undocumented, but children who are undocumented. They won't be eligible for the federal CHIP coverage either. I think this is good for taxpayers. I'm not upset by it.
From what I understand, I think that it ends up being the case that the hospitals will just end up with a scenario in which they might not be funded, which has always been the case. I mean, there's not really any good solution, and so I just don't see it as being any good solution to this. Because
also there was a whole section in this bill earlier on. Hold on, let me see. It was like in the beginning of the bill. I could pull it up. It was specifically towards hospitals
the Protecting Rural Hospitals section, chapter 4, it looks like. And this is from the actual bill, section 71401. And basically, let's see what this does. So you're going to have now, before, it's called the Rural Health Transformation Program. So $50 billion over 5 years. And this is specifically to improve access to hospitals and care, keep rural hospitals open, expand rural services, improve health outcomes, use new tech specifically for hospitals, partner regionally, recruit health workers, improve cybersecurity and IT, restructure local health systems, fund mental health and addiction care, and all 50 states are eligible.
I mean, I would guess that that's them kind of just trying to signal to, you know, whatever rural constituents they might have that we're not going to let your hospitals close. We're going to let them close in like major cities or wherever where they sort of are impacted by this problem. I mean, every hospital is impacted by this problem.
And so the hospitals, it's going to include critical access hospitals, so community hospitals, low volume hospitals, rural emergency hospitals, rural health clinics, federally qualified health centers, community mental health centers, opioid treatment programs. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, I suppose that there's just I mean, I generally don't think that like Medicaid is suited to solve the issue of healthcare in general. I mean, healthcare I feel like is sort of like a problem it's an issue that's always been a problem since, forever basically. And I think that that's largely because of the rising price of like doctors. Like that is a large portion of the bills. And so people kind of point to, I suppose, like prescription drug prices, but those tend to be like lower percentage of the cost. So, you know, I would say it all started in sort of like the 50s or wherever, when they kind of did away with mutual aid societies and all these things that used to be like healthcare providers and doctors and all these things, because they instituted, you know, credentialing of doctors so that, you know, you had to go to medical school and all these, you know, which seems like, oh, it's obviously the right thing to do, you know, make it such that, you know, you have to have a degree to be a doctor, but it just has all these other consequences of, well, now healthcare is incredibly expensive and health insurance is incredibly expensive, and that's the primary cost of healthcare now is, you know, doctors, yeah, not necessarily prescription drugs, but.
This is Marshall, actually, Jack. Marshall, hey, good to see you. I'm curious. We were just talking about, we were going over like bits and pieces of the bill that was signed into law, and the big beautiful bill, and we were talking about how some of the undocumented people in the U.S. aren't going to be covered by this Medicaid, right, by the federal government anymore. Those funds aren't going to be able to be appropriated. So we're trying to figure out, do you know for hospitals, if like undocumented immigrants go in and get treated and those bills aren't paid, who ends up footing the bill for that? Do you know?
They're not covered under Medicaid. The hospital's fund has to cover the care.
That's what, okay.
They would have to eat it privately.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. Well, that solves that. Thank you, Marshall. We love our Marshall.
Glad I could help.
What do you think about the bill, Marshall? Do you have any issues with it? Or you... I was pretty...
I'm not really a fan of the SAC cuts. I
understand some of the Medicaid cuts because they need to slow its rate of growth. I'm a fan of my brother's section, which is called Title IV. It was done by the Commerce Committee, which is known as the Commerce, Transportation, and Science Committee. And within that, there were other things, but his specific work was NASA, the Coast Guard, and air traffic control systems. So they were able to appropriate $25 billion to remodernize the U.S. Navy, to modernize the U.S. Coast Guard. $15 million for air traffic control systems, so you can update every air traffic control, like major air traffic control hub in the country, and then $10 billion to NASA to plan and execute what's known as the Artemis missions, which is us going back to the moon. And budgetary figures, in particular when you use the rule of reconciliation of the Senate, have to be planned along 10-year increments. So every 10 years, their title was able to save about $43 billion, while being able to do all those things I just mentioned. But I'm not particularly a fan of the fact that it drives up the deficit so high. I'm not really a fan that drives up the debt. All driving up the debt does is make our interest higher on the debt. And, if we're not careful, it's going to go from number 2 spending position to number 1 spending position. And that'll be really concerning.
Wow, I'm looking at it. Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. So he did all of this?
I think he did more than half. I have to go through and read each piece, but luckily he's been here, so he can tell me about. He can tell me what it's about. But there's Title IV, and it should. One of the things it institutes is fees for private space companies on payloads in order to help save money. So it makes money for the revenue, makes money for the government to the tune of several $1 billion a year. But he wrote most of it, as I understand.
Wow.
So what was you said because it's a reconciliation bill, it has to be every 10 years that they're planning?
So the budget, reconciliation is a move in the Senate to deal with budget and tax bills. And they have to go to the Senate parliamentarian and get what's known as a Byrd bath, because Senator Robert Byrd had created what was known as the Byrd rule, which is that essentially stuff not germane to tax policy goes out the door. So you take the parliamentarian in the Senate, they deal with it. But yes, the U.S. CBO, Congressional Budgeting Office, and the Office of Management and Budget, they both plan in 10-year increments.
And does it change the amount of votes required for budgetary changes, or is it the same?
So using reconciliation drops it from 60 vote threshold to a simple majority threshold, which was why when it passed through the Senate, it was the vice president breaking the tie.
Okay, thanks. So I guess what has been passed using reconciliation in the past? Is it under, how often do they pass these?
The 2018 Tax and Jobs Act was passed under that. I think Biden's infrastructure plan was passed under that. Essentially anything tax bill related or anything that deals with the government raising money falls under that bucket.
Yeah, thanks.
Glad
So I guess most people just make a big deal about having a majority in Congress, and I guess is that in the House and the Senate, but how often does the majority actually matter? If you typically need 60 votes, I don't know. I suppose is that are there any other cases in which you only need a majority?
So in 2013, they got rid of the filibuster for lower court judges. These are district court judges. So that meant it was 51 vote. Under the Trump administration, we got rid of the filibuster for Supreme Court judges. So it only required a simple majority. And reconciliation is always required just a simple majority. And again, if it's social policy, it can't be passed. It's not germane to it's not germane to what they're doing.
And I guess what is the assumption that the filibuster will stop? I guess, is it just that because you can like circumvent it by just like waiting till they're done, right?
It's called invoking cloture when somebody's in the middle of the filibuster, and you have to have 60 votes to invoke cloture, which means the end of debate on the Senate floor. So the filibuster for legislation still requires 60 votes, but the rest of it does not. And reconciliation does not require that 60 vote majority. It only requires 51 votes. And it's always been that way in the Senate rules.
Okay, so but the legislation still requires the 60 votes.
Yes, it's still, well, the legislation itself, as it was taxing and spending, it was passed along reconciliation lines, which means it was in the Senate, and the Senate only had to take a majority poll because they were using reconciliation. Basically, you can think of reconciliation as a parliamentary maneuver to shrink down the threshold from 60 to 51 without having to completely change the Senate's way of operating.
Yeah, okay, sure. I suppose like why certain bills aren't sort of passed or like pushed through even regardless of the filibuster, because it seems that like people can only filibuster for so long. Like
No, the rules are that you filibuster as long as you can stand on the floor. So you start the filibuster process with an email to the Senate parliamentarian saying you're placing what's known as a hold on a bill. That bill then has to go down to the Senate and be read. And once they read it, if they take a vote, they can take a vote to not to vote on it, if I recall correctly. I'm getting into the more...
Sure.
Yeah, hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, yeah. I don't know. I guess I don't know who would be the guy to, stand there for 2 days or whatever and read the Bible or whatever.
Wait, yeah, who did that? Was that Marco Rubio? Who did that recently, like a couple years ago?
I think you're probably thinking of Marco.
Cory Booker.
Oh, no, you're thinking of Ted
Cory
Cruz.
Booker?
Yeah, Cory Booker did it.
No, Ted Cruz. Who did it?
Ted Cruz. No, they both did it. You got it right. Ted Cruz did the green eggs and ham thing, and Cory Booker just did his recently, last 3 months or whatever it was.
But I mean, I feel like these people, there is a limit. Like, they cannot do this forever. Like, if there was really something you want passed, it's got to be.
So, anything social policy related has to be passed with a 60 vote threshold. The Democratic Party has been talking about getting rid of the filibuster forever because apparently they say it's a racist vestige of the past. But when they're in the minority, they make great use of it. So they're kind of hypocritical in that count.
There was a really good movie. I'm going to say it's from the early 60s maybe, called Advise and Consent. It's about the Senate. It has thriller components and stuff to it, but they go in a lot in the movie about just how it operates and also about the filibuster. Forget who was in the movie.
You said Advise and Consent?
Advise and Consent, which is, what the Constitution says, that the Senate will advise and consent when it does approvals on judges and ambassadors, etc. With the advice. So anyway, that's the name of the movie. Wait, I'll tell you who was in it.
I would like to talk again. I apologize.
Hey, Pedro.
20 minutes ago, as a spike, he go inside in this room right now, a Spanish guy in my community, Spanish community, when I talk a lot, so I can talk again. So his name is Eduardo, and he went 20 minutes ago here. so I can continue to talk about my country, Venezuela. So I'm going to talk about the hospital here. I went to the hospital 3 weeks ago. The hospital, the doctor prescribed some medicine to put in my body, and I have to buy to the pharmacy because the hospital doesn't have medicine in all the that's happened in all the country. Imagine all the country, and we have the most high reserve of oil and gold in the world. Thank you very much.
Pedro, here's a question. Do they use a Tether by any chance? USDT?
I don't understand, sorry.
It's a cryptocurrency, Tether. It's a dollar-backed coin.
Digital money?
Yeah, I've heard that it's popular.
I spent $35 in medicine. I spent $35 in medicine.
You should look into Tether.
In for medicine, only for medicines. Only for medicine. And the nurse put me in the body, in the van, in my I don't remember the body, the veins, las venas. En mi vena.
Forgive me, Pedro, but could you clarify? Was that a concern for Venezuela? Like, are you upset because, or are you happy about it? Like, so you didn't get your medicine at the hospital, but you're able to get it at the pharmacy, and it's only $35. So my question is this upsetting, or are you happy about this?
No, I'm upset because it's very expensive.
Okay, and you're upset because the hospitals don't carry the medicines to give you? Is that what the...
5 years ago, the hospitals have had all the medicines, and you go to the hospital and you don't have any problem to receive the medicine. You got it? So now you if you have a pain in your stomach ache, or for example a headache, so you have to go to the doctor prescribe the medicine, and you have to go to the pharmacy to buy all the medicine, and back to the hospital to put the medicine. The nurse put in your body the medicine. You understand?
Yes. And yes, Joe.
La dinero con el nombre Tether. That's okay. Anyway, that's just one of my own interests, is sort of like where they use these stable coins in other countries when they have bad currencies. But it's a good way to do it. You're on something there, the Tether. But Joe, hello, evening, happy 4th.
Happy 4th of July, my friend. I just wanted to do a big old shout out to Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Let me tell you what a great day this is. Donald Trump just signed the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah.
This is the best for middle-class America that we could ask for.
Half the country agrees.
So that's right. That's all we need is half the country. So I just got back from all my 4th of July festivities. I'm feeling good right now. So just wanted to shout out to Jesus, and wish y'all happy 4th of July.
Amen. Can I shit on your parade or no? No, I won't. It's okay.
Go ahead,
I like you,
get it
Joe.
over with. Get it over with, shit all over.
I don't think you can right now, B-Mom.
Well, that makes me happy because I don't want that type of power. But what I was gonna say was the bill passed by like such a. I mean, I don't think there was a margin in the Senate. I mean, like, I think it was like 50-50 or something. 50. It had to have been like 50-50 or something like that. But I know that then was like 218 to 214. Like all Republicans in favor except 2, no Democrats. They were totally solid. But this is my question. On such an, I mean, like you're talking 218 to 214, this huge bill. If this didn't go in your favor, like if this was like some bill packed with the complete opposite of everything that's in the bill, like, I don't know, how can you be happy about that?
Oh, look, a lot of people want to poo-poo this and put it down. We lived through Joe Biden's Build Back America. We lived through Joe Biden's inflationary protection plan. You know, all that shit was a bunch of garbage and bullshit. We know it didn't work the way it was supposed to. Let's see. I'm just going to have to bet. I'm going to say this is going to work. It's going to generate the amount of income that this country needs. It's going to deport a bunch of illegals from here. And it's not everything. It's not 100% of what a fiscal conservative could ask for. But Donald Trump never sold it to me. I knew he wasn't a fiscal conservative. I'm going to say that. He never came out and said he was going to balance the budget. You know, I knew what I was getting when I voted for this man. I knew I was not getting a balanced budget with this man. So I'm going to put it. I wanted to say something.
No, I was just going to. I didn't know if you were done or not.
I'm always done. Always done for you, Abby.
Thank you. No. I was just going to remind, is it Bima that mentioned that like the Affordable Care Act, the Obamacare passed. I mean, that was a very slim margin as well. Yeah, I just looked it up, like 219 to 212. I mean, I'm in that some very major bills that have gone through our legislature have come down to, either the vice president, and I have to check how many times the vice president in our history has broken a tie, but they've been close bills on party lines.
Yeah, definitely. I remember protesting that bill. I was in D.C. protesting that bill with Mark Levin. We were taking the bill, the pages, throwing them everywhere, crazy. You guys know who Mark Levin is, right?
Mark Levin.
You're like one. Yeah. I knew I liked you, Matt.
Well, I know his wife too. She's a lawyer.
But wait, Ema, you actually were protesting that? I was surprised.
Yeah, no, I was a big political activist, but for a long time,
come back to me, Mom, and be Mom. Come back to our side. You're naturally conservative.
We could use some good old smart ammo like that, right, Joe? On our side, jeez.
I just kept going I just started, conservative, Republican. I went from Republican and then I became a conservative because of Mark Levin during the Tea Party. I used to go to the Tea Party protests back then. I mean, I know I'm dating myself. I'm old, guys. But do I say anything beautiful?
I Tea Party too. I was a Tea Party.
Yeah. The stadiums, it was crazy. Stadium, so we would go and bring our big signs and protest and do our little Tea Party gatherings all over the place. But yeah, I
I remember the Obamacare. We protested that bill. I've done a lot. Like I don't, I've been on.
What did you do with
TV.
Mark? Were you part of his? Did you work for him?
Mark, no. I just was a big fan, and we followed. Like we would just do things. But I followed Mark around. Like I would go to his stupid book signings and shit. Even the one for his dog. But no, I appreciated Mark. Because I felt he gave the the constitutional perspective, and I don't know. I just liked it better than Rush Limbaugh and Hannity because I'd listen to them, and I like Mark's stuff. It just gave me more things that I could really look at and understand, more than just the fluff and the emotion. Right, a lot of emotion from Rush and Hannity, and they would say the same things. But Mark gave me a little different flavor, so I appreciated it, and I liked his little, I'm going to give you, what was it? Is it 10 seconds on the liberal clock, Matt? I'm going to give you 10 seconds on the liberal clock. Go, right?
Yes, trade.
But yeah, so no, I just did a lot of protesting. I campaigned on a lot of campaigns, professional campaigns, all the way up to president. A lot of local and state.
What state
I was
were you?
on. I traveled, so I was all over the East Coast. I went as far as Kentucky. I was on Rand Paul's back in the day. I went to Kentucky. I was a little bit all over the place. Wherever they needed me, I would go, and wherever they would pay, they'd pay me because I'm really good. I'm a hard worker, and I love to win. And they leveraged that, so they knew that. My campaign streak for local elections, I lost one. That I worked on. So I had. Do you guys know Chuck Schumer?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
One time, I was at working with, I want to say his name was Carl Brabenek. There's too many at the time. Maybe it was Steve News. And it was a county election. And Schumer was there, and TV News, everybody was there. And I had helped prepped Steve and Carl, because I think it was Carl. I think it was Carl's. And afterwards, he comes up to me and he's just like, he goes, "How much are they paying you?" And I was just like, "Well, and he's like, "I'll double it. Come on over." And I'm like, No, thanks. He goes, "I'll triple it." And then he gave me his card. I'm like, no. He thought I could be bought out. I thought that was hilarious. Typical Schumer shenanigans.
So there's a part of this bill that's very problematic for me, and I haven't talked about it because I don't want to shit on the bill, but it's a big issue. And this came out of the Senate Finance Committee as they were putting it together. There's a gambling component that now disallows a one-for-one write-off on losses to wins for gamblers. So this is going to affect the entire sports betting industry, as well as this is not just professional gamblers. This is just regular gamblers. So because the threshold for jackpot is still based on the 1970s, they haven't raised it to today's numbers. So if you gather a bunch of jackpots, usually, just throw a number. If you have $1 million in jackpots, and if you're a slot player, that's not so far-fetched. You always could write off $1 million in losses, and most people, to have $1 million in jackpots, there's a good chance they have $2 million in losses. Now you can write off $900,000, so you have $100,000 that's income, and you'll have to pay, if you're a 30% bracket, $30,000 on that. And that's a significant effect on gamblers. It basically, for sports bettors, puts a big on their bet. So it's a problem.
Yeah, you have an issue with that, huh?
It's a huge issue. Our legislators, our Dems, we have one Republican in the whole state, didn't do anything with respect to it. And it's whether they can introduce a bill now to counter that, but it went through that way. So it's a big deal for here.
It's hard to please everybody.
Right,
I mean,
but that one, that snuck through. It wasn't in the first house.
I was going to say, how did you not see this coming or got wind of it?
No one saw it coming. It wasn't in the House bill. And then the head, I forget who it is, I have to look it up. Whoever's the chair of the Senate Finance Committee is anti-gambling. So got it in there. But it's just not Nevada. It's obviously Missouri, Mississippi, New Jersey, states where it's a major part of the revenue of the state. And this will put a damper on players for sure.
Tell me if I've misheard it. It changes it from a 1-to-1 on write-off of losses up to your full amount of your winnings. So if you were to break even on the year, you used to be able to write off 100%.
Exactly.
Now it's going to be the 90%.
Exactly.
It's not that bad.
It is that bad because the amount on a jackpot. I'm not even going to get into the sports betting part of it. The jackpot is $1,200 is reportable. They've tried to change that to current times, which should be about 6,000, 6,500, something like that. And it's an IRS set number of the 1,200. They haven't been able to change it to reflect what the value should be today. If they change it up to the 6,500, it will help quite a bit because that's a higher threshold to hit on a machine. But it's pretty easy to hit 1,200. So you add them all up, and now the negative is that they go towards your adjusted gross income. So you lose a lot of deductions with it, but people accept that. But now you're actually going to have to pay tax. So even if you lost more than you won, which is 80%, 90% of the people, that's the case. I mean, most lose more than they win. You still have to pay tax on that 10%, and you're paying 30%. So in my example of $1 million, you're out of pocket $30,000 for playing this, and that's a lot of money because you may not have actually earned it.
Is it enough to lose votes to the Democrats?
No, it's enough to damper play, and definitely with sports betting, if people now have that big. I don't think. I mean, again, if they can introduce legislation to change it, and that will be the push coming out of it, at least from here. But besides us, the casino industry, you have FanDuels and DraftKings. They were pushing hard to get rid of this, but they couldn't.
Yeah, I'm a fantasy football player. I do dynasty fantasy football. I'm pretty deep into it, actually. So I'm very familiar. I also knew about the change after it was introduced to the Senate bill because it's been discussed on fantasy football podcasts that I listen to. So, yep, I am aware everything Abby's saying is accurate and true. So
Abby's a doll. Did you guys see the part in the bill that what was it? I guess between 2025 and I want to say 2030. I don't remember now. But Trump is there's going to be a federal account open for every newborn, and $1,000 is going to be placed in it.
Yeah.
Isn't that so cool? I thought that was. Do you know, if I was still a statist, I'd be happy with that. That makes me happy. And up to $5,000, I guess you can put it in. And the projections, obviously, if things continue to look good for U.S. economy, they're like by 40,
you can have anywhere from like, I think it was like $60,000 or $70,000 all the way up to like $500,000. What, you know, because they do like Roth IRA type situation, so tax free and everything. I think that's so cool.
It used to be called what, a 529? The college savings accounts, kind of in that.
The government used to do those?
Yeah, the 520. I think it's called a 529. You would save for college. Yep.
But they didn't put any money in for you, right? They didn't.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So the seed money. That's okay. Cool. Yeah, I thought that that was pretty. I was excited about that, even though I'm not going to be a newborn. I'm excited for the newborn.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some things in this bill that we're not necessarily going to reap the benefit of. And like this building of the Golden Dome, I mean, how can you relate to it and say it's a good idea when I'm not getting rockets shot on me today? But in time, this could be one of the greatest achievements of American, innovation is installing a missile defense system for the country. And that could be something 20 years from now that we're all grateful of for President Trump doing. So it also, when you're dealing with a military industrial complex, you got to give them something to do. So building a defense system is a hell of a lot better than going to do another regime change in another country.
Plus, the defense system is easier to sell to Democrats. Ultimately, money going into not an offensive weapons, but defense is easier to sell.
For Democrats, they seem like they're the warmongers now after the Ukraine war.
Yeah.
Abby, I have another question for you. Listen, you can always tell me to shut the hell up and go to hell. Abby.
No, but everyone disagreed with me on that last one, Beeman. So.
Well, do you know what's so funny? I sway against what, but I think what you said was the popular position. And what's really confusing, because I've been like really studying it to try to figure it out, I think that there's such a fine line between like the epistemological innocence versus like innocent, and then I mean, even if we removed the epistemology, we just looked at legal, it's so because I mean, like you could kind of maybe apply like null hypothesis type situation. Like you can't prove someone's innocent, so it doesn't make sense. The best argument that I heard was if you start off, if your baseline innocent to proven guilty is a presumed innocence, and then you're not proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then that you refer back to that baseline of presumed innocence. But then I saw other things that suggest like I forget, it's like some federal U.S. versus Wyatt or Watts or something, I forget, but it's something along the lines of you can't, a not guilty verdict or an acquittal, it is not enough. You actually have to get like a certification of innocence, and like if that's the case, then I would think that alone would be enough to. But I really don't know the answer to that. I really don't know the answer to that. My other, go ahead.
Just tell you one thing is that presumptions are a legal standard. To presume something, for a court to presume something, it's similar to a stipulation, or when we take judicial notice. It's a presumption. It has a legal effect. It's just not a descriptive word. That's what I meant to say. So that presumption of innocence would weigh towards determining it as innocence. Anyway, go ahead.
No, yeah, I still haven't made up my mind on that. And then this one, I'm pretty sure I've made up my mind. But if the government, you might be able to see through. I'm going to use variables to not poison the well, just to see what you would think. And then if you're interested in what is, the actual situation, or you might know even. If the U.S., or do you think that it's unconstitutional, or if it's in the rights of the government when offering public contracts or offering government contracts to the public, whether it be a job or a contract to, mostly jobs, license, things like this, mostly jobs, to have them sign like a loyalty oath that they will not, let's say, protest a particular issue. Do you think that that's unconstitutional violation of First Amendment?
I mean, it's very common that they would sign something, whether it's an NDA, or they would sign a confidentiality order. I mean, that would be part and parcel with, you're talking about a public contract that goes through a bidding process, that kind of contract? Or you're talking about a hiring of somebody?
So I've seen it both. I saw an actual bid contract. A guy he won the bid. It was a $3,500 job, and then the other one, contract for his business, and then another one was like a private, like a teacher.
There's rules that govern federal employees and what they can do publicly. There's all kinds of rules. So that doesn't seem odd to me with respect to political actions. And by accepting the position in the federal government, you assume that you will give away some of those, what you call constitutional rights. And that's just assumed with the position. I forget what that's called, but that comes into my head. And then generally with jobs, you would have confidentiality orders and NDAs. So I don't see the constitutional aspect of it. I mean, you're talking about, because it would have to be the government hiring or the government contracting, not a private entity.
Right. Yeah, because private entity, I have no problem. You're going there voluntarily. You're going to sign that contract. They, that contract is either, I think they can do whatever you want. But if the government contracts, could they have you? Is it called in retrospect? No, not in retrospect. Not in hindsight. It's when you look forward. Like, how can they have you submit a loyalty to not protest an issue? I thought that was the whole point of the First Amendment.
Well, it is, but in terms of the employment, you may waive it. I said this in a room trying to explain this to people. I had some things are a privilege, not a right, and the job could be construed as a privilege. So you have to waive certain rights that you would by accepting the job. I had a key license, a very particular kind of license for a business, a hard license to get. And in the two states that I had it in, I have no Fourth Amendment rights with that license, meaning that the commission that oversees the license could come into my home at any time and do a search and seizure without a warrant, and I have no Fourth Amendment rights. I signed them away. And for that particular license, the safety of how secure the licensee is and what the licensee's behaviors are is so important that the governing board, the government's governing board of this, in order to keep the industry clean, has the right to do investigations, including search and seizure. And you just sign away that right in order to have that license. And I mean, this is firsthand happened. So, I mean, it's not that unusual to give up what seems logical to people to have the First Amendment, or in that case, it was a Fourth Amendment, right? Is that you following?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you with the industry, so it'll make sense to you. I'm in the casino industry, so to have a key license to be a top exec in the casino industry, a key employee, they have to keep that industry nice and clean, really clean. So they have to make sure you're not messing in places that could compromise the company and or do something with criminals, and there's all kind. I mean, I had restaurants I wasn't allowed to eat in, and all kinds of restrictions that were crazy. That were mob frequented, things like that. So they absolutely had the right to go in my house at any time, go in my safe, go through my things.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, but it was a privilege to have the license, a hard license to get. You had to disclose it, like how you spent your money for years, like going back to. I used to make a joke with my ex, like going back to his bar mitzvah money. Like it was ridiculous what you had to track, but it's a privileged license, and you give up those constitutional rights. So I don't know. In your case, what you're asking is the right to protest against the government when you're a government employee. Then I would think you'd waive that right. Because, there's people, if you're a federal judge, you can't be, on Facebook and social media. You can't be on social media. There's all kinds of restrictions. So that's your First Amendment rights to express yourself. You can't do it. It's ethical violation.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to swallow that, because I definitely see what you're saying, and if I apply to the first, I have to apply to the fourth. Stay consistent. Unless I want to fight to say that I think that the fourth is, even for them asking you to do that, is unconstitutional, but I can see how that protection and things. I don't know, maybe they're slightly different. That's something to think about.
I think it's the Hatch Act. I'm remembering about what a government employee can and can't say.
But the contract, you don't become a federal employee, or are you still contracted? Do you understand my question? Maybe.
Well, I'm saying if the right to restrict what people can say and do and protest under the Hatch Act, they can express opinions about political parties as long as it's not done in a partisan way, or when they're in the workplace in any any capacity. They can't do anything related to politics in the workplace. Like that's the Hatch Act. They can't make contributions, which is the First Amendment right. Oh, I think maybe I'm wrong on that. They can't make contributions. But they can't influence election outcomes. I mean, there's a whole list of them. I'm gonna cry, guys.
Yeah, I think me too. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Joe, Matt.
Good to hear you. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear you too.
Yeah, Matt too, but.
All right, man. Yeah, I gotta take care of some business anyways. Good to see you guys.
See you later.
Goodbye.
He was trying to explain Austrian economics to the room, and dude, that guy is one of the least intelligent human beings I've ever fucking bumped into. And what was funny, there was people in the room that were like back channeling me, go, no, he's highly educated. He's from Canada, and I'm like, first of all, what the fuck does Canada have to do with anything?
But it's from Jordan.
Don't you know it? Dude. Anyways, I was asking him about certain. He was going off about how like he's anti communism, and then I asked him. I go, what's the economic calculation problem? And he didn't know. And it's like the one surefire economic argument that you can make that make communists shit their pants. And like he doesn't know. Like he's just a dumb guy. Like Lou, it doesn't surprise me that he's your best.
No, I disagree.
You said he's your best friend? Tell Randy I said hi.
I will.
Beta.
Beta baby boy.
That's
Beta
right.
boy.
I love that soundbite. It's the best.
Has anyone talked to Johnny?
I think so.
I haven't talked to him in a while. He's doing well.
Yeah, those old conservative.
No, I agree with Roger though. Like, I couldn't follow along.
Wallace, hold on. Those old conservative rooms, just quote unquote conservative rooms, were fucking hilarious.
Comedy rooms.
They all claim to be conservatives. They all claim to be.
Ann will tell you.
That is so true. They claim to be conservatives.
They all claim to be conservative. Yes, they did. I remember saying, I used to go into those, and then when you start like talking to them, like none of them understood anything about they would profess an ideology that they didn't even know anything about. Like it was like honestly, all due respect, as fucking bad as the ideas are on the left. The fucking people that claim to be conservatives that were on this fucking app in season 1, season 2 were amongst the stupidest people ever on this fucking app. Those people that were in those fucking rooms were the dumbest people fucking this app has ever seen.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but you have to agree. But wait. You're right. I agree with you because I observed it all, and the politics were different than the left and were definitely improved on the last 3-4 years after season 1 or 2. So 5 years, yeah. You can't say that the trollery, the master trollery to this day has been the best ever. Outdoing the left and their Marxist commie bullshit. That the trollery that comes out of the right was masterful.
It was. It definitely was the best way to infiltrate a party. You know what I mean?
It got Ann to walk away.
That's right.
So I'm so
love
upset.
That's right.
See, I'm disappointed.
You have to be a Jew to be able to say it like that. I love it.
That's anti-Semitic.
Not if I loved it. Not if I loved it.
Jesus was a Jew.
Can you teach me how to do it? Teach me how to do it.
I can teach you how to Dougie if you'd like.
Hey, I have a question. I have a question. Who do you guys think was the most like knowledgeable Politico that was in those right leaning ones?
Ali, for sure.
Okay.
No, we don't have to say that.
Before I tell you mine.
There's not a lot of them, so.
Go ahead. Just before I share.
Yeah, we don't have to like his personal beliefs.
I say
and that
Marshall.
he may or may not be gay. Huh?
Yeah, Marshall's up there.
You say I'll say Marshall.
No, Ali.
Let's see who wins. Let's do a vote.
Don't know enough to be able to make a true, like, good
When
educated
we're talking
guess.
about, like, and not that Marshall, obviously, is a clubhouse historian, but like when it comes to talking to an audience and knowing your audience, like Ali can keep people's attention, and he.
Did you see the shirt I made for him? Digitally?
What was it?
No, you're so retarded.
I'm
See,
not even
you
gonna
can't
share it
separate.
because-
You
Was it like a little boy or something?
Ali was good. Actually, Andrew, even though he thought this app was a piece of shit, so he treated everyone like.
Wait, you're not talking about the don't tase me, bro guy.
The which one?
The don't tase me, bro guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's
ran into him and
wait,
everyone
hold on. You're saying that you thought that guy was intelligent?
No, he really is. He's a lawyer.
Master trollery. I'm telling you.
No, he's a master troll. Like on here, totally different person than what he's like really like. He's really intelligent.
I met him in person by accident. Like I just ran into him, and he's
Really?
yeah.
Because he just moved to where you're at, Luke. He didn't always live
Did he move back?
there. Wait, are you in Arizona?
Yeah.
Oh no, he left Arizona.
Yeah. But no, he's a very soft-spoken, respectful dude. I always like to be
And he is very.
Put a taser to
He's
the
a devout Jew. Like wholeheartedly, like practices and he follows all of the rules verbatim. And he like shits on
the Zoan book.
No, well,
I've
I
been
don't
arrested.
think that stuff.
Can I get
You guys are fucking. You guys are weird. So I think this proves my point. So
Well,
the guy.
we can't do one
hold
more.
on.
Can I do one more?
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Before you
you're
do.
interrupting Roger.
Before you do, this illustrates my point. So the guy that helped organize Stop the Steal, who's alleged to be a pedophile, is one of your top picks, and then the other guy is the guy that Bill O'Reilly. Hold on, you can mute yourself while I'm talking. Bill O'Reilly referred to him as the biggest pussy in all of America. He got memeified because he was screaming like a little girl when he got fucking tased. I don't know if any of you've ever been.
He made the meme. He was the first person to make the meme.
Hold on, and I know you're enamored by these weirdos, but here's the thing: that guy screamed like a little girl when he got tased. I don't know if you've ever been tased. It doesn't hurt that. It doesn't hurt that bad. It doesn't hurt that bad at all. A grown ass man would never fucking scream like a little girl for getting tased.
Unless you gotta take a shit.
Wait, hold on. No, first of all, he was 19. However, he did that to be he was over exaggerating on purpose too.
That's what. If I was him, that's what I would say after the fact. Do you guys not remember when him and his parents were on talk shows and they were?
Go watch the video.
Yeah, you could go YouTube it. The guy was the biggest fucking pussy on the entire fucking app.
Did you know that when he got tased, he pissed himself?
Yeah. Too bad he didn't have a turd on his
I've been tased. Okay, so I've been tased in like the thigh, the side, and the arm. I used to work at the bar. We would be like, "Oh, who can handle a tase?" We were fucking retards. And I didn't scream a little bit. It hurt really bad.
Sounds like fun. Come on, Aaron. See, you're laughing because you participated.
No, just
I actually liked.
No, it's because it is
They
fucking
put you
retarded
in
that
wall-
we do that.
I couldn't stand Andrew Meyer. I liked Ali a little bit more, but he used to give me a
I
rash.
just put him up against you. You can't
No,
go
but
with him.
Marshall, Marshall, even though you maybe Ali's personal stuff.
Marshall's on
You
top.
say that he's pretty intelligent, Marshall, Ali.
Usually, yeah. I mean, he's got this thing about the G's that I don't like, but
The shit that he's saying right now.
I got
is
pulled into
disgusting.
I'll admit.
You got what?
I got pulled in. It paused.
Hey, hold on. I want to read something to you guys. This is from Ali Alexander's Wikipedia page. It says in March 2023, Milo Yiannopoulos published interviews on his podcast describing Alexander's history of allegedly propositioning teenage boys for sex and soliciting nude photos and videos from them. On April 14th, Alexander issued a public apology. In the written statement, Alexander said he had long been battling with same-sex attraction and that he had at times been careless and should have qualified those coming up to him before engaging with what he characterized as flirtatious banter. Nothing unlawful has occurred between.
That is true.
Are you going to defend this guy?
No, wait, no, what? No.
it sounds like you just wanted to fuck with
Roger, are you homophobic?
The document is true. He did write pretty much.
Roger, I know you're
think he's in Fed. Like, why wasn't he prosecuted?
It was not
because he's a child and he had no judgment.
It was a document. Where is Milo? Has anyone heard from Milo? No, yes.
Actually, I take that back.
Papers. Yes, sir.
It's totally disgusting.
Well, have you seen him since he made those
I don't
claims?
know.
No, he got hurt.
Him, right?
What's supporting who? Supporting who?
Well, we're not talking about Milo.
No, I'm saying that. Yeah, I'm not supporting Ali. What?
But I did on Clubhouse, so I have to admit that. Because I bet you Edmund has a recording of me, like, with this computer generated T-shirt I made saying, I don't even remember. And it was so dumb. So dumb. Because he's disgusting, yeah.
I don't like. I think what he's saying right now, his rhetoric right now, is absolutely disgusting, repulsive, and he's blown up a fucking reservation.
Do you think that's worse than him trying to fuck teenage boys?
You think he was manipulated though, Roger? You know how that works too.
No.
Like,
no.
Huh?
No.
Like he was used. Just
I think it's very possible he's a Fed because, like, the allegations that came out.
That would be his for sure.
Well, the allegations that came out, and like, I don't like to do.
All the grades go away.
I don't like to it's kind of hard when someone apologizes to think that they're innocent, but there are situations where I can see why someone would apologize for something they didn't necessarily do. But like the allegations that came out, like I was convinced, like, okay, if this is true, like he's going to be prosecuted. Right. And if it is true, I don't know why he wasn't prosecuted.
Correct.
Exactly. I was going to bring that up.
It seems like true. Like there are like screenshots. Like yeah, he was into some weird shit for sure.
Well, I can't deny my support for him season 2.
No, I supported him. When that shit came out, I would also like very much like if this is true, he's going to be prosecuted. Then when he apologized, it's kind of like I don't see why he didn't strike me as the guy that would apologize for something.
He didn't apologize to Milo though.
Why would he apologize to Milo?
He didn't apologize to Milo.
Yeah, why would he? There's no point. Why would you apologize to Milo?
He didn't apologize. That document was just saying, like, admitting, like, okay, he had to say something. It's like when
Milo in Berkeley was fire. Like,
dude,
fire.
Milo
like,
is
literally fire.
He's a whole faggot too.
I thought he brought the gay away.
Berkeley, like, was just off
he might have put the gay away, but he might have.
Yeah, he
so
brought the gay away.
I'll leave the gay away too.
That's the thing.
Is that Cardano down there? We got Cardano. The reform Cardano.
I thought maybe it was too, but he got like Russian writing or something.
No, Serendipity told me she heard Cardano in a room the other day, and I was like, really?
Oh, really?
Maybe he's back.
I love it.
So, Mojo, to say one more, when you ask what I consider to be intelligent, this person may or may not be my friend. I may or may not like this person, but I have to say Monica is very intelligent.
Wow. Your best friend.
Yours.
It's his clubhouse. You didn't say wife. You said girlfriend or something. Which I'm kind of jelly because I've been working on Monica. Everyone hates her. It makes me like her more.
Hates her? Well.
Yeah, no. She thinks I like cater. It's a whole game I'm playing, but I'm not good at games. So you can
I know. Because I used to
Just keep playing, you'll get better.
Because Wallace used to write things to troll in the chat, and I would take them personal and think he hated me. But then I realized that he's not doing that. Oh, Wallace, me and Joe were talking about you the other day because we were talking about who out of people we've hung with are like real Christians, Catholics, whatever. And he's like, "Isn't William Wallace?" And I'm like, "I don't think William Wallace is Catholic. Are you Catholic, William?"
I am not. I've shared the story that my father was raised Roman Catholic. And when I was born, he made sure that I wasn't raised Roman Catholic. I got raised by my mother's side of the family, Protestant.
Okay.
Actually, Nazarene, and then to a Lutheran church.
Oh, okay. I like the Lutheran church.
Ali, the pedophile, is Catholic.
Okay.
Dude, he reminded me of Sammy Davis Jr. How could you not love him?
Well, in 2016, he was an atheist. 2018, he was a Calvinist, and now he's a.
Well, hold on. What years did you say?
Yeah.
2016, I knew that he was an atheist. 2018, he was a Calvinist, and now he's a.
What was he back in 2007, 2008?
I don't know.
You know back when he was convicted of felony property theft and credit card abuse charges?
Yes.
You remember that?
Or what came before Calvinist and after?
From what I know of, like atheist, Calvinist, then Catholic, apparently not.
Wow. You know what? That almost sounds natural.
Not grifting.
Oh no, I mean, come on. All these atheists, I say like 98% of these atheists are agnostic. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
let's talk about it.
You're right.
Maybe that could be next week or something. But.
Yeah, I would say that people that say I'm an atheist, they're actually saying, they're curious. Like Necro, as much as he says he's an atheist, he's very curious and always wants to talk about God, which that's what I like. Because you know that he's like wants to talk about it. He's not.
It's like dancing. It's so gross. Like dancing. It's gross.
Oh, I thought you like to back up on it.
Or all the people that love to like sit on the fence and show you, look, I can spread my legs and sit on the fence. It's like, ugh.
I'm a proud atheist. We're cool, man.
Dude, nothing worse than splinters in the tank.
Dude, Gilded.
I didn't know what a taint was until Roger told me the other day.
Gilded's right here.
It taint this and it taint that.
You guys know, up until like just recently, that Gilded was like this much against Trump and also an atheist. I feel like I didn't know that.
Cardano's white coffee mug. Is that steam coming off it, or like? Go ahead, Gildas. I'm sorry. He probably knew what you were saying.
I don't know. What was the comment?
I said I just realized. Me and Joe were also talking about you. Since we've been in this app a couple of years, I didn't know until just like this past election that you were an atheist and that you were this much against Trump, or this much that you don't show the same or have the same views on things as me and Joe. And I thought you were more aligned with us than.
Yeah, I was aligned with you guys during the Biden years, but going on my own excursion, I'm an atheist and I'm against Trump. That's absolutely true.
He holds Trump or America above Trump. That's what he's doing.
Exactly. I love America.
Shut up, boss.
Yeah.
Dude. Roger's been just mashing on Trump lately.
No, Roger's neutral. Neutral doesn't. He doesn't like either one. But
I'll tell you what. If Elon starts a third party, I'm gonna be first in line to figure out what the fuck this thing's gonna be all about. I'm not saying I'm gonna sign up, but I will be I will pay very, very close attention.
Does he get a pass? I feel like he gets a pass because he's autistic. But we understand that.
I don't get a pass.
To me, being autistic, and he's so brilliant. That AI and robots eventually end humanity.
I didn't know you were autistic.
Roger, isn't it even a good thing if shouldn't that third party is it even really a third party if it's just immediately created out of the billionaires? How is it going to be any different in the long run?
I'll explain it too. At least how it's been framed so far is that it would just be designed to challenge. It would be a coalition of essentially libertarians, techies, independents, and disaffected people from the right, and maybe moderate leftists that know there's a better way. And then the idea would be to simply try to primary Republican candidates that are not conservative. He wouldn't want to identify candidates and run them against fiscally conservative Republicans, but ones that would go out and fucking vote for the big beautiful bill, for example. The Republicans that want more government, the Republicans that want deficit spending, and I think it's a really good idea to primary them. What he's not going to do is cause that to be a riff. I don't think that he would want a third candidate to run, which ends up getting a worse candidate, from the left. I don't think he would do that. But I think in primaries, running up into every state's got their own ways that they do these things. But if done properly, what this would do is he wouldn't even have to win. All he would have to do is present the kind of threat that would cause the Republican Party to become more fiscally conservative. I think the wiser move for him is just pump money into the RLC, which is the Republican Liberty Caucus. That way it stays a problem right within the Republican Party, and he could just battle for the heart and soul of the Republican Party. I think that, to me, if I had 5 minutes with Elon, I would just say, knowing what I know about third-party politics and all of the barriers of ballot access and getting on debate stages and things of that nature, I think he's better off pouring his money into the Republican Liberty Caucus and then finding people that are really, really fiscally conservative and just organize and build that thing up. I think that because the Republican Liberty Caucus is essentially like the Ron Paul wing of the Republican Party, and so you could do more good by doing that, I think. But what's going to happen? I'll mark my words. If he fucking files and starts an American Party, the very first thing that Republicans are going to do is they're going to say it's a Trojan horse to help Democrats. That's the move that Republicans will do. And then the rank and file Republicans, because they can't think for themselves, will go, yeah, that's right. And the truth of the matter is if you pay attention, Elon's not a guy that bullshits around. He'll tell you exactly what's on his mind. He was actually supportive of Trump when he thought that what Trump wanted to do was to reduce the budget and reduce the size and scope of government. The moment that he found out that Trump wasn't about that stuff, then he's turned on him. And so I think they're rightfully feuding. And I think Elon's 100% in the right in their.
Well, the latter I've already dealt with.
So would you say that this is basically an artificial way of holding accountability against people that Republicans that are actually not what they say they're going to be? In that sense, where you just primary them out, where it's they'd be worried about, it's not just the left now. You don't just have to be the Democrat. Like, if you don't do what you say you're going to do simply because you're, what do they call it, the incumbent, doesn't mean necessarily that you're going to be a shoo-in.
Yeah, I think all Republicans that have abandoned their principle of fiscal conservatism should be challenged in primaries.
Yeah. Oh, I agree, 100%.
And
100%.
And if Elon's willing to put his money behind it, and I'm sure he's able to. Look, there's a lot of like limousine libertarians. Libertarians wouldn't call them libertarians, but there's a lot of people like the Mark Andreessens of the world, for example, they're not an according to Hoyle libertarian, but they definitely skew towards individual rights and lowering the scope. They want to deregulate. And if these guys decide that if these things have gone too far, and the wealthy people that really believe that we should have less regulation get politically involved in a meaningful way, and Elon leads that, it's not just going to be Elon. It's going to be like, there's like a list. Believe me, when I was doing fundraising for the Libertarian Party, there is a list of billionaires that are very sympathetic to deregulation and to reducing the size and scope of government. And then even outside of the billionaire class, there's people like Chris Ruffer, for example, in California, that owns the company Morningstar. He's devoutly libertarian in his policies. And these guys, if they start throwing their money into this shit, fucking like these big spending Republicans could be in a lot of trouble. The only reason they haven't done it is because they for the most part, they just thought, well, it's a better alternative than Democrats. Let's just let them be. But with bills like this and adding so much more to the debt, I don't know if you guys know, but now that $37 trillion deficit, like, when Trump leaves office, it's going to be a minimum of 40, probably $42 trillion deficit, and this is not what Republicans should be doing.
Well, and it's interesting Marshall, real quick, it's interesting that Marshall left, because just the last 5 minutes has really built up a lot of questions I was going to have for him, and he's not.
Suavemente besame.
That's right.
Anyways, very interesting. I totally distracted. Where'd he go? Marshall, you're back. Beautiful thing. Did you just hear what was said before you left?
No, what was that? That was in a different language. Can you translate it?
Well, so I think you would be a Trumpster over Elon. Over this, everything that was just said, I think you would choose Trump over Elon. If Elon was to just go full board, and I'm on the Elon train with Roger. Like, I'm not a Trump, a maniac, or a trumpet, or a maggot, but I did vote for Trump. And but I'm on the Elon bus, because if we could Trump, and I wanted to think about it, Roger, I've been walking around the clubhouse streets talking about this cut $1 trillion a year, and everyone thinks that's crazy. And I was thinking, well, that's, like Roger said, that's what's got to be done and more to cover the interest. And everyone like, dude, you're fucking crazy. So I don't think you have even 80 or 75% of the nation on board with correcting this debt, which I'm highly concerned about, and the interest to service it. No one else on Clubhouse even cares, and they're all either on a Trump train or a Biden train or a Kamala train. And I think the conversation they're trying to build up, which I think is so valuable, but I think maybe 90% of Clubhouse could care less about saving money and doing the right thing, so that in 80 years, 100 years, we could maybe get to a Calvin Coolidge like you've taught us and I've learned about sovereignty. I mean, not just Bill Clinton, like you said the other day, but I think Calvin Coolidge managed a zero,
he's also one of the most underestimated Republican presidents. Also,
and he's an off-ramp in Oakland. Let's go Oakland. So, yeah.
Marshall, have you saw that the early polling of would people be supportive of Elon's third party? It was something like 40% was either somewhat likely or highly likely to be supportive. Do you feel?
Why can't Elon run with the MAGA torch and be a fiscal conservative, taking the torch from Trump?
Because MAGA isn't fiscally conservative.
Yeah, we're going to ditch him, Roger. Like you just mentioned, you went over all the statistics, how it's going to get left in the dust, just like all these other parties. So I'm not really worried. I'm kind of excited. And what you just said, leaving before I talked, I was thinking that is it. That is the road, the path, and it's way more people. And you know the majority of these Republicans are going to jump on because what are they going to go be Democrat, leftist? I mean, come on. Like, this is kind of easy, and it is the direction we need to go because we have to be sovereign in our currency and our money we have to correct this $7 trillion debt. So it's insane. I don't even talk to my kids about it, and it's probably time I do talk to my kids about it, but I'm scared because I don't know how to explain to them so that I keep a positive head, because they have positive heads and they're doing great things, going to be great people. But if I was to even talk about this, I'm afraid that they'd be like, what am I going to do this for? And we got to fix it so we're not like boomers breaking shit down.
Not too much on the boomers.
Whatever. I make fun of my mom every day. My mom wished Trump was shot in the head and was sad that he wasn't. Yeah, you could thank your nearest boomer because almost 90% of the boomers agree with my mom.
Well, my dad worked for the union.
He's part of the 10%. He's the beautiful, great American.
Well, no, I'm saying he worked for the union. If you know what that means, like he voted Democrat pretty much his whole life, and then 2020 he voted. Well, 2016 he didn't vote.
Oh,
but no,
it's
2020
like walkaways. What are you telling us?
What? I told you what? Yeah, no, he voted for Trump in 2020, and he didn't vote in 2016 because he didn't want to vote for Hillary.
How about Elon? It's so exciting. I'm so excited for what Elon is, like, what he stands for, because it's something that Trump's missing, and we're gonna
I don't trust anyone that doesn't believe in God. I don't trust anyone that doesn't believe in God.
You drive a Tesla, right, Ann?
Me? No. I mean, I can't afford an $80,000 car, but even if I could, I wouldn't.
I buy like $2,000 beaters.
Oh no,
they make me tens of thousands of dollars though, so it's a good option.
I always, drive Chrysler because my dad worked there, but I have a Jeep Compass, and I've always driven Jeeps, I guess.
So can Elon really fix the debt and the budget and everything going on and go to Mars? Like, well, I don't know. Like,
so he formed the PAC back in 2024 so he could give money to support Trump. I'm looking at the key values that they supported. So this would give you kind of like a clue of what, if he did start a party, what it would be about. Secure borders, safe cities, free speech, sensible spending, fair justice system, self-protection. So if I could go through each of these, but that is what it's all about.
Yeah,
and so
any questions, I don't think you have to go into any of them, but like self-protection, like what does that cover? Because that's kind of broad, but
I would imagine that's like gun rights.
Right, private property and gun rights, probably.
Probably. Marshall, are you around? You awake?
Yeah, what's up?
So, what do you think Elon would be better off doing? Starting a third party to primary less fiscally conservative Republicans, or supporting the Republican Liberty Caucus?
I think it should stay within the party so we don't split, so I'd go with the Liberty Caucus.
I disagree.
Don't be wrong, we may be the place where we need a new party, but I think you can still push internally and make a difference. In particular, if the Republican Liberty Caucus can successfully primary less fiscally conservative members. If it fails, then, the third party is probably the way to go, but barring that...
Is that the 180-year plan?
No, I was more thinking that probably happened within my lifetime. If he primaries people, that wing of the GOP can become more powerful and can balance out MAGA. But if for some reason the Liberty Caucus is unsuccessful in primarying, then starting a third party is probably a better move. Because there is a need for fresh blood. There is a need for solving the big problems, not just small ones.
Well, MAGA's dead without Trump. That's the reality.
Yeah.
All of these characters that were like, that he would simp for and they would simp for him. Like, even when Trump's on the ballot and his acolytes are on the ballot, like there would be a 10-point difference between, people voting for him versus the people that he was endorsing. So, like, I think once he hangs them up, like, the MAGA movement is dead.
Well, but no one will hang Elon up better than Trump. Like, the way he does things, like, I'm more scared of that, even though I support Elon. Like, if we had the fiscal conservatism in Trump that we were hoping for from the beginning, that I kind of held out for, like, we'd be all good. So, like, if that could be adopted, which I don't think it will be adopted in the Trump administration. That's why I lean more towards the Elon thing and the MAGA Trump passing the torch to Elon so that we can have MAGA and everything we've built so far on top of. And believe me, it sounds like hard times ahead. It's going to be horrible because to beat back this $1.2 trillion a year gain, we're all going to have to be in this a couple generations. And I'm a proud American, and my kids are in this, and they plan on having kids, which I think is absolutely amazing, being smart teenagers. Like, we're going to do this. We're Americans, and I just think that if the MAGA torch was passed on to a fiscally conservative business type Elon, which I know sounds crazy to all sides probably, I just think that is just, and it's going to take, it's going to hurt no matter what, and I'm willing for it to hurt sooner than later for my great grandkids. Yeah.
So
I was going to say great.
So I'm looking at the way that money was spent for the America PAC for Trump's campaign, which 91% of that PAC is funded by Musk, right? And the primary purpose was to finance canvassing operations. So that means literally going door to door and stumping for candidates. If he continues to put money into this and then finances those that canvass and go door to door, he could very easily outflank the rank and file Republican, the old Republicans, because financing the canvassing movement, when you're going door to door, that is the work. That is the real work of the party. Like, you can get on the commercials and you can watch the podcast, you can do all that shit, but the canvassing, that's the door to door. You're looking at data of who's likely to actually vote, that's going to go to the polls, and then you get to talk to them face to face, outside of all the bullshit. And in areas where you do successfully canvass, you can win. AOC, her rise to becoming a congresswoman was because she canvassed. She successfully canvassed in her neighborhood and in her district. And so if that's what Elon's going to put his money behind, I think traditional Republicans could be in a lot of fucking trouble.
I don't get that. So what does he have to do with AOC?
No, I'm using AOC as an example. I'm using AOC as an example of how canvassing is successful. If you don't know her story,
No. She made the separation right there.
Yeah. She primaried, a sitting Democrat.
Dude, that's like hurting a bunch of. I don't even want to be insulting, but come on, we know the kinds of people that she's cheerleading. I bet she makes a good drink, though. Like, I don't want to be a partisan dick. But I can't be because I'm an independent, so But Roger, dude, lots of great thoughts. Like, you just made my night. Just the last maybe hour, I'm like thinking, like the conversation shifted. Thank God Sarah left. Oh, God. Dude, this was great.
Have you ever heard Sarah?
I want to ask Marshall, though. Marshall, would you slide towards an Elon being a Republican? I know you could become a Democrat any day now. You could be a walk away. And could give you some tips. But do you think you would go more fiscal conservative, even knowing probably Elon would be more open to, not an open border, but better immigration, which has to be dealt with. So I don't even want to go down that road. But would you, Marshall, would you lean towards Elon now, knowing what's going on, or would you be like, I have to stick, even though I don't like him, because I know you don't like Trump, you would stick towards Trump?
No, I'd go with Elon. I'm a fiscal conservative.
Amen.
Like if I had my green budget, the military would be the first line item. We'd have some social safety nets for the elderly, past the prime of working age. And then, we'd still have like Pell Grants and stuff like that. But I'm a big proponent of spending lots of money on the U.S. Navy.
Okay, so then how do you push the interest to number 5 or 6? Because I love what you're saying, and I know that we could push the interest to 5 or 6. That's why Trump really motivates me, because of the dynamic plans and ideas that no one really thought of. Everyone, even who didn't like him, is kind of going, damn, we could maybe do something. And I don't want to give him all kinds of credit, but do you see that projecting moving forward though with Elon? Because that's what I'm kind of seeing is Trump is getting this little ball rolling, and then Elon's on top running like an ADH crazy baby, running on this ball and making it bigger and bigger. Because if they are good ideas and they work, it won't stop this crazy snowball. And we'll be out of debt in 60 years instead of 140, and we'll be richer with all the top technologies and innovations that I know you believe America could be behind. And so there's so many great things. And in the chat, I think I'm taken as a negative, dark humor, half glass, half empty person, and I'm really not. But I do find humor in all that. But so I think there's so many great things ahead of us that Marshall knows. And I think if you were to mix, like I said, the Trump torch the MAGA torch being handed off to a fiscally conservative Elon, and the business development of it on both sides, how this could be managed in the next 30 years to be something making America great again. Interesting. And I apologize, that was a lot.
No, dude, you're okay. No worries.
You know what I'm excited about here is just the fact that he really is sticking to his guns. The only reason he supported Trump was because Harris was going to take us off of a cliff. And then Trump's now deciding that he wants to take us off a cliff with this irresponsible spending. So I like what I'm hearing. I hope that he puts his money out there. I hope that he it gives us an opportunity to have an alternative. This is great.
It's like bumper pool.
It's what we fucking need in American politics. Like it's absolutely what we need. I'm sure we'll find some issues where Elon and I would break, but big picture, I think he's fucking right on, dude. We gotta start slashing this budget. And the other thing is he doesn't have to go after like every state. All he has to do is like he can just go into states that are ready for disruption, like Texas, where he lives. He could go into Florida, Nevada, Arizona. These are red states, but they're red states that do have fiscally conservative. No, not California. You got to go in places where there's fiscally conservative Republicans and that are waiting for.
Northerners.
No.
Look at Roger still like no. You're dead.
Look, the only reason why you even have a Republican Party or a Libertarian Party in California is because there's 40 million people to mail to and to call to and to email to say, hey, can you give us some money? Here's what's interesting. The money that you give to the Libertarian Party in California is a rev share with National, and over half their budget for National comes from the California Libertarians. And so the Libertarian Party of California, they can't do anything. They're pretty impotent, but they give that money to the National Party. So,
what state has a larger concentration of libertarians than California? Texas?
No, the biggest concentration would be New Hampshire, the Free State. Where we've seen the most success would be, depending on how you want to measure it, the most libertarians elected was in Pennsylvania. The highest office elected for a libertarian was in Wyoming. So you can measure this in different ways. The party was founded in Colorado. And then Washington is the second oldest state affiliate.
Dude, I appreciate your explanation. I don't know. I don't think it was yesterday, but the day before, about how you separated. Because in the last 4 years, listening to you and meeting you, really opened my mind to not just being independent, but looking at the Libertarian Party. And so it's funny that, because in the last 2 years, 3 years, has come to the conclusion that you shared the other night. And so I thought it was really funny, because I didn't expect that response out of you, because I thought you were a libertarian, and you were and I mean, last season, at the end of the season, I understood you were they got it all fucked up. So I understand 5 months ago, your explanation. But it's just funny where it's come. And who do you think, what other party, American political party, do you think hijacked the Libertarian Party? Do you think because I truly believe that, and I'm hoping you'll say the Green Party hijacked the Libertarian Party, because I believe the American Communist Party hijacked the DNC and the Democrat Party over the last 10, maybe 12 years. And it's conspiracy, and that's my thought. So who do you think maybe hijacked the Libertarian Party to explain what you said the other night? And maybe it was yesterday, but I think it was 2 days ago.
Yeah, no.
You explained your separation from the Libertarian Party, which I totally respect, and I'm it makes me closer to you, because I've never identified as a libertarian except for being a punk and somebody who just identifies as the mass majority, the individual.
No, a very fair question. The Mises Caucus and the Mises PAC are the ones that essentially co-opted the Libertarian Party, and these are basically paleo conservatives cut from like the Pat Buchanan mold. There's some overlap between paleoconservatism and right-leaning libertarianism, and what they wanted to do was throw all the lefties out. And what's interesting is like
Joe Hero's that paleoconservative.
Yeah.
But
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
When he explains it to me, I guess I don't understand the difference.
Well,
maybe you can explain.
No, hold on.
Yeah,
let Roger. I mean, I was like listening to what he was saying, and I was kind of like honing in because he was talking to me. But please, I want to hear what you have to say too. You distracted me with Joe. Shit.
So the paleos, they've got some alignment with what I believe. They want to see more fiscal conservatism. That's true, but they're also like essentially like any white nationalist is going to either check out of the political system altogether, or they would identify as a paleoconservative. In fact, David Duke, who was KKK member, was a prominent was a prominent paleoconservative, and again, I think Pat Buchanan is well intentioned, super smart guy. If you want to read a book to understand like where we're headed, he wrote a book called Death of the West that describes all the stuff that we're going through right now, and takes it all the way to like 2050. And so we're like maybe like halfway there from like when he wrote the book. Pat Buchanan is an interesting political figure because there's probably about 75% of his platform that's 100% in alignment with how I think. And this is how like some libertarians and paleos have this overlap. But
is that like
let me finish it. So Pat Buchanan and in these paleos, the other part of it though is that they're very big on like the idea that America is a Christian country, America is a white country, America is like, so it's essentially like it's an intellectual version of Pepe, and is basically the best way to describe it. And they make these arguments that when you really boil them down, they're not even really capitalists, because capitalism just depends on free trade, and they take it from non-interventionism to isolationism in a way that's just super fucking dangerous. And then the big linchpin that connected paleos with libertarians was when Murray Rothbard left the Libertarian Party and started hanging out with Pat Buchanan, David Duke, and those guys. So, there's like, if we were to go down the list, you could probably hit me like at a top 10 issues, 7 or 8, I would be like, yeah, I agree with them. But the 1, 2, or 3 things that we disagree on are things where they're just really fucking wrong.
And were you triggered a little bit listening to that, Sam?
No.
No? You agree with them 100%?
I would say that sounds about right. From what Joe had told me. And and there was another term. It's something that he identified Brad as. It's a. What the fuck is it?
I don't
Wallace,
know, but paleo is fascinating.
No, what does he call him? It's a president. It's a president that we've had. It's whatever that president's name is in a conservative together. Is how he identifies Brad. What the fuck is it, you guys?
Brad who? Brad Pitt?
Brad from Clubhouse.
Brett.
Fucking faggot.
Kayak Brett.
No, it will come
And just
to me
to
'cause
let
I
you
run.
guys know, I carry 2 on my back. I go to
You want to know what, Wallace? I'm gonna fucking rip your spine out and shove it down.
hunting trap too. Hunting the snuff. And I'm just as... And I don't need a gun either, because I got swords in
Yeah, I eat rabbits.
I totally agree with
Oh, I am.
You need a gun.
He's
Who needs a
insufferable.
gun?
Him and KJ can jump off a cliff for all I give a fuck.
Why'd you bring up Brad?
I know, I was
The
thinking
big
about the
brain
different,
of I
well,
used to
maybe
keep season 1 and 2 bring that up all the time. Look at the big brain on Brad.
he's retarded.
Dude, Weird Science. You guys remember the brother at the end?
What?
Oh.
What?
And do you remember having private rooms with me and we used to like talk and cool conversation together?
Yeah.
How's Joe? Tell Joe I said hi.
Yeah, he's good. We just talked about you the other day. That's what I was saying. God, it's gonna bother me now of what he called Brad was.
Paleo. Who's paleo? I thought that was a fucking diet. Like, what are we doing?
Paleo just refers to they were the old ones. So it like, in fact, paleo so paleo conservatives that label came about once the label for neocons came around. So it's like, here's the new conservatives. It's just the word for the old conservatives.
So it's like SCOTUS.
Like the Tea Party.
Like
the Tea Party.
Considered that. Which
the Tea Party.
The Tea Party had nothing to do with paleo conservatism.
No, Joe.
No, I'm talking about SCOTUS, the picks that are the originalist intent on the reading of the Constitution and paleo. What a weird word. Maybe I'm Leo. I know I'm poly.
You're retarded.
No, I'm not retarded. I've been learning things. I think I found out like a week ago I'm poly.
No, you're not.
Dude, I am. I heard the definition. I was like, dude, that like totally fits me, and no one even knows. And I think if more people knew, have more of a fun life. Dude, we're in the like a better topic. What's up with Rand Paul, Roger? Like, are the Pauls gonna like come back like with Elon and like pull the sword out of the stone and be like, "Fuck you, Americans, we're doing it right"?
No.
You know what? It would be a total. You guys were just talking about the Christian nationalists, which I do not. I'm a Christian. I was raised Christian. I'm a wannabe Christian. I was raised Christian and I'm a wannabe. But I'm not a Christian nationalist, so I just think if he pulled that sword out of the stone and was like, Christianity is just economics, like it would be an amazing thing. Like we could just like free ourselves with Elon and go into Mars and dude, we might be able to ship out to Venezuela. We might be able to ship them all the bad people.
The Christian nationalists or nationalism is like retarded. It's an oxymoron.
No, totally.
Like if you're a true Christian, like there should be nothing that you would want to really.
I'm not afraid of them coming.
It's weird
for saying that. So I agree with you. They're not Islamists. And Roger, not to. Oh shit! What did I just do? That was 4 days. We don't need that. Sorry. But who's scared of a Christian nationalist? You guys are all Muslims.
I hate when people say we're a Christian nation.
I say it all the time.
Yeah, I agree because we're not. We're mixed. We're like a salad bowl. We're like tossed salad. And look at my face. I tossed it.
Ew.
Plus.
Hard
what
pause.
do you mean? It was
All
a
us.
You don't know what was on my face. It was just what it was. I didn't think about it. It just got toxic.
No, thanks. No, thanks.
What, you guys don't have your Red Wing? Who has the Red Wings on stage?
Only you.
Yeah, you just said something.
When you go down on a woman and she's on her period.
Yeah, you gotta do it in a group or a bridesmaid's room on a wedding.
Imagine.
Sound like a Muslim.
Oh, dude, imagine leave the mess and everything, and then all the other bridesmaids come back and go, what happened here? Somebody died.
I like that, Lou. That was good.
Isn't that a good story? That was good.
No, what Lou said was fun.
Oh, you didn't hear it?
No, I was laughing at what Lou said. You missed it.
Do you think we've gone too hard on the Muslims over the last couple days?
Yeah, and that's why I didn't want to trick that. Dude, and I appreciate it because
I think it's annoying.
There's nothing, it's all rational and logical, so the questions are very hard, and I just think we need a break. We'll revisit it because we revisit, there's reformations in the future, and we're going to do it, and it's going to be done in peace, love, and like hugs.
No, the Muslim thing is interesting. Like, they seem to be, like, the most, practicing of what their actual religion says. Like, all these people that say, like, I was in the room really, like, they know it's wrong that, like, a grown man shouldn't be fucking a 12-year. They just can't, they're not allowed to say that it's wrong. I mean, it literally goes against.
How do you, like, some of us.
But anyways, the point we made is like this isn't. I think Roger, you made a good point today when it's like it's one thing to like understand times are different. It's another thing to like condone it in 2025. But like all these religions, the people that say like Judaism doesn't allow for this, Christianity, like it absolutely did. It absolutely does. But it's just today they've modernized. But like you look at, for example, like
from Judaism and Christianity.
If you look at like Delaware, I think it is. This isn't to like condone the Muslims at all. But like it wasn't that long ago in the U.S. where fucking most of us agree that it's wrong. Like this is absolutely wrong. But the age of consent in like Maryland was like fucking like 9 until like 18. I couldn't believe this when I saw this the other day.
Yeah, the history.
It's wild. Huh?
Said the history was crazy. Heard the days Abby was like reading them, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild to think like we're not. So the people that like look at it's like yes, it's absolutely appropriate to look at them in 2025 and say like, hey, like you're fucking radical and crazy, like to still hold this opinion. But from a religious standpoint, a text from 2,000 years ago, like it wasn't that crazy.
Yeah, my grandma.
I mean, it's still crazy. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it.
So, I guess I can't speak much.
I think even for that context, it was like it's like I don't think they were having prepubescent marriages in pre-Islamic Arabia. From what I understand,
that was fine. It was like times last night. I got so sick of hearing the excuse. I was like, dude, my grand got married at 14. Like, yeah, it was like 80 years, 90 years ago. And so I understand if you go back further, the age might slip lower and lower. But then we start getting into details about clothes and cleaning and wet stains while praying. And I'm like, dude, like,
what about fattened up?
Roger went down a crazy fucking wormhole that he didn't even ask to go down, and he shared it with me, which I went down it many years ago, and I just lived it again. And you know what? More people just heard it and be like, "What? What wormhole is that?" I don't understand it too. And you know what? The truth is liberating, and I hope the truth kills because it would just be the best death ever. And you know what? All be willing to lose your heads truth because we'd all just be so happy. And if not us, our kids and their kids, and it just
Dude, I just got the goosebumps. No? Dude, oh my mic drop. That was so great. No, you got the goosebumps too. It's Independence Day. And before did it for you. And they had the goosebumps too. And they just like, how do you think Iran feels? I hope. Like, just the goosebumps. Like, we're fucking doing it. And no one knows who's ready. What's up, Rowan? Rowan, look at this, dude. I'm gonna go to sleep listening to an Aussie voice. This is great. Love you, Rowan.
Pause. Sounded like you said you love Iran.
No, I said Rowan. Rowan. I don't know. I guess before I go brush my teeth and settle in, I think because I'm not a war person, and I thought Trump wasn't going to bring war, but the only exception I would have had over the last 20 years, or maybe I'll even say my whole 46 year of life since 1979, is that we would neutralize Iran. So if nothing else happens except for neutralizing Iran in my 49 years, I think I'm pretty satisfied. Being a non-war, kind of peaceful, classical, liberal person, I'm pretty satisfied. And other people on here, and what they have said, have comforted me in thinking that I'm not the only one who makes the exception for neutralizing Iran and not spreading democracy, because I know the damage that's done, but at the same time neutralizing Iran so that maybe we get another 20 years not worrying about a nuclear, bomb.
It's funny.
Wait, sorry, go ahead. And I want to ask Rod.
Sorry. Just talking to those kinds of people on here, it seems like it always sounds like you're just back there like being held hostage and being just forced to, say the best thing. And it's so, you think does the IRGC, do the leaders even believe their stuff? And do they even wish, if they could press a button, a blind vote, if everybody in the country and then the leadership wouldn't vote for a secular democracy? But nobody can say it, and that's the nature of orthodoxies throughout history, represented in the Bible by Pharaoh, who was forced after 10 plagues to do the right thing, roughly speaking. So I wonder if they're even rooting for their own team those days.
Yeah, it's been a bizarre few days with that topic for sure. And what was your question?
Oh, when you were asking us, we thought was the best representation of the Republican Party on Clubhouse, or the most knowledgeable. Who would you say?
Oh boy. So there's honestly, the person that's the most involved and the person that, is capable of, understanding the history, where it's at, and where it's going. I'd probably say Stephen Bader.
Yeah, that's true.
He's got good volcanic mustard too. It's very good spicy mustard.
Spicy.
And I want to say, IGRC, that's like what I'm saying, and not Iran. Like the people, I would distinguish. This group, I don't need to, but I probably should for people who don't like make the correlation, distinguish the correlation.
I appreciate that, Wallace. Do you saying that?
And what do you think's the weirdest part of the Christian Bible that people ask you questions about that's hard for you to try to defend?
I had a hard time I'll just see me for a second. I had a hard time for a long time accepting Immaculate Conception. But now I do, and now I can answer when people, talk about, well, Mary, how old was Mary, blah, blah, blah.
Wait,
blah.
so you think Mary never had sex?
No.
That was like one for me, otherwise I couldn't go forward.
It was a miracle. And Mary was, 14, and I think Joseph was, how old was he? 40 something. So it was Immaculate Conception. And so I had a hard time.
You genuinely believe that she never had sex?
I do. The Virgin Mother. I think he was a miracle.
Trusting people who said, well, what if she got raped? God, like, what the?
Yeah, and then they said, oh my, yeah, and they said, oh, so she
but
had.
How disgusting. Like,
they said,
why would your mind even go there?
Right.
Because Roger made the point, Immaculate Conception. Like, that puts your whole, and good, was that yesterday or today?
Yeah, well, but that's what the Bible claim is. But if you ask me,
clear. Yeah.
Well, that's what the Bible says. But if you were to ask me, what's a more realistic scenario? Let's just put it this way. Wallace, imagine you were married, right? Imagine you had a wife, and she came
out black.
Hold on. Imagine you were married, and you still hadn't had sex, which is weird that you're married and you're not having sex with your wife, and you hadn't had sex with her, and then she said, Wallace, we got to talk. And you're like, what's up, babe? And she goes, I'm pregnant. And then you're like, what, you son of a bitch? And then you jump on her head about it, and then she tells you, no, don't be jealous. I didn't sleep with anybody. It was a spirit that got me pregnant. You'd find that a little weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, totally. I'm thinking though, like I was like, dude, totally, yeah. I'm like questioning everything. I'm like, but then I thought about my age, and I was 33, and I remember thinking, this is weird. I remember thinking before we decided to have kids, and which was quickly after we got married, because we kind of like decided before we got married, being together for 12 years and getting married, that like right after, like literally right after we were going to try, and I prayed to make sure that it's the right time. If not, it's okay. Just the comfort level of, and I truly believe in the conception of my first child, that I knew it. I knew it. I knew this, like, shot a rocket to the stars and exploded a life form. And I knew it. Like, it's weird after, and then witnessing it, watching it, and birthing my child, both my children. But yeah, I went through the whole process. So, I mean, my faith at 33 was super strong. And if I went through that experience without the pleasure, I want to say now, based on my faith, that I would accept that. But, dude, the way you filled it up, yeah. Before I felt the way I did when I had my children and got married, be totally like, you fucking whore, you're dancing around and playing games. But if it felt like I did, he would have no question and no worry, full faith in his wife and in the Lord, that it was what it was. So, yeah, this is way out of my realm of thinking, but that's kind of what I let loose. And man, what a beautiful thing it is, though, to conceive a child and then 9 months later, like actually bring it to life and bring it out and birth it. And I don't know. I didn't want kids, and I'll tell you right now, I'm so thankful I have them, because I got to a point where there was nothing else to experience and nothing else to do, and even being married. Like, I have a cousin who's been married for like 30 years, and they don't want kids, and they just enjoy each other, and I think they are so lacking less headache and less trauma, but just lacking as much as my wife and I. And I don't know. I'm so thankful. And I just think that age at 33, where I was at, like, I can say yes. I would believe like Joseph and have faith, only to protect myself. I'm thinking that my wife wouldn't do that. And that's just a level of faith. And I guess Joseph was ready. And I haven't even read past like what his psychology was after the whole thing and how he dealt with it. But yeah, I don't put any favor or power in Mary. I'm not a Catholic, but I do believe in that conception, and I do believe that the book was fulfilled, and I do believe the end was written before the beginning, and that the cycle was fulfilled for all of us to read, examine, and to absorb. And it should explain everything to all of you. And if you have questions, that's great, because I have less the last 10 years. And I'm a horrible reader, so I just keep reading, and nothing makes sense. And listening to you all is much better. So I'm thankful for all of you. So yeah. Especially Darren down there. Darren's pretty cool. If he came up and talked more like me.
Darren used to come up and talk in the beginning of Clubhouse, and now he's just like a really divisive chat warrior. And
he's just trying to be.
No, hold on.
When you come up on stage and talk, you don't have to.
Hold on. That's not true. Darren does talk. He only talks when he wants to talk, which we'll see what happens here.
No, he is a chat warrior, though.
No, and he sucks now. His ideals. I used to follow him, unless I literally, when I started the app, I was obviously
amen,
still
Jesus.
kind of a liberal.
God bless Jesus. Like,
hello, I was talking.
Yeah, I just told that.
So in the beginning of the app, I obviously was a liberal, recovering, and I must have aligned my ideals with Darren back then, because I like see what he writes in the chat, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I used to really have respect for this dude.
Look at that.
No, he didn't. I don't believe it.
Look at how beautiful he is. He makes me want to shave my beard. I got a 3-foot beard. I gotta shave it off. I used to be shaved. He is like a few years ago.
Wallace, love you. Love you so much, but shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'll brush my teeth.
Damn, she just said you sound like Red Bull and ADHD.
Hi, Darren.
Hey, Red Bull's a good beer replacement.
Shut the fuck up. I love you.
Good evening. What's happening, everybody?
Hi, Darren. How come you suck now?
Wait, what? I mean, I listen. I just crack wise in the chat. That's what people are serious enough as it is, so that's the reason why I just crack jokes. And I'll be honest. Listen, I'm what Roger would always call a midwit. I don't know enough about any one particular topic to even sound like an expert. But
wait, hold on. I use the term midwit, but I've never referred to you.
Oh no, that's totally fine. I consider myself a midwit. Roger, you've never called me a midwit. That's true. Yes, but I just, I'm not a guy who's
standing there when that hit us face.
But incidentally, though, on the Bible thing, Immaculate Conception and all that stuff. I mean, the thing about it that I see is if you take into context what God had already done in the Old Testament, Immaculate Conception, the talking donkeys and the burning bush and stuff like that, it's par for the course. I mean, this is the guy that flooded the earth, right? And created life.
Yeah.
I mean, talking donkeys, why not? I mean, there you go. That's how I look at it.
John 3:16.
Yeah, like you guys never seen Alice in Wonderland.
That is so crazy you just said that, William, because so me and my daughter, she like understands. She understands.
That's totally irresponsible.
How old is she? Can I finish? Can I finish? So
Sure.
She's 11. So when she watched them when she was younger, and then now she, knowing things that I keep my kid informed on what's going on because she can hear shit from at school. So I keep it real with her. She has discernment. So we've been watching Alice in Wonderland, and I was like, so what do you take from it now? And how she explained it was like dead on. But when Alice essentially she referenced, you remember that video that went viral when Gretchen Whitmer was feeding that picture of when Gretchen Whitmer was feeding what it looked like she was pretending to be a priest feeding that Eucharist of the cookie. She would look to the priest. Okay. So she referenced that. She was from that. She's like, it's like when evil people in the world are trying to get people to comply with them. But she explained it so well. But that's just funny that you said Alice in Wonderland. We just watched that, and she was spot on. All Disney movies have like these underlining meanings behind them. But the kids didn't know. Do you regret watching them as kids? I don't.
Oh no, it just didn't hit me till I went to the last Grateful Dead concert. And then when I was walking home, I went off the BART train and I was like walking home and I was like, oh my gosh, like Alice in Wonderland was real. Like the up is down and the left is the right. Like by the time I went to bed, I woke up the next day and I was like, God is real. And we are all created. And the chicken did come first. And how could you...
Wallace, have you ever heard the theory
well, you never went to that concert?
Hold on. Yeah, I used to go to the park a lot. I never went in.
He died 2 weeks later, by the way.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get some words out of my mouth, if I can. Have you guys heard the theory that that apes eat mushrooms, and that's where the jump came from apes to humans? Was this when their brains got exposed to mushrooms? Have you heard this theory?
Yeah, that was me.
No, I only heard that Hitler was taking mushrooms.
He was taking meth for sure. There's videos of that.
This is the first time I'm hearing it, Raj.
Of Hitler taking meth or the monkey?
The monkey one.
Yeah, okay. So, hold on. Let me go get a fucking article.
Who's taking meth? He took barbiturates too.
I bet you he smoked it.
What are barbiturates?
Like Demerol. Demerol's a barbiturate.
So you guys do drugs?
What's Demerol?
So I smoke pot or like could do an occasional shrimp, but that's about it.
When I go into the emergency, they give you the strongest thing they have. I don't mind. They give me a test and they go, oh, you need this. And they always give me like even the Norco no longer is like on the platter.
Okay, what's Demerol? Marshall.
It's a heavy.
I've got a link for you guys for those of you that read.
Ooh, this looks good. Okay.
Yeah, my teeth are brushed. I can read. Got my fluoride. I insist you get your fluoride before you read.
Zip your lips. Oh. Wait, no, this is a.
Where'd you post it in the chat?
No, it's up in the banner, and you have to subscribe to read it. But interesting.
No, you can't. So you can't. When you click on it, Roger, it just.
All right, let me find a different article for you. Hold on.
Yeah, and I trust you, so.
I don't give a fuck, to be honest.
Rogers.
That's not nice.
What do you mean?
Rogers.
That's not nice. My VPN's
Really
from Canada.
It's like A Street material.
Yeah, Roger's pretty smart, eh? But we can't tell him that.
Dude, the best is when Roger tells gangsters, you ain't even know. You don't even know what's going on. Like, that is the best. Because, yeah, it was tough when Roger grew up. But, like, I stayed in clear distance. I grew up in, like, the middle class, like, away from the ghetto. And where he grew up, like, I just been there to, like, for a birthday party. And I always got beat up.
Oh, right. It's only 2 minutes. Can I play it?
Were you down there in Tennyson, Roger? Down like Tennyson area?
I interestingly enough, I went to Tennyson in my sophomore year.
Before Pittsburgh, that's the rough Pittsburgh. You brought up Pittsburgh?
No, I didn't. I brought up Fitchburg, which is a neighborhood in Oakland that I lived in when I was Fitchburg. Yeah, but no, when I lived in Hayward, I lived right off of A Street. But then sophomore year, I went to Tennyson. Then I went to Brinkwitz. I don't know if you know about Brinkwitz. There was a continuation school that was in Hayward.
No, I just knew girls that went there.
Were they black?
No, they're all white. They all moved to Castro Valley.
Oh, okay. They must have.
They were running away. They all got abortions and moved to Valley.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Roger's only 2 minutes. Can I play it?
Yep. Oh, please do it.
Okay. All right.
In the late 1970s, Terrence McKenna and his brother Dennis McKenna were the first WPOs that studied date hypothesis. It is known now that 22 primates, 23 including us, consume mushrooms.
It's hard to hear.
You can't hear it?
No, I can't, but if I knew what I was listening to, make it easier.
The link at the top.
Ancestors that came out of the trees and went across the street, tracking animals that are moving. Well, it's probably the most common mushroom in the area is cow. It's lots of gases. They put magic mushrooms. One thing that mushrooms from other sections do rely on is they produce synesthesia. Synesthesia is the perception of one sensory modality and another, hearing colors, for example, or seeing music. It's not experiences. You have to put yourself in their place and imagine what the impact of such an experience must be really common. What piece of information you receive? Basically, you can think of it as a contact fluid between the synapses within the brain. Wow, what a competitive advantage, especially if you're one talk your weapons. So if you have an idea of something that will give you a better chance of survival. The factors happen not once, not twice, but millions upon millions of times over millions of years is a very plausible explanation for the troubling the brain 2 years ago. It's not so simple to say that they use psilocybin mushrooms and some brain mutated. I think it's more complex than that. But I think it was a fact. It was like a
40 seconds left.
This neurologically modern hardware to think, to have cognition, to have language. Because language is synesthesia. Language is association with an area of English sound. Except that this association called thinking. The great deal of the brain's real estate, you might say, is
true. It's developed my speech to what it is today because I couldn't speak to anyone like 25, 30 years ago. Couldn't communicate, couldn't talk to anyone. And I believe this, what just was revealed, is what released my ability to communicate.
I mean, it's an interesting theory. I mean, I like what he said. Can you imagine what it must have been like, to have that effect or whatever? And I was like thinking, so it's like giving magic mushrooms to a retard then? I mean, like, what's
monkeys, right?
I know. Well, yeah, but I mean,
That's what I didn't understand is making that jump from monkeys to humans, but unless you personally experienced it, you wouldn't understand what was just spoken. That's why it's amazing that the human can analyze the monkey and get that analysis. I am like shocked, but I believe that the human experienced it and projected it onto the monkey.
I mean, but how much of this theory though is, like I used to think, back in whatever it was in the 90s when California was trying to push for legalizing hemp or whatever, and they made this excuse like, oh, well, you can make oils and clothing out of it.
That LSD couple in Moraga.
Right, but in reality, what they wanted was just to smoke. They wanted to get high and smoke weed. Just be honest about it. Like, so I'm just wondering, in this case, with these guys with the magic mushrooms, are they just tripping on their own stuff or just theorizing?
No, it's making neurological reconnections in the brain that have been disconnected because of trauma or other things. And I've only been like reading and studying and learning about it the last like maybe 3 or 4 days. So I don't know much about it, but through my experience, like it makes me want to like explore further, only because of layers that are peeled back to allow people. Like I can't even tell you guys like before Clubhouse. Or I'd say maybe 10 years before Clubhouse, which is a long time before. But I couldn't even communicate. I couldn't even communicate to people.
You still
and
can't.
have conversations.
You still can't.
Oh, that's very rude.
Well, thank you. But I'm telling you, what you just played though, besides the whole monkey thing, the monkey thing is what makes it hard for me to like listen to because they're talking about monkeys and not people.
Do you guys remember when they said the COVID vaccine spread because someone ate a bat that had COVID?
It's a total lie.
Just saying, but it was the bat.
I had a picture of the girl eating the
That's
bat.
how it transferred from the bat to the human.
Actually, what they said was that a civet shat on a pangolin, and then you just can't make this stuff up.
No, I had a picture of a bowl of ramen with a bat, and the girl was chewing.
William, he didn't even finish.
No, he did. And I'm telling him.
No, I literally just muted up when you started yelling.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Well, remember, you're not very good at communicating.
Maybe I should.
Lou, he's worse than you. Imagine it.
Yeah, fuck.
Hey, go to bed.
That's very, I agree with you. I agree with Wallace.
Go snuggle, Joe.
Okay, thank you. Go snuggle with your wife. Thank you.
I like very
I am the least interrupting individual on the stage in this room.
I hate both
Talk
of you.
more. That's why I belong in the audience.
I wanted to hear.
Look at Darren. Darren's on stage, and he can just
funny.
listen.
I talk
Hey,
more
if
when
I'm
I'm
gonna be
around
on
dumb people.
stage, I'm gonna
I
interrupt and talk. Roger will probably kick. Look at Rowan. Rowan's probably still wiping the sweat out his eyes and the
You guys are
sleep out his eyes.
not too much on Rohan.
Good morning, Rowan.
I love him.
Is that
You should
evening
marry
over there?
him. Why are you marrying Joe?
Why don't you marry him, William?
Joe's a Catholic, and respectfully, Rohan.
I'd marry him. You know what? His country would probably. I could reject all America, and I could go down there and marry him and be happy, probably.
That's right.
Don't have to be
Well,
called
he
gay
be happy.
except for on Clubhouse. That's fine.
That's right.
We're all gay on Clubhouse. That's all fine.
Speak for yourself.
Rohan, he couldn't take you for half the money. Don't
His
marry him.
hand doesn't smile.
No, never.
Who's this?
Who are you?
Dude, that's a black Trump, dude. That's a hot, sexy bitch.
I hate both of you. Brad, you stop
You
that.
hate black Trump? That's
Don't use the T word.
That's racist. He's gonna Trump you.
You already got Trump.
Do you think Trump's name was like built from the beginning to be a master troll on all of us today?
Yeah, he was sent to boarding school because I guess he was like a troublemaker. The most militant boarding school.
So you're programmed like me. You watch TV?
Huh? No, I learned the history of Donald Trump.
Darren, do you watch TV? Television?
No, you don't have to answer that, Darren.
Shut up, Davis.
Don't listen to him.
Well,
that's Lou. Lou
No,
is.
Lou got.
He's a
the joke.
programmer.
You didn't get it.
He's one of those programmers.
No, he's not a programmer.
Well, he's programmed me. That's why I had to
He's
come
an
on
average
stage.
show.
I had to put up an interference, a little force field.
What did I program you into?
Coming on stage, I belong in the audience with
No,
Darren.
I programmed you to mute up.
Too. You programmed Darren too. Look.
Well, you are a better audience member. Yes.
He's one of the best audience
Now you know
members.
him, Bieber, and Matt Poole are the best. Like in chat, they know how to.
Look, relative to his presence on stage, I mean, the guy's a Hall of Fame audience member.
Yeah, 100%.
Matt is.
Matt Poole. Like when I host a room and I know that you, Matt, and Bieber are in the room, I know that I don't even have to look at the chat. That you guys will take care and clean it up.
I think Matt should go back to the albino dude. What was his name?
Prime White. Prime White.
Prime White. And he had the albino picture. That was cool.
He's done a really good job of keeping himself completely anonymous. Like I know, where he lives in California, but as far as or
You just compliment him on doing a good job at remaining unknown, and then you just revealed everything that you know about him. Very
and Rohan should be bouncer, and he should be bouncer with a kangaroo. With a kangaroo with his feet out.
Let him flirt with who he wants to.
Oh, look at that. See, you guys hanging out with Brandy too much. Bag it.
That's right.
Rohan gets the ladies. No one's blocking Rohan.
Listen, Rohan is.
They get eaten by sharks. We don't even have to worry about the Australians.
Oh my.
Did you hear about that new language in New Zealand?
Shut up.
It's not.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. It was an ancient language in New Zealand. Sorry.
Wallace, go talk in the chat.
That's the funniest thing I've ever heard you say him. Pretty good.
Look, we both laughed at each other's jokes today. We're doing better.
Yeah, you always laugh at my jokes. I don't really laugh at yours.
I got you to laugh at one of mine. I'm gonna remember this, Martin.
Good.
God.
Roger, why don't you make it better, Roger?
Are you drunk? You must be drunk.
No.
Oh, come on.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh.
No, all the other people that are constantly talking.
I was actually thinking when we were talking a little bit.
Talk. This is what happens.
Let someone else
talk. You get to talk. I'm gonna take full
this is
advantage
what
because
I
tomorrow.
learned my lesson. Because I would always tell William, "Please come up. You never come up anymore." And then he did this, and I was like, "Oh, this is what I don't do."
So I was just going to go back to the whole thing about the COVID, just how you remember how crazy the rooms were? There was every day there were doctors and everybody arguing left and right. Oh my God. It was so wild.
Bro, they need so much money on this app.
Don't forget your booster betas.
Dude, and what's his name? Dr. Copeland and Priya, did you know
that piece of shit
is he's a chiropractor and a genealogist. So
wait,
he's
what?
Yeah.
Did they lock him up yet for all his lies?
So yes, and when you can ask him about it, he does runs on here every once in a while. He does X Spaces now because he lost his traction. Then you can look him up. He's public. He's a chiropractor and a genealogist. So, like, that was paid acting, for sure.
No, these people, there's other people on this app that are chiropractors that like to act like they're, just as much of a knowledge source on all things, everything, because they're technically a doctor somehow.
Yeah, acupuncture is like really great.
One of them was in the room earlier.
How about Isaiah being a paid actor?
What did you say that?
How about Aram being a paid actor?
I've heard that, but I didn't see the feeds. But you know what? I'm in the area, so I totally believe it because the organizations that were mentioned, I'm like,
Invisible. Look up
but he shut down. He shut down after like funding was cut. So I was like, dude, it's totally BS. I think you're right.
Yeah, Doug Urkel.
More power to him.
Election's over.
Like you never walked around the streets of Oakland. Like, dude, you're a sissy. Like these people, that's like the total beta move. Get somebody on Clubhouse. Normally, you just walk around and punch people out. Gets all forced.
Remember in the beginning of the app where Clubhouse they did pay high profile celebrities and stuff to create rooms, essentially to grow their app. I wouldn't be shocked if they had professionals like
lawyers,
doctors, psychologists, lawyers, to come on and do the same. Some that were LARPing, some that
No, but that totally did happen. Like, we just brought up that doctor. Like, that's all, like...
Yeah. Dr. Hoagland, literally, said so many times that he wished that, all of us MAGA supporters would be unalived. Let's just say that.
Well, good morning, y'all. Hope you had a good 4th of July. You Americans.
Yeah, how was yours?
It was good.
That was yesterday.
Oh, no,
that was yesterday. And I already slept and woke up.
That's not Do yourself a favor.
Yeah, I'm such a brat. And I'm such a brat on this app that there is not one person that puts doctor in front of their name that I will call him doctor.
Except for Adams, right? Except for doctor.
No, I just call Adams Adams. I'm like, you're not my doctor. Sorry, dude.
Ricky, if he's doctor responsible because he's like, well, he says he's the biggest piece of trash on the app. He's so irresponsible. At least his is fun. But you're right. But that, if you say that someone's not a doctor, they get really pissed about it.
I know they do. They report
me. The ones that have saved lives.
Oh my God, that was wild. That's really
there are a couple real doctors.
She said that you were a doctor. Because you're not.
I know. I got reported stating that somebody wasn't a doctor, and I said, well, they're not my fucking doctor.
Exactly.
So why am I going to call him doctor?
That was a good one.
And then you became a racist for that person.
Yeah, I did.
But in that moment, because you said they weren't a real doctor, you became You're such an asshole, but shame on you.
Beth, you get that regularly though. Yeah, you played with a lot.
Who does that?
Yeah, Beth does.
Yeah, I don't even do anything, man. I just...
I know.
Well, when clothing is optional, it's all...
She doesn't make the rounds. Ew.
No, I didn't say she did. She's fun. She participates. It's fun.
What do you mean?
Beth, did you drive your golf cart tonight, Beth?
I drove my golf cart earlier. I had a 10-minute break. And yes. Safe and sound.
Oh, Marshall, I'm so glad you're here. Do you remember back when Joe and Brad had that debate or whatever, and he identified Brad as a something conservative, or not even a conservative. It was a, what does he consider Brad to be?
Paleo? I learned that tonight. Paleo.
No, Joe here was paleo conservative. He identified Brad as something.
Dude, I take Greg. I don't know what
I think it was paleo.
No, Joe Pure is a paleo conservative. Brad is not a paleo conservative.
How do you know? Have you
Is it like a Jacksonian or something?
Oh my God, Marshall, can you tell Wallace that Brad's not a paleo?
No, he's not a paleo.
He called me something that was I remember it was something of the first part of it was a former president.
Did they wear wigs?
He's calling you a bushy.
It was something like a bush, but not.
Imagine
It was like a bush, but.
It's something having to do with Bush. I don't remember the exact title, but
if you were a fan of Bush, they would call you a neocon.
That must have been the 1970s.
I don't even believe that Brad voted for Trump. I don't think he voted for Trump, though.
No, he doesn't know that. I would want to spend a lot of money if he did vote for Trump. He's never told me whether he did or didn't, but he just seems kind of like the kind of person who would.
It seems like he is very angry about stuff, and he was, was he the Marine?
He was in the U.S. Navy, the bosun's mate or something like that. Essentially, that's like one of the NCO Navy.
Yeah, he said it's like the best position you can have. Like, if you want to like travel around and be next to the captain and be the man.
I wonder if we looked up Brad and looked up like his veteran status. I wonder what would pop up. We did nothing, you know.
You don't want to sleep tonight?
Well, he owes Diogenes $1,500.
I was, yeah, and Lou.
Pay up, Brad. Hashtag pay up.
No, I get it. I just think it's gay. Like, if you're gonna say someone didn't serve, and then they show you your whatever it is, like DD 214 or something, and you bet on it.
Yeah, I'm with Diogenes now. There to that whole chapter. Yeah, Brad's right.
Fake stolen valor, and then fake. Lily got on FaceTime to my program to show Brad everything. He called Combat Candy stolen valor.
Hold on. That guy Diogenes was one of the stupidest people ever.
He was not right about anything. He's a piece of shit.
Listen.
He's not stupid. He's radical, he's extreme, but not stupid.
No, he's very stupid. But Lou, you think Randy McDickless is fucking funny.
But you think everybody that disagrees with you is stupid.
Boy. It's a good sign. when somebody. Let's go. Okay, the next time somebody interrupts me, I'm just gonna fucking remove you and block you. How about that? You know what? Just shut the fuck up. You guys are all fucking retards. You guys hang out with retards, and then fucking when we bring up these retards, you guys act like they're fucking geniuses. You guys hang out with nothing but fucking pedophiles and fucking weirdos. You guys fucking hold up people like Ali Alexander as a great example of what a Republican is. You guys are all morally bankrupt and fucking
It's one of the most big things I've heard someone say, even though you're throwing me in that group. But I agree with you.
I don't know if it was clear enough, but when you asked the question earlier, it was on the app, the representation, who was the best voice. That doesn't mean that I think that I'll be held to a conservative the conservative Republican.
Well, maybe he does. Maybe he does. He likes teenage boys. Maybe that's what teenage boys do.
He's got a point.
Maybe that is what Republicans do. Maybe that's a
Bro, it kind of seems like it. To be honest.
There are people that
You act like we all do or something. It's so dumb.
Dude, even after you guys found out, you guys still fucking hung out.
kicked him in the balls. What are you talking about?
Yeah. And I still said I Lou because Lou still thinks that's very
And then that Zappy boy, the laser Zappy boy, he got it kicked in the balls too, and they both cut out together, probably humping in the closet.
Literally, they go in civilians.
I remember Randy reported on it. They were humping in the closet. They ran off.
And who is Randy?
I hate Randy. That dude is like one of the worst.
I don't hate people, Marshall. Marshall, you don't hate stuff. Shut up.
I don't actually hate him. I just strongly dislike him.
Good correction. Good correction, Marshall.
He's a piece of shit person.
Whatever, Anne. Are you perfect?
No,
like, why do you gotta bash on Randy?
William, because he said that he was going to take my 11-year-old daughter's virginity while young.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
Okay, so when I say that he's a piece of shit, I'm allowed to say that.
I know.
Well,
he's like,
hold on. Listen.
Randy's like,
hey, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. This guy Randy, if you ever been in rooms with him, he is literally one of the stupidest people. His bio, I remember reading his bio, and I was in a small room with him, so I started asking him questions about the bio. He was identifying the shit that he knew nothing about. And I remember being in the room. It was one of Issa's rooms. Like, Issa has this fucking magnet for fucking retards, and so you go in these fucking rooms, and I was asking this guy all these questions, just shit that he put in his bio. These weren't things these weren't gotcha questions. They were just hey, your bio says this, your bio says that, and he knew nothing about what he wrote. It's almost as if he just went online, stole somebody's persona, and then pretended that that's what he was all about. He literally is one of the dumbest people I've ever encountered on this app or off this app. But it doesn't shock me that there's people in this room that think
Randy McNicholas is one of the stupid
No,
people.
isn't he rabbi? He's a rabbi this week.
I don't know who he is.
He's a troll. He's a huge troll.
Dude, he was like the building block of a master.
I'm telling you, dude. You're all betas.
No, when I think of a good troll, I think KB is a good troll. Randy.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, he is. He triggers the shit out of the conservatives. It's hilarious.
Randy is a closet faggot who needs to forgive his mother.
And I'm him now because I don't.
Hold on. Let me just tell you this: when you guys would sit in fucking rooms with the fucking Randys of the world talking about politics, you guys were the ones that made fucking people like Aaron on this app seem like he fucking knew what the fuck he was talking about. I'm being dead ass serious. The reason why the dumb lefties look smart on this app is because the people that were on the right were even stupid.
No. Yeah. We're stepping ahead of them.
That's very obvious, dude. There's a lot of people on the right that are just retarded, bro.
Like Roger, that's kind of pre-ejaculation material.
The original owners of the conservative Republican House, I forget her name. It was a girl with, a lady with red hair, and it was a man, and they ended up giving it to Naveen. They were definitely a great representation of Republican conservative.
No, she was fucking Riska, whatever the fuck her name.
Yeah, Riska.
Yeah. She was a dipshit too. They're all fucking dipshits. The whole lot of them, dude. Listen, I would go into these fucking rooms and they didn't know anything about conservatism. They didn't know anything about anything. In fact,
people with rhinos.
I'm going to tell you.
They knew nothing about
Here's what's funny. You get back in those days, you could have 150 people in the room, and the only two people on the stage that knew anything about the Republican Party was Marshall and fucking Stephen Bader. Respectfully, Naveen lies about a lot of shit. Naveen is one of the more dishonest people on this fucking app. And so Marshall and Stephen Bader were the only people, and I didn't agree with Marshall or Stephen on a lot of this stuff. They were the only two that had any knowledge whatsoever about what was going on with the party. And guess what? The people in the room treated the two of them like shit. For the first 6 months that Bader was on here, you guys whipped him around. Marshall, you guys still talk shit to. And I'm telling you, you can take the rest of the people in the room combined, add up their entire knowledge base about anything political, and they still wouldn't be able to touch Marshall or.
You know, I can kind of agree with you. When I started the app, obviously I was like a liberal thing still, and so if I could go back, so I'm thinking back of when I was. That's all I know. So when I came onto the app, they seemed like they knew what they were talking about compared to where I was at mentally. So if I could re-listen to those rooms, I probably would think different now. It's just from what I heard.
I don't know. I've learned a lot at Clubhouse University. That one, Roger just gave me another title tonight. I learned that I'm a Jew, which I'm not. I learned that I'm white, which I guess apparently I didn't know that I was, even though I'm very tan right now. And now I learned that I'm a retard. So,
God bless you, Beth.
Can I get government assistance on any of these things?
Yeah. You sound too cute. You should just. You can't go for that.
Oh, I have promised that I am going to open up a house called Clubhouse University. I learned more shit on this app than it was even worth the money I paid to get a master's degree in psychology. It's great.
Mojo, when you asked this, that was a good question you asked earlier when you said, what is the most odd thing you've ever been, asked, or something that you felt like you didn't know how to defend? And I gave my take. What would yours?
I don't know. People say some really fucking retarded shit to me. They ask all kinds of fucking weird questions. I mean, this is what. If you guys can get offended by this, but I think the people that are left on this app, there's nothing left to learn. I think we've gotten to the point where all the smart people have left the app, and
Where did he go?
Hello?
He must have just clicked out.
No, did he just do a mic drop and say all the smart people left and then left?
Yeah, he would have done that. What an asshole. What an asshole.
He knew it was a time management problem. That's why he left.
Cool.
I think Clubhouse is like a social experiment.
I hate him.
It's interesting.
He's funny as fuck.
That's the best.
That was good.
My mind never sweats unless I'm with him.
He is such a turd.
You guys know brain sweat is expensive. Unless you're Liz. Who's got the birds? Fucking get the gun. What the fuck? Roger?
Birds aren't real, man.
The pigeons. I thought it was just pigeons.
No, my birds haven't started chirping yet. They will here in about the next 15, 20 minutes. The sun is rising in the sunny state of Florida, the only state that actually matters out of the 50.
That's right.
I filled my bird feeders today.
So the person trying to convince themselves that the great state of Texas is not the greatest state in the union.
Yes, Marshall, you and I, that's our thing.
It's a new border. The whole state is like the new border. It's great.
We have alligator.
You're welcome.
We have alligator Alcatraz already filled up. Is this going in today?
Yeah, they've got JAG judges doing the hearings, so people get a timely hearing and an address to their issues.
So it should be only staying at the property for between 2 and 3 days.
Yeah. We're moving on.
Dude,
Yep.
ramp it up. That's awesome.
Well, I mean, like the people who say that it's alligator Alcatraz and that's just so fucking inhumane, it's an old Air Force base. If it was good enough for the Air Force, it's good enough for anybody else, right? That's number one. Number two, there's surplus tents from Iraq, which have air conditioner, there is running water, there is food, there is electricity. All the things that you're legally required to provide. The part that I don't get about this is if you didn't overstay your visa, it probably meant you crossed the river. And if you crossed the Rio Grande, there have been alligators in that bitch for thousands of years, right? And nobody was crying before about immigrants coming out of the country illegally swimming through alligators. Nobody was complaining about that shit. But all of a sudden, if Donald Trump decides he wants to construct something in the Everglades where the Air Force used to be, oh my God, it's Auschwitz, which I just personally cannot fucking stand.
Agree.
If you look up pictures,
conversations on that bullshit, because you know what?
Dude, if you look, they don't look anything alike. Like, their bunk beds in these tents, they look like halfway decent bunk beds. They're not just like wooden slabs where you crammed like 200 people into a tiny building.
No, they just bought all brand new mattresses, got dropped off by, Sealy or something like that?
Look at Marshall's used to sleeping on the ranch. He's like, these people got it made.
Well, if you ever had to sleep on a hay bale.
Ranch, and the beds are probably not as good as what they got. So it's probably really nice what they got because you're used to sleeping on the ranch. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, but more my point was like people who are hyperbolically comparing it to a concentration camp, they just don't know what concentration camps used to look like. They don't know about the conditions. They don't know how.
Did you say concentration camp?
Yeah, because that's what people are comparing it to. They're comparing it to
they're
a
not staying
concentration
there. They're going to get deported.
Doesn't matter. They're still saying it's like a little Auschwitz, which, like, aside from the fact that
with that though, Roger? Or sorry,
do I agree,
Marshall?
Did it's Hitler-like? No, I think.
But you called it a concentration camp.
No. I said they said it was a concentration camp. I don't think it's a concentration camp. You used to belong to the U.S. Air Force, right? So I think any place that is fit for our men and women in service is fit to store other people. Like, that's my first
concentration camps had gas chambers, right?
Well, depending on whether they were work camps or death camps. But say, for example, like Auschwitz-Birkenau was both a work camp and a death camp. Like Sobibor was just a death camp.
But if you talk to environmentalists now, like just walking around outside is like those conditions.
Yeah, I mean, they were right next to towns. People knew what was going on. They just didn't say.
I'm sorry, Marshall.
Dude, you don't have anything to apologize
for. Well, I'm
for.
joking, but the whole concentration camp thing just makes you think like, okay, this is stupid and fake. Like, why would you even compare it to that? And you're trying to make the distinguishing between it, but how could you even go there? I don't understand. What minds are being changed by using those words?
I don't think any minds are changing. There are probably two types of people there. People who genuinely believe it's an injustice, and then people who want political advantage. It's hard to separate between the people who actually want justice and those who want political advantage.
Do you think citizens are being sent there?
U.S. citizens?
I think in the ICE raids in the last 3 months, we have rounded up U.S. citizens, but no, I don't think we're sending U.S. citizens to the camp in the Everglades. If we do, it's a gross violation of their civil rights.
And was there a single incident where we deported somebody out of the country that was a United States citizen, or was he a green card holder who violated his status?
His status? I am not entirely sure on that one.
Because we did deport an American citizen, right?
I know there was a U.S. citizen, for example, who was held in custody for 50 days. And it took them 50 days to figure out that this person was a United States citizen, even though all they really needed to do was call the Social Security Administration and look up their Social Security number. And they could have told you they were not immigrants, but some of that stuff has happened. It's not like it makes a bad name for Trump, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, how long did it take us, Marshall, to figure out if Obama was actually a U.S. citizen? It took a long fucking time.
I mean, it took a long time, but I think, for example, that was like blown way out of proportion. Oh, the long form's not good enough. Oh, he's from the Middle East. Like, I never bought that. Ted Cruz is the mother's from fucking Canada, and nobody's bitching about that shit. I never thought ragging on Obama for where he was born was like a legitimate thing to do. It always struck me as politically stupid.
I mean, I have a friend on this app.
Marshall, what is the difference between Ted Cruz's birth certificate?
Well, number one, where Ted Cruz was born in the United States.
Which I understand Ted Cruz's birth certificate. I'm more curious about Obama's.
Yeah, I mean, to be frank, I'm not. I think a lot of that stuff was rooted in a fair amount of.
Well, I'm not a birther, Marshall, so that's why I'm just asking. So then I'm like, I already rooted out the birther thing. And it's crazy, like, all the things you see on, which I don't go on TikTok, but, like, Instagram and, like, weird things on Facebook. And you're like, fuck, why is this birther thing to this day still, like, going around? Is there any truth to it, do you think?
No. I think it's an outright fabricated lie. I think
so. Ted Cruz's birth certificate is just as valid as Obama's.
Yeah, in my opinion. Like I said,
I would agree. That's my understanding. Like, even to today. But man, like, there's these wedges being put in between, or making a difference between Ted Cruz's and Obama's. Like, that Obama's is totally fraudulent and stuff, and they're like showing, like, there's a guy online showing how his whole birth certificate was totally like. Not just fraudulent, but, well, yeah, it's just fraudulent. All parts of it. Which I don't know if it's true, because nothing I see.
It's not. Part of that shit was for political advantage. Like, Hillary Clinton used the birther stuff in the Democratic primary to gain.
Yeah, but this was like a year ago, which is like...
Yeah, but
10 years after his presidency, which, I mean, makes sense, so... Continue.
I mean, personally, I just discount that stuff. Maybe it's something I shouldn't discount, but I discount it and I boil it down to political opportunism and bigotry. Right, like, I can't see what good. I can't see what good. Well, hold on a second. I can't see what good, say, for example, calling him a Muslim did. Calling him a Muslim was supposed to, like, degrade his legitimacy.
Right.
Well, no, it doesn't. In my mind, it didn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the claims were malicious and unserious. They're not true.
It just built on the potential propaganda put out about him for more people to believe that he's not what he says he is. And yeah, it's all politics. So I agree with you. It's just weird that that Hillary brought up the birtherism thing. And then it got posted on Trump that he brought it up when really it was a Hillary thing. And then all the facts are coming out that it's true that his birth certificate might be fraudulent. So it's just weird.
I think people who are still obsessed about that stuff are obsessed about something that's not real. Like, a long-term birth certificate is what Hawaii does. Like, no need to, if you lived in Hawaii, no need to look at that and go, it's all fake.
Well, and it's not going to change anything today. So yeah, that's why I feel weird talking right now like this and about this, because I mean, it's just for fun between me and you, but there's like all these people hung up on it that it's going to affect their political decisions today, and I just think that is like a microcosm of being hung up in the past, so that you can't judge and think rationally for today. And so I'm very like skeptical about how society is just getting slugged or getting slowed down so that they can't be caught up with current events to make a rational decision. And you know what? I'm probably just judging myself, which keeps myself as much on point as I can. I don't know. I just think
Self-criticism is healthy.
which a lot of people here would probably be shocked. Like, you voted for Obama? Yeah, in 08 I did. And so
To be frank, I'm not surprised by that. He was an incredibly charismatic candidate.
Well, I thought fundamental transformation was to get back to, well, like what Trump has done, the whole draining of the swamp and reducing the size of government so that it's manageable, and so we can't, like the deficit is my biggest concern, which is why the whole talk of Elon, when we opened this room earlier, I was like, I'm with you, Roger. Like if the MAGA torch could be passed on to Elon, and we could do this $1 trillion a year cut for the next 80, 100 years, and we could become our best of ourselves, like I just think like that is the best thing. But it's pains that I'm willing to accept: lower wages, higher taxes. And I think a lot of people don't understand what it's going to take to like get out from underneath this debt that we are servicing. And I don't even want to talk about the debt, but the servicing of it is what should scare everyone.
Yeah, the interest payment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already
so just working harder is part of. I'm 46, so I know that I'm not going to retire, and to get out of this, that I'll work until I die. And I think younger people, maybe 35 and 36.
I'm 34, and I think I'll be working for my life.
Right. Probably look forward to it. You're a service to a society person, so you look forward to it. I do too. But it is a hard pill to swallow. And to get people to understand this thick pill to swallow, especially younger people who the odds are just stacked against them and they don't even know it because they're not wise enough yet. I just bridging that gap.
Said something which.
Well, do you know? I know you have faith in America and what we can do. Even our young people who haven't swallowed the pill yet. But our faith relies on that, Marshall. And so I don't know. I guess I'll close by just thanking you for being that bridge between the parties so that we can be rational about the decisions we make, and so that we could just battle the interest on our debt. I want people to like concentrate on our debt so that we could just bypass the parties and deal with what we have to and get past because our differences don't even matter. I think on Clubhouse the last few years, people are realizing the differences don't even fucking matter. The only thing is all the things that hold us back, which we have to work together to get over. And man, I smash on you and talk so much shit, Marshall, but I want you to know that, and I've done this before and told you that you do such a great service bridging that gap, even though I might be on more of a right side than you, being an independent, which is weird to say, because I've never been.
Yeah, dude, I will be willing to bet you have some sort of
your Marshall, your knowledge. Yeah, I'll shut up, but just thank you so much.
I really appreciate the compliment.
Continue though to like make these leftists though like think about future generations, because my kids already know the wall that they're going up against, and they still make the decision to have kids. And I look at my kids and I go, so after I share with you what's ahead of you, you still want it. You go, and my kids go, how else are we gonna get past this? And my teenagers, I look at them and I go, holy shit, my teenagers got it before me. because we had these problems, all of us, when we were little kids and just didn't know it. And my teenagers are like, no, I'm gonna have lots of kids and we're gonna beat past this. And so it's a way better attitude than Gen X. And I think Gen X is gonna fix everything. But I'll tell you right now, Gen X's kids, I mean, the attitude, if all of us Gen X's are doing what I think we're doing, like our kids are going to be the transformation that, as long as we get our debt under control, because the interest on the debt, I think, is enough to make any sane man want to commit suicide. So, yeah, I appreciate you, Marshall. I just wanted to vocalize that tonight. And, yeah, I'm going to go finally brush my teeth.
William, no, you're absolutely correct. I mean, I'm watching a 22-year-old and an 18-year-old, and their mindset is completely different than what we've seen in the past.
I got 13 or 15.
But I have to say, everybody in this room today, we are going to become multi-millionaires with millions, even if we already have millions. We're going to get even more because our great friend is down here live streaming us on YouTube, you little stinker. Edmund, what the fuck is wrong with you? Stop live streaming us. We're so entertaining. I know. The world needs to hear what we've got to say. Weirdo.
The only comfort I have about Edmund is he'll never win a political election.
If anyone's going to make Clubhouse really cool, it's going to be Edmund.
Yeah, I actually agree with that from an advertising perspective. The Clubhouse has got so much free advertising out of Edmund.
Where is he streaming, Beth?
Wait, hold on.
I wasn't willing to
hold on. That means mute your fucking mic. Jesus Christ. This idea around getting free advertising, just because he posts something doesn't mean that it's getting a lot of eyeballs. I would guess that overall everything that he's put on combined probably has 100,000 views with everything that he's done combined on this app. I've looked at the ones that he's posted where I'm on there, Dr. Jordan's on there, and I don't think I've ever seen one with more than 100 views.
That's interesting. To be frank, I never checked his
trying.
I will say, one of them will go viral. Eventually, somebody will hear something that they find interesting, and I think that what he's going for is the volume play. And it's not going to be any of us because we're pretty tame. But he'll go into one of these fucking other rooms where somebody's threatening to kill somebody. Maybe he'll catch. Nah, not even that. See, that's again. You guys think Pepe's funny or edgy? No. Pepe is repeating things that he thought was edgy when he was a kid, and like there's nothing new about anything. The only person that thinks that it's new is Sarah. Sarah thinks it's new.
Maybe they're all working together.
I think he's funny.
I know you do. I know you do. Hold on, no, Wallace, you have to beat up. Wallace, you have to beat up. The reason Sarah finds it funny is because Sarah wasn't around 30 years ago when this kind of like edgy humor where, if you say the N-word and everybody with a fucking, a junior high sense of humor thinks it's hilarious. Sarah's there. Sarah's got the junior high sense of humor, and she thinks it's new, and she thinks it's hip, and she thinks it's funny. That's what's going on there. But any grown fucking adult knows that shit is tired and fucking it's not funny. There's nothing funny about any of the shit that he says, unless you have the sense of humor of a seventh grader.
Not the N-word of it though, but they were going back and forth and speaking, and I thought that the way they were talking was funny. What is it, Wallace?
Oh, I just said sorry because I was speaking over you.
I have to say, I wish I had the recording when Pepe went off on me about 3 years ago. It was hilarious because I don't ever say really anything for people to go off on me, but he went off on some tangent, and I just sat in the room like, okay, well, all right.
He does comedy. He
said something
trolls.
stupid, Beth.
He does comedy. He trolls, and
What comedy?
That's why I asked Beth,
I wish I
because
could
I think this poop Anon down there, I do think it's Edmund. That's why I asked Beth.
Who cares?
No, I want the link from the last
Listen.
room. Oh my God, you guys, what's wrong with you guys?
If Edmund is streaming,
Wallace,
people
I have
listening,
no jokes with you, okay? Do not talk to me like that. Mr. Wallace, aren't you married?
Do you not
Aren't
hear
you
me?
married? Why are you asking
Don't you want to be center? How many guys does it take to center you?
Why doesn't everybody just talk?
How many guys it takes for your wife to be centered?
What wife?
Jesus Christ.
What are you talking about? You're
This
weird.
This is what fucking mental illness looks like. Like, honestly, like, I think you're all mentally ill.
Center me. Me first. Me harder.
Hey, I'm just sitting here, Roger, watching the sunrise.
You people are so fucking retarded, you don't even know how to take turns speaking. It's fucking hilarious.
I'll say I'm with you, Roger. I find that stuff that he does tired. I also just find running around saying him word to be generally offensive. Or at least I'm genuinely offended.
I'm not even as turned off by what he says as I am by the people that fucking react as if it's the first time they've ever heard this shit. Like it's literally like fucking 10-year-old kids hearing someone fart, and that's the way it appears to me. Like, it's people that don't have a sense of humor.
I think the funny part is the people that he's responding to, and their logic and their rational of thinking, and the way Pepe responds to him, I think is logical and rational, because these people are so fucking dumb, and that's why there's laughs.
No, it's not.
No, it totally is.
That's
why
no, you're wrong.
I said,
you're wrong.
Why don't you
You're
put
wrong.
attention
You're
to
wrong.
who Pepe
You're
is
wrong.
talking to, and you'll see that these people are fucking racist, crazy people who want to believe that Pepe is this thing, and Pepe embraces it and runs with it and trolls the fuck out of them, and that's all it is.
No, Wallace
anymore makes you the person projecting some racist thing.
Wallace, no, Wallace. Respectfully, you're wrong.
Pepe is
totally hold on. Shut your fucking mouth. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay, how about this? I'm fucking done with you. You're a fucking idiot. You're wrong. The only fucking thing that comes out of it, dude, he wants to say these things. He can say those things. Like, especially when he's in a room with somebody like Sarah that doesn't know how to moderate a room, and he says these things, and she thinks it's funny. The reason she thinks it's funny is because she doesn't have a sense of humor. She doesn't know what actual humor is, so she mistakes people saying edgelordy things like the N-word. She thinks that that's comedy. That's where her maturity level is that a person doesn't have to say anything funny. They just have to say a word that you're not supposed to say in polite society, and because she thinks like a 7th grader, that's what she laughs at. She said it herself. She thinks she likes him. She thinks he's fun.
I agree. And I did get tossed out of a room one night because I was in a room with a bunch of my black friends that were in the room, but a lot of the other people, the mods, didn't know who I was. And I was like, I would never hire you. If you're going to walk around and talk like this, to me, you sound stupid. And I would never hire you. And then I got thrown out of the room because they said the N-word over and over again.
But again, to me, it's not the N-word. It's the fucking retards that don't have a good sense of humor that think that covers for humor. Like their lives are so lame and so boring that they think that's fun and funny.
Yes. Sarah thinks saying the N-word over and over is funny. But she doesn't like people mentioning big black cocks.
How many times do you think Pepe said the N-word?
Since he's been on this app?
No, today.
Well, let's see. I have had 3 different people that back channeled me that actually, you want me to read one of the back channels?
No, I don't care. I don't care what people say, Mojo. I don't really care, but I'm asking you.
I thought you wanted dialogue on this topic.
You think for 1 hour he was like saying N? They were messing around for a whole hour. There was nobody, like there was like 10 people, 15 people in the room, and there was like few black guys, and they were not fighting. There was a very funny black guy too. They were all joking, messing around. Do you think the only word they said was the N-word? I don't like people using the N-word, but they were literally performing comedy for a whole hour. And
wait, who was performing comedy?
People who were performing, but I wasn't even there when I came to the room.
Performing comedy? What are you talking about?
They were joking with each other. Yeah, they were trolling.
Got it. So you think saying the N-word is hilarious?
No, they didn't say the N-word alone. That's why I asked Beth. That's why I asked her if she knows where Edmund is streaming, because I do want to go get that link.
Why do you think it's funny? Why do you think it's funny when people say the N-word?
I don't think the N-word is funny, but they were saying other stuff, and I thought it was very funny.
There you go. You just don't have a very good sense of humor.
That's fun. I mean, Mojo, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to jump off a cliff? You don't like my sense of humor. What do you want me to do?
You don't have to do anything. I just now that I know that you have the sense of humor of a 7-year-old boy, I can act accordingly. I used to think, oh man, this person likes to have mature conversations. I now know that that's not the way that you like to communicate.
I don't know. I mean, somebody just 10 minutes ago in this room was asking me what color my dildo is. So, I mean, you can keep saying the N-word is very offensive, but other things are not offensive.
When did they
Come on, Roger. You know it's black.
I'm pretty sure it's purple. Probably a deep purple.
I guess I missed that conversation. I came in a half an hour ago, but
yeah. They think it's okay to tell women like what color your dildo is or what size penis you like. That's okay. They can give me like, look at the eyes rolling. I'm literally saying I don't like this. And then one of them says,
but you love when people repeat the N-word over and over again.
Yeah, but then the N-word is only the N-word is not okay. But if you say sexual things to women and they don't like it, that's fine.
Sarah,
there's nothing wrong with.
Sarah, I don't even think you're a racist for liking to hear the N-word. I just think you're a person that doesn't have a very good sense of humor.
I just told you they were talking for an hour, and no, they weren't saying the N-word for an hour. They were just saying different things, and I thought it was funny. And I wasn't even in the room.
Oh, I know. You thought it was funny.
I went to shower. I came back. Honestly, I'll tell you, Mojo, let me tell you the truth. If I was there when it started I may have tried to stop it. Maybe. But it wasn't even my room. If that was my room, it would never happen. Let's be clear about that. That was not my room.
Let me ask you a question. Rich, do you think Pepe's...
It doesn't matter what Rich
sorry, I was reading something. No.
I think Rich is not funny.
Whoa, let me
hold on. Beth, do you think Pepe's...
No. Not at all.
Sarah's the only one that thinks it.
I think he's an abusing troll.
Are you jealous, Mojo?
No, it just makes me laugh at you. You're like a little child. Like
then I'm a child.
The more that I hear you communicate, the fact that you don't know that there's a plural form of the word woman, and the fact that you laugh at humor that was funny 30 years ago, it like you sound like I've said this before. You remind me of like Filipinos that just got off the boat.
Do you feel like, I'm wondering, like, does it make you feel good insulting me, like bullying me?
I didn't think that was
right
an
now?
insult. I'm just
I
telling
want to know, like, you talk about politeness and.
Do you think that was insulting? What, you don't like Filipinos?
You just told me I'm a Filipino. I don't know. I mean, what is funny about me being Filipino? So the N-word is racist, but if you call me Filipino, it's not.
Well, saying the word Filipino is not racist. What I said was that you sound like someone from the Philippines that just got off the boat, with the broken English and not being able to decipher the difference between
just
the
fresh
singular.
off the boat is an
Correct.
insult if you don't know. But go ahead, continue.
It's description.
No, fresh off the boat, FOB, that's an insult. I didn't come to America with a boat. I clearly have an accent. I went to school outside of America. I didn't go to school here. When I came here, I had to use 2 different dictionaries. If you think my accent is funny for you, but it is a struggle that I had to deal with. I had to use 2 dictionaries. I had to translate English to English and then English to Farsi to learn and study. So if you think my accent is amusing to you because I didn't go to school here, you're not as polite as you think you are. That's kind of like a bullying people for their accent. I mean, if you want to go on and tell me that.
Yeah, I'm not making fun of your accent. I'm making fun of the fact that you claim to be a professor and you don't know the.
I'm not an English professor. I teach science.
You said you don't know the difference between the singular and plural form of the word woman.
No, I know woman with A is one and with E means multiple. I understand that, but clearly my accent is something that you want to make fun of it, so go ahead.
It's not the accent.
I'm just showing.
It's your grammar. It's your grammar.
I'm just showing you.
Your vocabulary is not very good.
You're a hypocrite.
Maybe that's the case, but you think people saying the N-word over and over is funny.
But making fun of someone's accent who grew up.
I didn't make fun. I'm making it very clear. I'm making fun of your grammar.
That's not my grammar. I do know woman with 1 A and with E. A and E is for one versus multiple woman. I understand, but clearly you don't understand that it's my accent, but it's funny.
What is it that you think is funny about somebody saying
I'm fresh off the boat.
Hold on, Sarah. What is it about somebody repeating the N-word that you find funny?
I told you I don't find the N-word funny, but there was a lot of other things I said that I thought it was funny. I like Pepe. Remember, I had a fight with him in your room last year. Do you remember that? Do you remember in your room? He said the N-word and I went on the stage and I called him a nasty, racist, blah, 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 blah. I had a big fight with Pepe in your room because I thought he's racist. And the more I listened to him, the more I realized he's just a troll. And he's kind of funny now.
Do you find it funny when people say the N-word?
No, I don't find it funny, but clearly you find it funny to mock my accent.
No, I'm mocking your grammar.
No, it's not grammar, it's my accent.
I don't have a problem with your accent.
I know one woman is with A and multiple women is with E. This is my accent.
All right, well, let's see if you can make that distinction next time we're having a conversation.
Wait, is it wild that I came to the opposite conclusion that Sarah did? That initially I thought Pepe was just a troll, and then I realized he was a vehement racist, and I was like, oh, wow, I didn't realize that. I thought it was all a troll.
I don't even want to focus on the fact that if he is or isn't a racist, what he's doing is he's doing this thing that started about 30 years ago, where people thought that it would be funny to use words that would shock people, and like at first people were like stunned and they didn't know what to make of it. But now in 2025, the only people that laugh at that type of humor are in junior high school.
Yeah, it's like shock comedy.
Yeah, or on Clubhouse and name set.
I'm with you. I just don't think it's funny.
I love you too much.
Yeah, I don't find it funny either, Marshall. I find it to make people the value that I put on them as far as being good humans. The minute I hear it come out of their mouth, they just devalued themselves to me. Yep, I can't stand the word.
Definition of white trash.
Oh, wow. And walked in the room and thinks I'm a moment, Marshall.
Dude, Ann walks in and Marshall goes, definition of white trash.
Yeah, no, people that say the N-word.
Totally not talking about her.
Oh, I know that.
My opinion, I think Ann's like the worst kind of racist. She's like the secret veiled kind of racist.
I'm not saying this. No, is anyone buying that?
Are you a secret agent, Ann? And we didn't know.
Well, let's ask Ann.
Look at Rich.
Hold
Look
on.
at Rich.
Hold on. Let's ask Ann a question. And do you think it's funny when people shout the N-word over and over again on this app? Do you find that funny?
It's disgusting.
What do you think of moderators that sit back and laugh when it's happening?
I think that they like it. It's hilarious.
Yeah. And she hasn't denied it. She's like, I think he's funny.
I don't like him using the N-word, but I think Pepe's funny. Yeah, I like
She
Pepe.
gives Sarah a southern accent.
Why is Rich using a PTR of a white man painting his face black? How come that's not racist?
Oh, because he's the greatest president to represent African Americans.
Wait. You got me messed up closer.
I got a question for Joe B. Joe B, do you like it on this app when people shout the N-word over and over?
Fuck. No. Absolutely no. I've seen her come up from all this to read.
So, Joe B, what do you think of moderators that sit back and say that they think it's funny?
Because we're all blended. I think that moderator should get shot.
Oh.
These are the crazy comments you hear, right?
I don't mean physically shot down.
I just. Joby, you were messaging me in the last room, not tonight, but the last room that I was the mod. You were messaging me. I posted it in this house's chat too. You were messaging me that no hard feelings. I'm removing you. Like you were having a psychosis, I think. So it's kind of hard for me to.
Joby does not have psychosis.
No, it's not psychosis. Joby. Are you messaging on this?
Sarah, have you slept?
She did it for a second time, and remember I asked you that night if you know what she means? She did it a second time, and then she said, yeah, I don't like you. I don't want to see you being a mod. But, I mean, it wasn't her room to make that decision, right?
Well, right, but she's giving her reason.
So, but Mojo is, like, trying to find, like, I don't know. I probably shouldn't even be here. I'll just leave.
No, you're fine, Sarah.
No, I should probably just leave. Mojo knows the beef between Joby and me, but he's using that, and then he talks about being polite and being like, whatever.
You know who I feel this the worst for is Alexa Zhang, the Chinese guy who just came in the room a few minutes ago. You guys were like the Filipinos just getting off the boats.
No, guys, just listen, okay? So I don't know what happened.
Alexa.
Yeah. Hi.
Alexa, are you from mainland or home?
Please flash her, please.
Yeah, actually, I'm from mainland China, but just
There's a war in China, man?
He serves for men in China, he said.
Oh, what part of China?
I don't think you know that. East of China also has the
Give us a try.
Wait,
Like Shenzhen.
Guangzhou.
Yeah, Guangzhou, Guangdong City.
Chengdu, maybe?
I thought that they weren't allowed to download the app in China. Unless they were, what is it called?
Well, no, it shows United States in Dubai, so I'm guessing he's probably in the United States or in Dubai.
CCP. He works for the CCP. It's not.
No, I'm not CCP. Sorry.
Wait, Wang, Song, how do you feel about Xi Jinping?
No, I know maybe he's the current president.
Do you agree that he's a piece of shit?
No, I don't care about politics.
No, I'm just asking, like, would you agree that he's a piece of shit, though?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think what's interesting about Rich is that he seems to be ruthlessly pursuing China's interest. Granted, I had somebody from China tell me that she has had the worst crackdowns on expression since Mao.
Oh, dude, he's abhorrent.
But he came to Iowa State in his study abroad program. He was known as a Red Prince during the Zhou Enlai days of the CCP, and she fell out of favor with Zhou Enlai, the person who came after Zhou Enlai, and was sent into the provinces to do farm work and pick rice. And after he did that for several years, he applied to study abroad at the University of Iowa and was accepted. Like I said, I think the most interesting thing about him is that he's ruthlessly pursuing his country's interests. He just doesn't seem to give two shits what other people think about what China needs. I think
he's about to be out of power, so it doesn't matter.
Is he stepping down?
He's about to be ousted, right, Roger?
Yeah, the rumors are that he's essentially not in power anymore right now.
Which makes the whole conversation about economics between China and America, like, it's a huge topic, and we should be talking more about it, I think.
So, some people think that he's going to be replaced with a more Western-friendly leader.
Yeah, and this puts the whole perspective of the American dollar being like, we're like actually holding an edge against this movement of the change, against what we know to be true of the established, what is it, the established global, currency. Like, this is a big deal, I think, and I think America's got an edge.
World reserve currency is what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, if they oust them and replace him before 2047, I'll be happy. I mean, we got rid of President Liam in Hong Kong. That fucking atrocious fucking cunt working for fucking Xi. But hopefully they get it done before 2047.
This is good stuff. This is fun. It actually brings a little spice to what we're doing every day when we work.
Yeah, saying I used to live in Chenyi. I don't know if you know where that is.
Are you Nicholas?
Alexin, do you live in the States now?
Yeah, actually, I mean, I do. Yeah.
Doesn't it rain all the time up there?
3:53, I think, is early morning.
Huh. And it's like, what part of China did you come from? Like, I know you said we probably wouldn't know, but I'm curious. I'm fairly familiar with China's geography.
Yeah. Actually, I born from China. East, I think, east of China, the name called Shandong Province, opposite of Korea. So I think, I don't know who mentioned Shenzhen and Guangzhou. I think most of the foreigner.
I mentioned Guangzhou and Richmond.
No, I said Guangdong City.
What is this, China history? What are we doing?
Are you doing Longdong City?
How about Longdong capitalism?
No, I spent 3.5 years over there.
It's retarded. Longdong.
In that shithole country with all your fucking psyop fucking brainwashed people.
When you guys talk over each other, it drives me fucking bananas.
This shit is bananas.
Sorry, Roger. I was just trying to cut the CCP
Roger,
off.
can I ask you a question? So, what do you think about when people call people like me a sand N-word?
Too white.
That makes no sense.
A what?
A sand N-word.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Hey, Wallace, you want me to goo you again?
No, I'm just trying to bring back the main topic. Sorry.
Huh?
So, and I don't think anybody thinks of you as Lebanese. So,
No,
I don't know.
Well, when people say sand,
I think people look at you and they think Midwest white girl.
Got rubbed in the sand.
Oh,
she ran away from the Mennonites.
Do you think it's offensive though?
Ran away from the Mennonites.
It's definitely not a polite term, that's for sure. I'm sure it would make Sarah laugh though.
She's on the phone.
Dude, you're not kidding. Yeah, wait till she gets off the phone. Say that again.
Yeah, for real.
Dude, you're not kidding. Dude, that's funny. She won't even laugh. Watch.
I don't know.
I'm to the point on the East Coast. I have no idea what you guys do over on that left coast, but apparently nobody ever goes to bed. I mean,
whatever, you live on a golf cart.
Yeah, I live on a golf cart. I got a pillow, a blanket. I go to bed around 9 p.m., wake up at 5 a.m. I wake up and the same people are still awake. The fuck?
Oh, I know.
That happened to me this morning. I was like, what the fuck?
See, I came on at 4 a.m.
After you got some sleep, right?
Yeah. Like, I woke up and, dude, yesterday was like a long day.
And that's Central Time, Am?
I'm Eastern.
Yeah, I was up at 5:30 this morning. I thought it was impressive. Everyone was like chipper and had their coffee, it looked like.
Yeah, like 4 in the morning was a little bit early, Beth, for me. But now I'm going to be fucked today, but yeah.
I got up about 5 a.m.
4:30. So, what time? You guys already slept?
Hold on. You guys look in the goo. There's a woman by the name of Raquel. She's got like bedazzled jewels on her titties.
She's hot?
Not just, I mean, you can make your own decision, but she's like got like beads on her titties.
You saw titty?
They're piercings.
Dude, I still see Randy. He still hasn't come up, huh?
Or implants, whatever you call them.
I don't see. I see Raquel, but I see her in a black tank top.
Yeah, zoom in on her titties. They're implants.
I see Kelly. Hey, Kelly.
Wallace, are you retarded?
I'm trying to be tonight, just because I'm on stage.
He's a better audience member.
Hi, Raquel. She waved at us. Good morning.
Isn't that a Saga movie, Raquel? That's a movie, I think.
Roger, she's also got one on her neck too, on her throat.
No, I've never seen anything like this. Like she's literally got beads like glued to her titties.
So they're kind of like earrings, but they make like a little incision, and then they implant them in, and then it just heals back over it.
Oh, it kind of looks like when people put them in their, like, to have the dimples in their cheeks.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Kind of like with studs in the skin.
Indian people put that red thing on their forehead. I think it's the same concept.
Dots.
It's just it's the same concept. This is crazy. I've never seen this before. Raquel, I'm not making fun. I've just never seen this before. It's wild.
It's kind of cute.
She's trying to explain in the chat what it is, Roger.
She said it was Durnell's. I thought that was a fucking cereal brand. I don't know.
I want to ask Wheel about his coin.
They're German.
I collect coins, and I've never seen that.
Why doesn't she get up here and explain this to us, like, so we can understand, like, what, like?
Yeah, Wheel too.
She could be like,
is this a do-it-yourself project, or did she go like into a piercing place?
Usually, it's like it's a surgical procedure. They use a scalpel and they make a small incision.
Why would anybody do something like that? That would be
They're kind of like permanent piercings.
Well, what if it got infected? Like, Jesus.
No, it healed around it.
I mean, you'd say the same thing about tattoos, Roger.
Roger, you know. Roger knows.
It might be a business expense. She might be an entrepreneur. She may dance or something. I don't know.
Dude,
But
that is so
it could be a
genius.
business expense.
You're so
Dude, you
cracked
could do
up.
that for a living and get and write it off.
Dude, I can also sell pictures of my feet in meat sauce on OnlyFans and probably make good money.
They do good stuff with pot.
Wait, hold on. And your feet?
Yeah, nice feet. Probably. I have nice feet.
Persian feet. I bet they're like hobbit feet.
What do you think Sarah's feet look like?
Sarah Fox?
Well, Sarah Fox
Scooter
has
girl?
chubby feet.
Oh.
Could you imagine?
I got a fetish with
Sarah
Scooter
Fox's feet,
girl.
man. They gotta carry all that fat.
Oh, hey, Marshall. If you click on the link I posted in the chat, that's where I used to live.
Dude, I did click on it.
Roger had a question.
Yeah, it's an amazing place.
Sarah, are you there?
Dude, is Rich Nicholas? Rich, are you Nicholas? Or Nicholas, are you
I don't know who the fuck Nicholas is. Y'all keep talking
fucking
about.
confused?
I hate you, Wallace, right now. I hate you.
Rich Nicholas is the other gay guy.
Oh, you mean like
Are you gay?
What the fuck's his other name that he goes by? I don't remember what he goes by.
You like
He's got a different-
boners and buttholes?
No, not
Why
gay.
have you been talking about so much faggotry tonight? Stop it.
I'm just trying to make sure if it's Nicholas or Rich. Pause.
Can we hear like one person after another?
No, they don't know how to do that, Beth. They're fucking all absolutely fucking retarded.
William, you've been following me around fucking rooms for 3 fucking years. Every time I look in the audience, there's William, Matt, and fucking Beaver in the audience just following me around.
That's right.
Like puppies.
We're the chat warriors. That's right.
Wait, so what
Dude, that is just genius.
The room could
5
be-
years on Clubhouse.
Hey, I will say, out of all the people that spend a lot of time in the goo, Beaver's the most worthless one. Like the others have things to contribute.
Okay, I'll shut up now. I don't want to lose my stance as number 2 or
Dude, I've heard so many funny things from women on this app about Beaver. No, hold on. I've heard hilarious shit about how he would back channel chicks and be like, "Hey, what's up?" And some of the shit that people have shown me that he back channels them, for somebody that's in the goo, he sure got a lot to say. He tries to, if he finds out that somebody's single on this app, he's in their DMs on the daily. It's fucking hilarious.
The only person I tried that with was Ann. And Ann was like, "I'll talk with you." And we talked, I think, a few nights, right, Ann? It was
Wait a second.
good.
You tried to hit on me, but I would think.
No, we just had conversations just me and you instead of a room.
Yeah.
Wallace, why don't you slide up in the back channels of Sarah?
Too much.
She's single.
I'm old. She's too much food.
Well, she's not young.
He's married.
She's already.
Beth is more my style. Beth is we're gonna do sprints for half the day, and then the other half we're gonna lay around and just sunbathe and swim.
So, Marshall, if you click on the other 2 links, I lived in Singapore in the Philippines too.
I'm old.
Sweet, I'll take a look.
Yeah, it's pretty cool places.
It shows that I have Victoria blocked, and so Victoria must be a demon.
So Rich isn't Nicholas.
No, sir.
Nope, Rich is definitely not gay.
Well, I really like you, Rich, because you're not gay, and I like Nicholas, even though he's gay, because he's fun too. But Rich, dude, I know you from Chillism, and Rich is fucking. He's good shit.
I've always liked him.
Pause. Good shit. Pause.
And he gets so much shit, but it's he gets so much shit because he says
Well, he's gotta stop spewing shit.
He says the most comments and shit, and people are like, "Oh, you're so stupid."
It's because everyone's plunging them.
Yeah.
Well, mostly because I don't take this shit to be that
It's because you're a bottom bridge. You just gotta stand up.
Hey, there you go. Fact.
I'm saying it's Clubhouse. It's not real.
Dude, Rich, I can't wait till Chillism. I'm gonna come up on the stage and bang on you. Are you a bottom bridge?
Dear God.
Roger, if this app shut down right now, how many people do you think that are part of Clubhouse would hang themselves or kill themselves?
There's more tops than bottoms, Rich.
I honestly, I don't think that would happen. I think they would just go back to therapy.
I'm dead. No, they wouldn't go to therapy.
You guys would go back to therapy.
No, the women would be in the streets.
I mean, I kind of agree with Edmund. I think this is a psyop, and I believe that this is an insane asylum, a psych ward. 100%. All the mentally unhealthy people and all the autistic people, and they're just keeping us all.
I mean, there might be something to be said about that. I mean, if you think about it, there's some people that will mod rooms, allow somebody to start repeating the N-word over and over and over again, and not only do they not moderate them, what they do is they then say, I think that's funny. They say they think it's funny.
Fire.
Somebody scream the N-word.
The fire means hot. No. When you see the fire, think about like you're telling someone you're hot. Yeah. Keep doing it, Bojo.
Sarah, we know that you dream about Roger. We know that.
Yeah. No, that's why I like Pippin. That's why I let Pippin do that. So Roger can just say these things right now. I'm just craving his attention. Go for it, Bojo. I'm listening.
But that was yesterday. What about today?
He's talking about it, so I'm here. Continue.
Roger is hot.
So y'all gonna listen to an African now?
Dude, you are Nicholas.
No,
I'm reading Lasanda's fucking comment.
Nicholas goes.
Where's Nicholas?
His username is something. It's a woman's name. What is it?
That's hella funny, Rich. Because when I heard you like weeks ago, Rich, because I've been listening to you for a month or two, I was like, dude, is that Nicholas with the new name? I was like,
William, I got a question. Wallace, can you just say, you want some creamsicles, young boy?
Oh dear God, Jesus.
you imitated Herbert for I don't even know what you said. I can't repeat it.
Herbert, yeah, Herbert.
Oh, dude, Herbert, that's Nicholas.
Doesn't William have a little bit of that voice?
No.
Just a little bit.
What are you talking about? I'm from the West.
Wait,
You're crazy.
Hold
Look
on.
at Marshall's
Hold on.
name too.
I'm just going to move you down. You're too much right now. Stay in the coop. Who do you guys think has the most annoying voice on all of Clubhouse?
Epic. Necro's got to be up there. Yeah, he's definitely.
I won't say names, but I can't handle the women that come on this app and talk like they're babies because they think this is like a dating app or something, and that men are attracted to their stupidness. No.
What do you guys think when Sarah starts yelling?
I think that she sounds like a feminist.
Bojo,
When she's screaming that everyone's an IRGC.
If I hold the rooms and let Pepe just, perform, are you gonna promise to give me this much attention daily?
No, what I'll probably do is just mass report you and get you thrown off the app.
Oh.
I've done that.
Yeah, because Sean pulled it off,
No. Hold on. I'd love to take credit for that, but I didn't get Sean Coleman to nothing. No, I wish I could take credit for that. That guy. Hey, let me. This is a basic intelligence test. There was a group of people on this app that thought Sean Coleman was the smartest guy on the app, and that group of people are the biggest fucking retards.
Yeah, I got Miguel, the Muslim guy.
I like Miguel.
He's went through like 5 or 6 accounts already.
I like Miguel actually.
You like Mikhail, the guy that posts addresses of Jewish people on this app? You like that guy?
No, I thought that was.
No, the one that says that he says ISIS is freedom fighters.
No, I know who Mikhail is. Mikhail actually literally will PTR the address of people that are Jewish on this app, but it's interesting. And what is it that you like?
Hear what I said? I thought it was Palestine Revolt that did that, so I didn't realize that it was Mikhail. I don't support
You know the guy Senek?
in any way, shape, or form.
And do you know Senek?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Senek, the crazy Muslim guy. That's Mikhail. Same guy, yeah, that's why he keeps changing his name all the time. Well, no, he's under a different account, a new account. He has to keep getting a new phone number because every time he gets a new account, I get it kicked out.
No, I know. He's gone through way more than 5. But I mean, so a lot of people. I mean, I'm on number 3.
Probably done like 10 or 15 with him.
I think I'm on my 3rd account, and I didn't even get it around. Roger's on his 2nd account.
Who do you think would have the biggest fucking like conniption if they got mass reported and kicked off the app?
Monica.
Yeah, probably Monica. I agree with you, Ian.
Yeah,
she would.
100%. Well, and I know that she was banned too. At one point.
Yeah, and scene. I have 800 burners.
You?
Yeah. Remember when I used to go into Andrew's room?
Yeah.
Andrew Arn? Yeah. And he would kick me off stage, and then like 2 seconds later, I'd come off mic. And he's like, who the fuck is this? And I was like, this is Rich. And he's like, how are you doing this? I'm like, I have 800 burners.
Dude, I went up there, and I rarely go up there because normally it's just atheists screaming and yelling, and Andrew not nodding. And I, like, they said something that really got me, and I went up there, and I didn't yell or anything, but I, like, pushed back on these atheists. 3. It was, like, 3 on 1. Andrew fucking moved from each the audience, and I was, like, so shocked, because I was like, wait a second. Why would I be moved with 3 atheists that are saying the most disgusting, vile things? Like, what are you doing? And I messaged him in the back channel, he never wrote me back. I don't know. He wants to run Christian rooms, but I don't know. They're like, that's never the topic. And why we can move you down? Rich, are you a hardcore atheist that I don't know about?
Oh, no.
I know. So why would you be moved down?
Andrew has a tendency to allow his idiots to run the room as moderators, and then they get a little abusive with their authority.
And he doesn't care.
It's mostly Himothy, and then Sasha and them.
Okay, I want to talk about, because you guys said some stuff about Cynic, because I'm with him every single day.
Barth, tell us about
him every day. I'm with him every single day.
Harper, please tell us about how you're
I know that he has. Listen, I'm also, listen, my mother's also Jewish. I'm not practicing.
And you believe in Chrislam.
I'm a Catholic. No, I'm a Catholic. But I hang out with him every day. I keep very close. I keep very close attention to him. I think he is a misunderstood
Wait,
person.
Barth, do you support when he says that ISIS and Hamas are freedom fighters?
Listen to me. He says a lot of messed up things. I think a lot of people on this app say a lot of messed up things to each other because they're so desensitized. They're very desensitized. They're very desensitized in the world because of the videos they watch. They're not where they say they are.
Roger, can I change my answer when you ask who has the most annoying voice on Clubhouse?
I'm trying to.
It's hard.
Yeah, no, it's hard.
Thank you.
100%.
Especially when he whispers in the closet when his wife's mad at him.
Yeah. So like, you see what they do? They're already talking about my wife. You see what I'm saying? So
you cheat on her all the time.
You're just making things up. Listen,
terrible. How many women that came up and told
they
us?
just make things up. They want me to help them.
Constantly backchannel all these.
They want to. Well, then show the DMs.
You've literally bragged about it.
No, you see, and Rich is just making things because he wants to trigger people. And this is what they do to Mikhail.
You've been in rooms where we brought this up, and you're like,
and it's just unfortunate.
Harper, you
on this app.
Harper, I have a serious question for you.
Why
Can you be quiet for a moment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, but you're just talking, but you're not going anywhere.
Your mother is Jewish, which makes you
Let's go
a Jew.
I'm not a practicing Jew.
But you were practicing as a Catholic.
I am
okay.
Catholic. I went to Catholic school.
What brought you? Okay, hold on 1 second. I didn't even get to finish. What brought you in to becoming a Catholic when you're an actual Jew?
My father.
Like what? Okay.
My father. And then we only, because my mother is. Why are you guys so?
Because
I understand why you guys overtalk so much.
Spouses, I fucking hate it.
All right, so then just don't talk to me.
Oh,
Don't talk to me, Annie.
Beth, just to add complexity to all this, he also believes in Chrislam. He believes that hold on, Harper.
See what
just
I mean,
give it
Beth?
context. He believes that everybody. Oh, I was just saying that you believe that everybody who's a good person.
I hit the alt mute all button.
Oh, I thought it was an accident.
No, I hit it on purpose. Listen, I'm going to give you guys like the tutorial of how Clubhouse works. So if you unmute yourself, you could speak. And while you're doing that, everyone else should remain on mute. And once you're done speaking, then you can mute yourself. And then everyone else can see that you're muted because they'll see that little microphone with the line through it. That'll be their signal that it's their turn to talk. The next person that fucking overtalks somebody, I'm going to remove from the room. Don't care who it is.
Yeah, Beth.
Oh, okay. So, Beth, all I was saying is what he believes is every person who's good just goes to heaven. Muslims, atheists, everything.
You know, all those go to heaven.
Yep. Amazing movie.
Okay, so Beth, I'll give you some background about me. If I'm going to be overtalked, then it's just I'm not going to be able to. I'm getting muted, and I was asked a question. So, why my mother is much younger than my father. My father's older, and my mother's family is from Puerto Rico, and she's from her family is from that area. We speak Spanish, but she moved to New York to be with my father. So she moved to New York. She really didn't have much family, and we were sent to the Catholic school. The Catholic school I went to had middle states. Middle states means that we take you get a Regis diploma and stuff. There was other two Jewish kids that went to my school. I mean, they were practicing. They didn't go to yeshiva or anything. Their family was secular, but we just, so I stayed with Catholicism. I enjoyed it. I like it. I always liked it. It was always, my friends were, I never appealed to Judaism, even though my mother was. Doesn't mean that we didn't do holidays or we didn't do cultural things. Yeah, we did. But it doesn't mean that I was going to adhere to it. I just didn't. I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, I hope that answered your question, Beth.
Yes, thank you. I was just intrigued.
Wait, that answered your question?
David, stop. Yes.
As far as Mikhail is involved, there are people that have very big personalities on this app. He probably has some personal things that are going on with him, with the war and possibly family being there. So people like to come in and say things to get a reaction. And knowing that people are going to react.
Wait, who's doing this?
I used Mikhail.
Who's that?
And I'm not.
He's a terrorist sympathizer.
Okay, yeah, we don't need terrorists.
Yeah, no, I am not. And trust me, I argue with him. I argue with him on a daily basis. But he might have been a not so great person in the past. But little by little,
as we all get to know each other a little better. I happen to think he's a decent person. He's a good person. He's just misunderstood. He does have some hate towards what's going on right now. Okay.
Where? Like Ukraine, Gaza, where?
In Gaza. I don't like to really discuss the politics stuff. We mostly talk about religion. And he has many mixed views about different things. As much as people think he's some crazy jihadist, I have, at first I used to think this too, which is the reason why I was drawn to him a little bit. But as I speak to him on a daily basis, I see that he is just, a lost soul in a sense, but not that lost.
Well, apparently you can be, pro global anti-Intifada and still run for the mayor of the biggest city in the country.
Harper, are you saying that you like the Bad Boys?
I'm trying to say that maybe people have the wrong impression of people just because others get a rise out of people and it's entertaining. But some people like to do things for themselves, and like myself, and I don't think he's that bad. I think there's worse people.
Should we take him at his word when he said that he hopes that there's another Holocaust and every Jew will be killed?
Well, when he says things like this...
Wow, that came out of his mouth?
Yep.
Alright, so when he says things like this, right, it just triggered me that you said that. Joking around, Rich.
No,
So
I'm being serious. That's what he said.
Alright, I'm just telling you to watch your mouth. And what I'm trying to explain to you is that...
If he actually said
oh my God, yep.
Maybe he's like, or whatever, yeah.
Well, Rich just said it, and I'm not sure why Rich repeated it.
Harper, there's a reason I get his accounts banned.
I'm just gonna wait until Rich...
Oh, sorry, I was just responding to you. Go ahead.
So now people say things to get a reaction. And because many things are the collection of people, sometimes when you're the only person in the room and you come into a space, people attack you from all angles and you take it holistically, right? You think it's just one voice, but it's many voices. And we always just kind of remember the last few things that were said, or we ignore everything that's being said, and we remember this one thing that got us going. And I think
are you talking about the voices in your head?
Are you talking about you listening to what I'm saying instead of just responding to the last thing I said? That's what I
think if we're being serious, Harper, like you can like him. I'm not saying you can't, but if he's running around saying things like there ought to be another Holocaust, there's a problem with that. It doesn't matter.
There is. You're 100% right.
Yeah, he should be.
And that's the reason why.
Exactly, Marshall. He should be shunned from society.
Listen to me. This is why I paid close attention to him. Okay.
Or he should have all his accounts clipped all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna call Bank of America. It's like clip that guy's account.
And there are some times that he learns from this. Okay.
I'm in Clubhouse.
But at the same time, it goes both ways. Just because no one's clipping your account, it doesn't mean that you're not saying awful things either. And I'm not talking about you directly, Rich. I'm just talking about everybody.
Nah, that sounds like an excuse.
No, I'm not making
that's like the if they clip your account today, maybe they'll clip your or his account today.
I'm not making excuses for anybody. But sometimes it goes both ways.
I have unlimited accounts, so they can come after me as much as they want. I make 100 new accounts while I'm sleeping.
Like Harry Balzac.
My account is also being taken from me, and I really don't care. It's not a big deal, like you said. If you have friends on here, you're gonna come back on the app. That's it.
That's right.
Maybe we should.
Saying you want another Holocaust is not a joking matter. It's a serious matter. it would be the same thing if you said you wanted to execute one during the month.
And Marshall, the funny thing is, it's like saying you want a global intifada. Meanwhile, the boy gets, the Democratic nomination. It's like global intifada is like saying like you want to kill the Jews. It's basically what it's saying. It's like it's crazy.
You see how you guys are kind of desensitizing yourselves right now by saying it. I don't think it's.
No,
it needs
that's
to be said over and over and over.
Harper, you miss it. I'm not
I don't think it needs to be said.
I find it so offensive.
Wait,
I'm not
you keep saying it. You keep saying it.
I have a simple question, Harper. Genuine question to you.
I just don't understand why you guys are desensitizing saying stuff like that, and then you're repeating it over and over and over again.
Okay.
What is wrong with you people?
Harper,
what is wrong?
you'll go for like 6 seconds.
What do you mean by you people?
I'll go for 6 hours.
David, I just want to ask Harper a
I'm
question.
talking about you, Marshall.
It's a genuine question about you. I know you're a narcissist. You like to talk.
You guys repeat this nonsense. Why?
Harper, do you think it's okay for you to call Africans the N-word, but then you say that you don't call African Americans the N-word because they showed slavery? Remember how you were going off on the African guy? You were calling him the N-word, and everybody got all pissed off, and you're like, well, he didn't go through slavery. So
Wow.
And I'm like, well, would you call an African American the N-word? And you're like, no, because he went through slavery.
Wow. Harper, you use the N-word?
All the time.
I don't know what. So you guys want to listen to Rich just say lies?
Just answer the question then.
You know who this person Rich is. He wants to incite this sort of
Harper.
The exact same shit you're accusing him of.
I know, Marshall.
As the Bible
Harper believes.
Before you point out the splinter in your neighborhood.
It's perfect.
Barth believes the Earth is flat, and he doesn't believe in thermonuclear weapons
So
because he said.
Well, there it is flat.
He's never seen thermonuclear weapons. He said since he hasn't seen it, he doesn't know that it exists, so he doesn't believe it exists. It was like a 4-hour argument about this.
I don't even speak to Rich. He's not allowed in the spaces I go to anymore because he does this all the time. So if it's possible, if it's possible, I'll talk when he's not in here because this is what he does. You guys can believe all the stuff he says. I really don't.
Wait, did you?
Because it's not true.
Did you call it? Did you call an African guy the N-word? And we all gave you shit because you said you wouldn't call an African American the N-word because they endured 400 years of slavery.
Harper, you don't have to say.
It's not the same when you say it to an African because they didn't endure slavery.
Harper, you don't have to answer that question if you don't want to.
Just say it, Harper.
So, this is the thing, Howard. I wasn't talking about that. But he wants to change the conversation.
No, he's a coward. You won't admit it.
No,
you don't
I was
stand
trying
on
to bring light. I was trying to bring light to people saying things like the way he does. And this is just proof that when you're having one conversation, a lot of people want a reaction out of people and they switch the conversation. And they want to get that, they want to release those endorphins. They want this sort of rush.
I was calling you out for being a hypocrite.
And I listen.
You said that Mikhail says a lot of things that he doesn't mean, and I'm asking.
I'm not gonna keep playing this game with you. My kids are still sleeping. You keep over talking me. I'm not gonna over talk you. So just Rich, go ahead, run the show.
Go ahead, Marth.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Go ahead, David.
Go ahead, Ann. I reserve the balance of my time.
Sorry, Barth, you always ask why I bring this stuff up because I love calling out how much of a ridiculous human being you are, Terry.
That's not very nice.
I mean, he is a ridiculous human being.
David, what have you been up to? Joby, good morning.
I've been doing a lot of flying. But now I'm home for the birthday.
You have a birthday?
No, not my birthday. The America's birthday.
Oh, for America. I gotcha.
Her 249th birthday. Next year's going to be off the chain. Her 250th.
Yeah, like we have like the Olympics, the World Cup, the birthday. We have everything coming, and Trump is president.
So I like to look up Encyclopedia Britannica, this day in history. So apparently on July the 5th, in 1950, the Knesset passed a law. The law of return was passed. Cecil Rhodes, the Prime Minister of Cape Colony, which would, I believe, later become South Africa, was born today. Let's see. Keir Starmer, the Labour Party became Prime Minister today in 2024. Let's see what else.
Yeah,
American baseball player.
Have you seen what's going on over there?
Hold on a second. American baseball player Ted Williams, who was the last player to hit 400 in a Major League Baseball game, 406 in 1941, died in Inverness, Florida today. Dolly, a female Finn Dorset sheep, was born near Edinburgh, becoming the first successfully cloned animal. Her birth was not publicly revealed until the following year, which I think is fascinating. The 26th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was certified, granting suffrage to citizens 18 years or older, and this would have been in 1971. In 1962, Algeria officially gained its independence from France, which had declared the African country independent 2 days earlier. And let's see, what's this? In 1810, American showman P.T. Barnum, who with James A. Bailey made the circus a popular and gigantic spectacle in the United States. And then lastly, Captain N.C. Brooks discovered the Midway Islands in the Central Pacific and claimed the territory for the United States in 1859. So those are just some interesting tidbits that happened today.
Did you see that movie, speaking of Barnum and Bailey, The Showman with, what's his name, with the...
No, I never watched it. I hear it is good, though.
Yeah, it's good. Like, I watched it. Like, I'm not really big on musicals. Like, I saw Wicked, and I didn't like it because, it's so much music. But...
See, the musical I still have yet to see, which I really want to see, is Hamilton. Hamilton did...
if you can. Like, I know they're doing, like they're mixing around the country, like doing touring, but it's not the original cast.
No, but yeah, they have through Hulu the original cast.
Yeah, but I wouldn't watch it. No, you gotta see it in person though, because it's made for that,
Oh no! I know it's made in person, but the reason I want to watch it through the TV is it was a boon to people being interested in history. It was a boon to people being interested specifically in American history. It just grabbed people and drew them in. It was like a very, very good play. Something like the best play in 35 or 40 years, I read.
I mean, people are overblowing it. It's good, but it's not like amazing or anything like that. But yeah,
it's good.
You kind of watch it response. Yeah, I think people like overblow.
Good morning,
Katie. It's like people are acting that way now about what's his name? Who's the guy in Ocean 11? The other guy.
George Clooney.
Yeah, like he has his he has his play right now, but the Panama paper, or not Panama, Watergate.
What is it called?
Yeah, he has his own show like on Broadway now, but everyone's like, "Oh my God, he's amazing!" Like, I think it's okay. It's not that great. But
George Clooney's from
David,
Kentucky.
what does it take you about 45 minutes to get into the city?
Train? Yeah, I think about 30 minutes. Yeah, 35, 40 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad went to the same school as George Clooney, same year.
Flex.
Northern Kentucky.
Wait, George Clooney's from Kentucky?
I don't think he's like originally, but he grew up like most of his adolescent life, I guess.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's like holy something, saint something up in Northern Kentucky. It's like an Ivy League school.
I'm just
His
telling
dad was
if
like
you
a
have
senator or
fear,
a governor.
Wait, he's Catholic? He wanted to hold his,
I don't know if what his religious beliefs, but it's one of those schools my dad got in for free because of his grades and stuff, and his test scores and stuff. But I know the school is like ridiculously expensive. Yeah, I don't think most people send their kids there because they're Catholic.
If you have any fears of walking under ladders, don't go down to the Broadway district of New York City because you're going to walk under ladders. It's quite scary.
People don't know this. Having grown up in this area, they think there's 10 popular shows, but there's actually like 200. About 200 different theaters and shows, like Broadway and off-Broadway. There's a lot of places, a lot of shows, and they're all fighting for attention.
Blessed Sacrament School in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky. That's it.
Blessed Sacrament. Interesting. Okay.
Joe, what are you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was off mic. I'm having coffee, watching the news, reading the newspaper.
What's going on in the world today?
I just started. I'll tell you when I get 5 minutes into it.
What is your go-to newspaper that you're reading?
What's what?
What is your go-to newspaper that you're reading?
Well, I have no choice around here. I picked it. I buy the Indy Star, but I get it a day late, so I get the South Bend Tribune, and sometimes I read the Chicago News.
Oh, you know where Rising Sun is?
No.
There's a casino down on the Ohio River, Indiana.
Well, we got 4 casinos, and closer to me than that.
Yeah, the reason I was asking, it's near my hometown in Kentucky.
Joe, sorry, I'm eating and I still am sick, but I can only imagine you down at a casino rolling dice.
No,
that would be funny.
I do the slots. I collect quarters and do the slots, and I go with my girls.
So I don't play the slot machines, but I was in Vegas last weekend, and my brother was playing the House of Dragons slot machine. It's a penny slot. And he won $700. I was like, this isn't normal, right? That's
cool, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun watching, but the machine melted because it showed this. We have a winner. So it made a lot of noise. Made a lot of presentation. I mean, it's only $700. That's not that much money, but I guess for a penny slot, it's a lot.
That's a lot of pennies. You didn't keep them, did you?
Well, he won. I didn't win.
Yeah, I think nowadays they just give you a slip, don't they, David?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I realized, they don't even do the noise anymore. They used to do, make it, fake coin noises. It's like, ding, 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 he won. But they don't do that anymore either. But no, I play craps, and I lost. But
we were just able to get one corner of a lot appraised of Indian Reserve to put a Hard Rock here in my county. This will be right off of I-95. But because we were able to get that one corner to appraise in, they're able to go ahead and put gambling in there. We thought it was just going to be a hotel, but nope. Now they're allowed to gamble.
It's a pretty good gig that these Indian tribes get. We'll give you casinos with, make your own rules. do your own taxes or whatever you want to do. But, I think it's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, here in Florida, it's fairly easy, but this was a hard one. I forget what tribe they were able to come up.
In Florida, it's probably the Seminoles.
Yeah, they have the whole Hard Rock thing, right? The Seminoles.
Well, I worked, interestingly enough, when I was down in your great state of Florida, Beth, a couple of years ago. I worked a gambling referendum case in, in Seminole County, Florida. And it was to get gaming rights out of the hands exclusively of the Seminoles. It was sponsored by like Wynn Casinos and a couple of others. The measure ended up passing, but I got to stay. It was, believe it or not, Beth, the worst campaign I have ever been on. I got hired to be a manager, and these people, four people who volunteered, signed a contract which said we couldn't fire them for 3 days. They turned out to be druggies because the dude that was doing the management and the guy that was doing the hiring were two different people. And so the guy doing the hiring would pick shit people and you couldn't manage them. It was just a terrible campaign. Although I did have mofongo in Florida, and I still have a coat at a dry cleaner's in Deltona, Florida. I need to call him and get it back. But it was a pretty little town.
Yeah, what is with even these like rich tribes? Like I'm thinking like in Connecticut with the Weekend Sun and like the Foxwoods Casino. It's like they have so much money, they don't know what to do with it, but they can't take care of their people. And they just resort to drugs and shit like that. Like I remember like driving to Foxwoods and like coming from New York, like you would drive through these neighborhoods and like it's very sad neighborhoods to get to the casino. It's like, are they just like taking the money for themselves? Like the tribe leaders? I don't understand.
I don't know enough about that to give you a certain answer. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, dude, it's the same thing in the the Hard Rock in Fort Lauderdale in Hollywood. It's like you drive through some of these areas, like once you're in the tribal area, it's like it's not good. Meanwhile, they're making so much money in the casino. Like I don't know what they're doing to their people.
Yeah, I don't know. There are several areas within my county, but I don't think they're Seminoles. I don't think the Indians, I don't believe the tribe was Seminoles. I'm trying to think of what it was. But, hey, Roger, if you're still awake, or Rowan, KP's trying to come up. I don't know if you want to let him up or not, but he's asking in the chat. But, yeah, no. And their food's not very good at the Hard Rock. I'm just going to say, you might as well eat before you go.
But they have a nice caviar bar. Like, I took a client to that, to the Hard Rock in Hollywood, and they actually have some pretty rare caviar that you can't really get in a lot of places besides New York. And, yeah, he was very impressed. Although, the food I had is the Asian restaurant there wasn't that great, so maybe they had their specialties.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got back from Kansas City. Great trip.
Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas City, Missouri?
Missouri side. Very high-end shopping, which was great. My kids had fun. I got sick. Then we all came home and we're all sick. But we had a great time out on the lake. Enjoyed. Good trip. My kids have never been to the Midwest before, so because we kind of stick to the East Coast, that's where all my business typically is. But yeah, fun time. Anybody wanting to go somewhere fun? Yeah, Kansas City, Missouri.
Well, that's the good thing about the East Coast has everything you need. They have mountains, skiing, they have beaches, we have everything. Like, there's no reason to go to the Midwest, typically.
Beth, next time go to Culver, Lake Maxinkuckee. They had RV land, like golden plated RVs, but they had golf cart parades, boat parades, everything you can imagine.
Do they also have the world's largest ball of twine?
No, they have their pinky hanging out. Twine probably don't collect it.
Oh, the kids and I are going on a road trip next month. We don't know where the fuck we're going. We're going to drive up to Georgia, see my sister and my great nephew, real quick. And then we're just going to drive. We don't even know where we're going.
Go up 95 the whole way.
Yeah, we're just like, drive. We'll just, whatever. We'll figure it out. It can't be that bad. Worst case scenario, we sleep in my car. I have a cooler in it.
Have you ever been to south of the border? That place between North Carolina and South Carolina?
Oh, yes, David. And does that not make you think that you're in a scary movie?
Yes. So I've only been there once because my parents, a long time, when I was very young, they wanted to drive to Florida and see like some of America. And I just remember stopping at that place and like I just remember staying in a room with a big sombrero over my bed. It's like, where am I?
Yeah, they still have, which it's kind of roped off now, but you can still look at it. The old rides that they had like back in 1960, they have all that stuff still there. It is like going back in time, like a scary movie in time. Yeah. South of the border with the big sunbar. Yeah. I don't think they've even painted that thing since 1979 when I was born.
That's fun.
I'm just kind of sad for them because Buc-ee's is putting 3 exits south or north, whatever it is. It's like 3 exits in between, and they're going to put a Buc-ee's. That's what our kids are going to grow up and know. We went to Buc-ee's. Oh, great. That is like a tourist trap while you're either charging your Insta car over there, or you're going in and you're buying beef jerky. Got 2 options at Buc-ee's.
I suppose they have taffy too.
They do have taffy, yes. I've got to get motivated for the day. I just ate breakfast. It's kind of gloomy, but I have some plans to plant.
You're off my back. Me too. I need to go eat breakfast. Happy day, guys.
Happy Saturday. I don't think any of the mods are even awake now. They all fell asleep. People are trying to come up and nobody's bringing them up.
Dr. Jordan, you there?